Chapter 2051. The magma under his feet continued to gather heat around Kuroki Kawasaki. The energy that had just been consumed was replenished in an instant. That is to say, the strength of Kuroki Kawasaki could always be maintained at its peak. This was also the foundation of Kuroki Kawasaki's confidence. It was precisely because of this advantage that he remained so sure of himself. "I want to see how long your clone can last," Kuroki Kawasaki said, waving his knife and rushing toward David again. David recalled all the clones. After all, a large number of clones would accelerate the consumption of his spiritual power. Kuroki Kawasaki could extract power from magma, but David could not. He couldn't convert heat into spiritual power. Kuroki Kawasaki's samurai sword kept sweeping through the air, changing dozens of moves in an instant, dazzling to behold. David also swung his sword and slashed. Dang! Sparks sprayed out as the sound echoed instantly across the surroundings. By the time their weapons collided, the two had already exchanged countless blows in the blink of an eye. The magma in the crater began splashing everywhere as powerful wind currents scattered in all directions. Dang! After another crisp clash, the two figures separated instantly. Kuroki Kawasaki looked at David, shock flashing through his eyes. He didn't expect that after fighting so long, David showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he remained full of energy and aura. David, meanwhile, stared back at Kuroki Kawasaki, the fighting spirit in his eyes only growing stronger. The stronger his opponent, the more excited David became. Because from a strong opponent, David could absorb even more strength. Good! Keep it coming. David held the dragon-slaying sword and smiled coldly. The battle intent around him surged continuously without the slightest sign of weakening. He raised the dragon-slaying sword high, then swung it down with force. This sword carried a dragon's roar, and the sword energy instantly transformed into a golden dragon soaring into the sky and circling above. Seeing this, Kuroki Kawasaki's expression became more solemn than ever. His samurai sword slashed rapidly, and sword lights shot out continuously toward the golden dragon. Dang! 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 Sword chi and sword light smashed against each other again. Kuroki Kawasaki felt a tremendous counterforce, causing him to take several involuntary steps backward. The samurai sword in his hand trembled violently, as though it feared the golden dragon before it. David did not pause. Now that Kuroki Kawasaki had fallen into disadvantage, this was David's chance. The cold light in David's eyes intensified, and his fighting spirit surged like a storm. 9 Shadow Swordsmanship, First Sword. The dragon-slaying sword flashed with brilliant light, and a streak of cyan sword light shot out from it. The light condensed into a human-shaped figure. Though its appearance was unclear and gender indistinguishable, it was unmistakably the form of a person. Sword Spirit. David was slightly shocked when he saw it. He didn't expect the sword spirit within the dragon-slaying sword to have already begun to take shape. Although not yet fully grown or matured, it could now emerge from the sword. Once the sword spirit fully forms, David would gain an immensely powerful helper. The sword spirit stood atop the golden dragon, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Seeing this, Kuroki Kawasaki's face darkened with dread. He didn't expect that the dragon-slaying sword had already produced a sword spirit, and even before its full formation, it could come forth wielding such tyrannical aura. Kuroki Kawasaki began pouring every bit of energy in his body into his sword. The samurai sword trembled violently, but he forced himself to maintain control. The magma beneath his feet slowly solidified and turned black, for Kuroki Kawasaki had absorbed an enormous amount of heat. The sword spirit rode the golden dragon and charged toward Kuroki Kawasaki with a roar. Kuroki Kawasaki gritted his teeth and met the attack with everything he had. Bang! Light exploded violently. Kuroki Kawasaki staggered back several steps, and a hairline crack appeared on the surface of his samurai sword. Chapter 2052. At this moment, Kuroki Kawasaki was truly afraid. Although he could continuously absorb energy, David seemed to possess inexhaustible strength. Even if Kuroki Kawasaki absorbed endless heat, he would still be defeated by David. Just as he was trying to think of a countermeasure, David leaped upward with a flash of blue light and pressed the attack. He would not allow Kuroki Kawasaki a single breath of rest. Every pause would allow his opponent to recover. David would never give him that chance. Blue light blazed forth, and Kuroki Kawasaki dared not be careless. He raised his blade to meet the attack head-on. A violent explosion sounded, and Kuroki Kawasaki was sent retreating again. Each of David's strikes was faster than the last. Kuroki Kawasaki could only defend passively. The energy in his body was depleting rapidly. Even if he absorbed heat from the magma, he could not recover instantly. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he panted heavily. His samurai sword was full of dents and cracks. It looked ready to break at any moment, but Kuroki Kawasaki had no choice. He had to rely on that blade to hold on. David grew more excited by the moment. His spiritual power erupted continuously, and the dragon crystal on his chest glowed brightly as the power of the dragon surged through his body. Seeing that Kuroki Kawasaki had reached his limit, David put away the dragon-slaying sword. What he wanted wasn't to kill Kuroki Kawasaki, but to absorb his strength. Seeing the sword being sheathed, Kuroki Kawasaki realized this was his final chance. Shadow Slash! Kuroki Kawasaki erupted with his last trace of strength. His eyes turned scarlet as he raised the samurai sword high, merging almost completely with the blade. A beam of white sword light shot into the sky, so bright it burst out of the crater, visible even to those outside. Then Kuroki Kawasaki stepped forward and swung down. Victory or defeat would be decided here. The moment he released this final strike, the samurai sword could no longer withstand the force and shattered into several pieces. Staring blankly at the hilt in his hand, Kuroki Kawasaki let it fall. No matter what happened, this would be his final attack. Now he could only hope that this blow might injure or kill David. Humph! But in the face of Kuroki Kawasaki's last strike, David sneered. Then he threw a single punch, and with a muffled boom, he smashed open the void itself, creating a black hole. Although David could not use the law of space right now, he could still tear open the void by brute strength alone. Tearing open a long-distance space tunnel was impossible at the moment, but smashing a spatial crack with a punch? That he could still do. Kuroki Kawasaki's sword strike was instantly swallowed by the void crack, disappearing without a trace. The crack sealed shut immediately, yet the remaining force of David's punch did not dissipate. The residual power smashed brutally into Kuroki Kawasaki's body, sending him flying into the stone wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Kuroki Kawasaki's body rapidly aged. Within moments he looked like an elderly man, wrinkles covering his face, his breathing weak, as though he were on the verge of death. His eyes had lost all luster, yet he still pressed his hands to the ground, desperately absorbing heat from the magma below. David walked toward him step by step, but Kuroki Kawasaki did not move. He could not move. His body had already aged beyond recovery and had no energy left at all. Even if I die, it's impossible for you to absorb my strength, Kuroki Kawasaki said slowly, seeing David's intention. Chapter 2053. Do you think you still have the right to choose? David showed a sneer. Now Kuroki Kawasaki was meat on the chopping board. David could do whatever he wanted. After all, I'm one step short. If I could truly step into the realm of the god of war, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Kuroki Kawasaki's face was full of regret. If he truly broke through Martial Saint and reached the realm of Martial God, David definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. Although Toyotomi Hideyoshi and the others were martial gods, they were only remnants of souls, their strength greatly diminished. But he was different. If he broke through to martial god, he would become a living martial god, the supreme existence of the martial world. In the martial world, martial god is the supreme realm, there is no higher. Even if you broke through to martial god, the result would be the same. David's eyes were indifferent as he walked toward Kuroki Kawasaki. They were only martial artists. They could not understand what the cultivation world looked like. Even if one were a martial god. In the secret realms, in the true immortal world, such a realm was still worthless. Kuroki Kawasaki stared at David. He did not understand where David's confidence came from, but he knew one thing clearly. He must not allow David to absorb his power. Suddenly, Kuroki Kawasaki let out a sharp roar, and the spirit inside his body rushed out, turning into black smoke and attempting to escape. At this level, as long as the soul remained, Kuroki Kawasaki had a chance of revival sooner or later. David looked at the fleeing spirit and snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A massive suction force instantly sucked Kuroki Kawasaki's soul into David's body. Only an empty skin remained outside. Under the heat of the magma, it burned away instantly, reduced to ashes. The number one expert of the island nation, the man who nearly broke through to martial god, Kuroki Kawasaki, vanished just like that. Not a trace was left. Outside the crater, everyone looked toward the top. No one dared approach. There had been no sound from the crater for a long time. Was the battle over? Who had won? Everyone believed it must have been Kuroki Kawasaki. After all, he was the number one in the island nation, the spiritual pillar of their martial world. No one believed he would lose. It should be over. David's body can be carried out. Muto Shinichi stared at the silent crater and spoke slowly. Just as they were about to ascend and retrieve David's corpse. Suddenly, a figure floated up from the crater. The figure rose into the air, then descended step by step. Everyone who saw this was stunned speechless. What's going on? Muto Shinichi looked at David in disbelief as David walked down, his face growing extremely ugly. Where is Senior Kuroki Kawasaki? How could Senior Kuroki Kawasaki let him out? Why didn't he kill him? This guy, did he beg for mercy? Voices of confusion erupted from the crowd. Only Kazuo Kawaguchi seemed to understand something. His face turned uglier than if he had eaten shit. David walked down the mountain, and everyone moved aside on instinct. Mr. Chen, where is Senior Kuroki Kawasaki? Muto Shinichi asked. David cast a cold glance at him. With just that one glance, Muto Shinichi felt a mountain crash down upon him. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. The number one expert of your island nation no longer exists. From now on, your island nation is allowed only one god, and that is me. David's voice was calm, even gentle. But every islander present heard the words clearly. Chapter 2054. As soon as David finished speaking, he released a terrifying pressure. This pressure enveloped all of Mount Fuji. Everyone felt an overwhelming force and dropped to the ground involuntarily. Even though they didn't want to believe it, didn't want to accept that their spiritual pillar had died. David standing before them radiated a majesty like that of a celestial being. They had no choice but to believe. Welcome, Lord God. The shout came from Kazuo Kawaguchi. He had betrayed David earlier and leaked information to Kazuo Watanabe. Now David had not only destroyed the 4 great shrines but also killed Kuroki Kawasaki. Who in the island nation could oppose David anymore? For his own survival, Kazuo Kawaguchi desperately tried to flatter David. But no one followed his shout. Although David killed Kuroki Kawasaki, the island nation's martial world needed time to accept it. And defeating the martial world wasn't the same as making them surrender. Kazuo Kawaguchi felt embarrassed when no one echoed him and quickly lowered his head. David merely glanced at him, then looked at Muto Shinichi. If anyone in your island nation is still dissatisfied, let them come find me. I will remain here for a few days. After speaking, David leapt into the air and descended the mountain like soaring lightning. Everyone watched his figure disappear and fell into deep thought. Once David vanished completely, Muto Shinichi glared coldly at Kazuo Kawaguchi. You shameless traitor! You have disgraced the martial world of our island nation. Today, I will execute you as a traitor. He roared in fury. The martial artists swarmed forward. Kazuo Kawaguchi didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he was beaten into pulp. News of David killing Kuroki Kawasaki exploded across the island nation. Even though the martial world tried to suppress the information, it was useless. For a while, island martial artists became street rats, mocked and cursed everywhere. Many young martial artists clamored to launch a collective attack to avenge Kuroki Kawasaki. But Muto Shinichi and the older generation suppressed them. They knew those youths would only die. Before David, they were not even ants. Under David's leadership, the Watanabe family became the strongest family in the island nation. Watanabe Fumio began building a shrine for David, crafting statues, and organizing believers to worship him. However, although no martial artist could defeat David, none of them acknowledged him. They refused to worship him as a god. After all, no matter how powerful David was, he was still someone from Dacia. Their national arrogance would never let them bow. David locked himself away for 3 days, refining Kuroki Kawasaki's spirit completely. His power leaped to 5th rank martial saint. Even if he met a martial god now, he would not be afraid. And the dragon-slaying sword had already birthed its sword spirit. With time, the sword alone might be able to battle a martial saint. Master, you now have millions of believers in the island nation, but the martial artists still refuse to worship you. Watanabe Fumio reported respectfully. Don't worry about them. I have my own way. David walked out of the room. He looked up at the bright moon, then leapt skyward, his body soaring hundreds of meters instantly, as if he leapt straight toward the moon. Watanabe Fumio watched with his jaw dropped in shock. David took a few more leaps and landed steadily in the very center of Shijing. A luxurious palace. Chapter 2055. This is the highest place in all of Shijing, and it is also the most luxurious palace. Because this is where the highest spiritual leader of the entire island country resides, the Land Emperor Yuzua. At this moment, Yuzua stood before the living room window, admiring the bright moon hanging in the sky. Over the past few days, affairs in the island country's martial arts world had already left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, Yuzua noticed that someone was standing on the roof of the palace. He couldn't believe it. He removed his glasses, wiped them carefully, then put them back on and looked again. But this time, he saw nothing. Yuzua breathed a long sigh. He knew this was the most heavily guarded place. How could anyone be standing on the rooftop? It must be because he hadn't rested well these days. His eyes were playing tricks on him. Touching his iconic mustache, Yuzua was about to return to his room to sleep. He needed to rest early, his recent hallucinations were becoming worrying. But just as he turned around, he froze in shock. Because he saw a young man sitting on the sofa in his living room, sipping red wine. Who are you? Yuzua asked in horror. One must understand, without his permission, no outsider could enter this place. And at night, it was even more impossible. Yet someone was sitting right in front of him. My name is David. David gently swirled the wine glass in his hand and took a sip. Good wine. When Yuzua heard the name David, his entire body trembled. Because the one who had turned the island country's martial arts world upside down recently was someone named David. You, what are you here for? Yuzua asked as he subtly moved toward the alarm switch. It's useless for you to sound the alarm. It will only get more of your guards killed. I just came to talk. I'm not malicious. Relax. David smiled lightly and then gestured for him to sit. Please, sit. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought David was the master of the palace. Yuzua looked at David, and finally withdrew his hand from the alarm, then carefully sat across from him. What do you want to talk about? Yuzua asked quietly. I know your status and power in this island country. I want you to order the stubborn martial artists here to enshrine my idol. Now that Kuroki Kawasaki has been killed by me, tell me, besides your island country worshipping me, do you think you can find a second person worthy of worship? David's voice was cold. Yuzua frowned. I do not interfere in martial arts affairs. How they choose is their right. You mean, you refuse to give the order? David narrowed his eyes. Yes. Yuzua nodded firmly, though his heart quaked violently. Since you won't give the order, I don't mind replacing you with a new land emperor. As David finished speaking, his aura exploded outward. A mighty golden dragon emerged behind him, swirling powerfully through the air. Though Yuzua was a noble emperor, he was just an ordinary person. He had never seen anything like this. Watching the golden dragon hover before him, Yuzua was terrified, his entire body trembled, and he nearly wet his pants. He had heard rumors that high-level cultivators could condense chi into divine form, but he had never witnessed it. Seeing David now, he was completely stunned. Since you refuse, I'll kill everyone in the island country's martial arts world and become the island country's emperor myself. David's aura surged again, and the golden dragon's massive eyes stared directly at Yuzua. Chapter 2056. The golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and charged at Yuzua. Yuzua was so frightened that he instantly wet himself and shouted, "Okay. Okay. I'll listen to you." Seeing this, David waved his hand, and the golden dragon retreated instantly. "I will issue the decree immediately and have it announced tomorrow," Yuzua said trembling, assuring David. "Good. I hope you aren't lying to me. You know very well what happens when someone lies to me." David's aura subsided, and the golden dragon vanished. After finishing the red wine, David looked at the full moon, and his body rose into the air. Yuzua watched David float away effortlessly. Realizing his palace's security was practically useless, he knew he had to issue the decree. There was no choice, those martial artists were inferior, even their strongest, Kuroki Kawasaki, was killed. No one could compete with David. Yuzua wrote the decree through the night. Just before dawn, he ordered it to be proclaimed. When the sun had climbed to its third hour, David stretched and woke up. Watanabe Fumio rushed to him excitedly. "Master, Master! Great news, the Emperor has issued a decree. Everyone in the martial arts world must enshrine your idol. Those stubborn martial artists must now worship you as a god." He handed the decree to David. David glanced at it without expression, he already knew this would be the outcome. "Watanabe Fumio, now that everything in the island country has been settled, I believe no one will dare touch your family for a while. I will be returning home." Hearing this, Watanabe Fumio's excitement faded. His eyes showed deep reluctance. "Master, I will take good care of the island country for you, and I'll send you all the resources regularly." But... Watanabe Fumio seemed embarrassed. "If you have something to say, just say it," David replied. "Master, Yumiko has been studying in Dacia. I hope she can return with you and continue her education. If the master likes her, she can stay by your side," Watanabe said respectfully. "Yumiko is still young. She should finish her studies. As for serving me, we'll talk about that later." David didn't dare take Yumiko back to serve him. If the women at home found out, he would be in serious trouble. David called Humatsi and brought Yumiko along to return home. "Lao Fan, come back with us." "Why stay here alone?" Humatsi asked. "No, I'm fine here. After all this, I don't even need to pretend to be mysterious anymore. Even with low strength, those martial artists will treat me like a master. And now, the god they worship is my friend. I can brag all I want here in the island country," Lao Fan said with a grin. "Lao Fan, thank you for everything these past days," David said sincerely. If Lao Fan hadn't asked Watanabe to bring out the Fuji Snow Lotus, David would never have broken through to Martial Saint. Without that breakthrough, none of what followed would have happened, and his strength would never have risen so fast during this trip. What's there to thank? You're the island country's god now, and my own value has skyrocketed. Lao Fan laughed. Soon, David and the others boarded a plane and set off for home. On board, David looked at his fists. This time, when he returned, he planned to completely destroy the Demon Heart sect. Chapter 2057. Kyoto Airport. Gu Linger, Ji Rushua, and the others knew that David was coming back today. After dressing up, they went to the airport to meet him. Several girls were waiting outside the airport, which attracted the attention of many people. At this time, Zhou Jia was also among them. Today, she had also specially dressed up to pick up Humatsi. Soon, the figures of David and Humatsi appeared at the airport, and the two walked out slowly. Seeing David and the others getting off the plane, The girls all swarmed over. But when they saw that behind David was a young, very beautiful girl, they were all stunned. "I didn't expect you all to come to pick me up." David smiled slightly when he saw Gulinger and the others. The girls ignored David and instead stared directly at Yumiko behind him. "Oh, Yumiko, take a taxi to school by yourself. I won't send you off," David said, noticing that Gulinger and the others were staring holes through Yumiko. "Okay, master. When I have time, can I come find you to play?" Yumiko smiled sweetly. "Ah. Is that okay?" David was clearly overwhelmed by Yumiko's question. "Goodbye, master." "Goodbye, master who?" Yumiko waved, then took a taxi and left. After Yumiko left, Gulinger and Xiaolan stared fiercely at David. "David, you're really getting worse and worse. No wonder you went to the island country. When you went to the island country, you fucked around with this little maid." Xiaolan snapped angrily. "What are you talking about? You misunderstood. Let me explain." David quickly tried to defend himself. "What misunderstanding? Go back and explain." Ji Rushua spoke up. As the eldest sister, once Ji Rushua spoke, the girls immediately grabbed David and stuffed him into the car. Seeing David like that, Humatsi burst out laughing. Zhou Jia walked up, tugged Humatsi's ear, and said, "You went to the island country, did you mess around? I know the women there are not fucking honest." "No, absolutely not, I swear." Humatsi laughed nervously, then picked up Zhou Jia and left. That evening, David went to find Humatsi, planning to ask Zhou Jia how the search for the Demon Heart sect's secret realm had progressed. But when David arrived at Humatsi's room, he heard some indescribable noises coming from inside. David was speechless. He could only light a cigarette and wait. After half an hour, the sounds in Humatsi's room gradually stopped. When Humatsi opened the door and saw David standing there, he asked, "David, why are you here? When did you arrive?" "I've been here for half an hour." David glared at him. Humatsi laughed awkwardly and invited David inside. Zhou Jia also came out after putting on her clothes, greeting David with a flushed face. "Zhou Jia, how is the investigation into the Demon Heart sect's secret realm going?" David asked directly. "Mr. Chen, I've already found a secret realm of the Demon Heart sect, but I don't know if your girlfriend is imprisoned inside. I didn't dare open it without you here," Zhou Jia reported. "Where?" David asked excitedly. "It's in the backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance. The entrance to the secret realm is there. I already had Long Xingxiu send people to guard it. But these days, no one has come out of that entrance. So I don't know if this secret realm has been abandoned, or if there's another exit," Zhou Jia said. "Let's go, take me to see it." David stood up impatiently. "David, it's already late at night. What are you going to see right now? Wait until tomorrow. The secret realm can't run away, and if it really belongs to the Demon Heart sect, we must plan carefully. We can't be reckless," Humatsi advised. David nodded. He knew he was too anxious. After talking for a while longer, David left. He knew Humatsi had just returned and definitely wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Chapter 2058. After leaving Humatsi's place, David planned to return to Longmen, but after taking only 2 steps, he ran into Xing Jun. "Captain Xing, how's your injury?" David asked quickly. "It's healed long ago. Now I'm even stronger than before." Xing Jun threw 2 punches into the air. "It's so late, what are you doing here?" David asked. "I came to get you, of course. Mr. Shi knows you're back and personally set up a banquet to invite you. You're the first person Mr. Shi has invited alone." Mr. Shi was really worried. When he heard you secretly went to the island country for revenge, he was anxious. Later, Mr. Shi activated a secret agent who has been in the island country for many years, to help you. Xing Jun whispered. "A secret agent? Who?" David froze, frowning. When he was in the island country, no one seemed to help him. Suddenly, David remembered someone, Lao Fan. Lao Fan had taken special care of him from the beginning. He was the one who forced Watanabe Fumio to hand over the Fuji Snow Lotus, which he then gave directly to David. David had never believed that a man he met by chance would give him such a priceless treasure just because David bought him wine. Later, Lao Fan helped gather intel on Kuroki Kawasaki. How could a nobody obtain information on the senior-most martial artist of the island country? And when Humatsi invited Lao Fan to return to China, Lao Fan refused. Putting everything together, David suddenly realized. Lao Fan was probably the secret agent activated by Mr. Shi. I don't know who the secret agent is. If you want to know, ask Mr. Shi yourself. Xing Jun said, then turned to lead the way. David followed. At the Dharma Protectorate of Kyoto, the lights blazed brightly. A luxurious dinner table had been prepared. Mr. Shi sat quietly at the head of the table. When David entered, Mr. Shi smiled. Sit down. David nodded and sat opposite him. Mr. Shi stared at David, making him a little uneasy. Your talent and courage far exceeded my expectations. Your strength has grown so fast these days that even I find it unbelievable. And your courage, going alone to the island country, becoming their god, and even sneaking into the emperor's palace at night. I'm finding it harder and harder to see through you. Mr. Shi said slowly. Actually, I didn't want any of that. But after revenge, those people in the island country didn't want me to leave, so I had to play along for a few days. David smiled helplessly. Ha ha ha, look at you acting all innocent. Come, let's eat. I prepared good wine for you today. Mr. Shi said, waving his palm. The wine glass in front of him instantly flew toward David. David reached out to catch it, his arm went numb instantly. He almost dropped the cup. David stared at Mr. Shi in shock. He was now a 5th-rank martial saint, with strength close to the peak of martial saint. Yet a wine glass casually flicked by Mr. Shi almost made him lose his grip. Chapter 2059. Pour the wine yourself. Mr. Shi said. David sobered up from the shock and then poured himself a glass of wine. The two started drinking and chatting as they drank. Doesn't it feel good to have destroyed the shrine in the island country and become a god in the hearts of the people there? Mr. Shi asked. David didn't speak, he simply nodded. He indeed felt proud. His confidence was bursting. He felt that with his current strength, he could completely destroy the Demon Heart sect. Seeing David like this, Mr. Shi smiled lightly. But I want to tell you, even if you can dominate the entire martial arts world now, it is nothing special, because the people in the martial arts world have never been taken seriously. There are countless masters in the secret realms. Even the forces behind the Martial Dao Alliance are not as weak as you think. Your road is still long, very long. Mr. Shi spoke slowly, and his expression grew more and more dignified. David looked at Mr. Shi. After so long, he still felt he had never truly understood him. Even when it came to Mr. Shi's strength, David had no idea. Mr. Shi, do you know about the heaven and human realm? At this moment, David remembered what the Gore Fiend had told him. David didn't even know what the heaven and human realm was. Who told you about the heaven and human realm? Mr. Shi frowned slightly. David told him what happened on Penglai Island. When Mr. Shi heard that the Gore Fiend had said it, his expression eased and became calmer. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. There are countless worlds in the entire space-time continuum, but because they exist in different time-space dimensions, they cannot sense one another at all. It's just like the secret realms you've discovered. Even though they exist in the same time and space, most people don't know they exist. And that world is also a world, but it is no longer in the same dimension as this one. When your strength reaches the point where you can truly travel through time and space, you will be able to go to other worlds at will. Mr. Shi explained. David looked at him in astonishment. He wondered how Mr. Shi knew such things. After the meal, when David left, his heart was full of complicated emotions. Originally, after absorbing the strength of so many martial saints in the island country and becoming a 5th-rank martial saint, an invincible existence in the current martial arts world, David felt at ease. He planned to return home and first destroy the Demon Heart sect. But after hearing Mr. Sher's words, and remembering how casually Mr. Sher had waved his wine glass earlier, making David's arm go numb, he finally understood that he had not reached the level where he could look down on everyone else. That night, David thought a lot. He realized that Mr. Sher's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. The next morning, Humatsi and Zhou Jia found David. The three of them went to the former site of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. It had now become the headquarters of Longmen, guarded by Longmen disciples. Seeing David, the disciples immediately stood upright and shouted loudly. "Hello, Sect Master." David nodded slightly and walked in. "Brother David." Long Xingshu hurried forward to meet him. "How is it? Has anything happened here recently?" David asked. "No. After Miss Zhou told me to increase the guards, I personally monitored the place. I didn't find anything unusual." Long Xingshu said. "Good. Now take us to see it." Chapter 2060. Long Xingshu led David and the others to the backyard. It used to be the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance, but after the alliance was destroyed by David, the dungeon no longer existed. David glanced at Zhou Jia. She slowly raised her hands, feeling around in the air as if searching for something. Soon, her palms stopped mid-air. Then a faint light flashed from her palm. "Miss Zhou, is this the entrance to the secret realm?" David asked when she didn't move. Zhou Jia nodded. "Yes. The entrance is here. And I can confirm it belongs to the Demon Heart sect, because the aura here is very similar to our Demon Spirit sect." David became excited. "Then hurry and open it." Zhou Jia increased the light in her palm. She began chanting softly, reciting a spell. A moment later, a black hole appeared in the void, growing larger and larger. Seeing this, David's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait, he jumped toward the black hole. But just as he was about to cross the entrance, a powerful force struck him, sending him flying backward. David stared at Zhou Jia in shock. Zhou Jia frowned and said, "Although this secret realm is similar to ours, they added an extra spell. It's like they attached an extra lock to the door. I can open one lock, but I can't open the extra one." David's expression darkened. The Demon Heart sect had clearly prepared for this. They knew he would use Zhou Jia's connection to the Demon Spirit sect to open the realm, so they added an additional spell. The secret realm was right in front of him. Sonia was inside. David could no longer suppress his rage. His aura exploded outward, golden light gathering around his fists. "David!" Humatsi shouted urgently. But David's eyes had already turned blood red. "Break for me!" He slammed his fist into the entrance of the secret realm. The void shattered instantly. The explosive sound echoed like thunder throughout the entire capital. David's punch could level a mountain. Yet, the moment it hit the entrance, it vanished, silently swallowed by the black hole. David punched again and again. Each strike grew stronger than the last. After more than a dozen punches, sweat soaked his forehead. But the entrance to the secret realm remained unchanged. Breathing heavily, David stared at the entrance helplessly. "Mr. Chen, it's useless," Zhou Jia said. "No matter how strong you are, you cannot break this entrance. Because the entrance is not a physical object. It is like a crack in time and space. Your strength cannot harm it. Then what do I do? What do I do? Am I supposed to just watch Yuchi suffer inside?" David's voice broke. Even as a 5th-rank martial saint, he was powerless before a secret realm. His earlier confidence shattered completely. "Mr. Chen, if you want to open the secret realm, it's not impossible, but..." Zhou Jia hesitated. Chapter 2061. "What about it? Tell me quickly." As long as I can enter the secret realm and rescue Yuchi, I can pay any price. David asked hurriedly. I know that there is a Balian pavilion in Buyin Mountain, and inside that Balian pavilion there is a heavenly secret order. I heard that this heavenly secret order can open the entrance to any secret realm. It's just that this heavenly secret order is the treasure that safeguards the Balian pavilion, so it's not easy to borrow. But the pavilion master of Balian pavilion likes to collect all kinds of artifacts. If you have an artifact that he likes, he might lend you the heavenly secret order. Zhou Jie replied. Balian pavilion? Heavenly secret order? David frowned slightly. Why have I never heard of it? Although David had not been in the martial arts world for long, with the rapid increase in his strength and fame, he had gained deep understanding of many sects. Even the families that controlled secret realms, he now knew a thing or two. But he had never heard of the Balian pavilion. Mr. Chen doesn't know because although the Balian pavilion is in the secular world, it rarely associates with secular martial arts families. The Balian pavilion deals mostly with families from various secret realms. Because Balian pavilion can refine magic weapons, and because they hold the heavenly secret order, many secret realm families interact with them. Zhou Jie explained. David suddenly understood, then asked, where is the Balian pavilion in Buyin Mountain? I'll go find it now. I don't know the exact location. I only heard others mention it when I was still in the demon sect. Zhou Jie shook her head. David knew Buyin Mountain was vast, stretching hundreds of kilometers. Where was he supposed to start looking? And since Balian Pavilion had little contact with secular families, even if he inquired around, nobody might know anything. If he ran back to the demon sect to ask, it would take too long and waste precious time. Just when David felt lost, he suddenly thought of Mr. Shi. Since Mr. Shi even knew about the heaven and human realm, maybe he also knew about the Balian Pavilion. Thinking of this, David turned around and walked away. He was going to ask Mr. Shi. David, where are you going? Humatsi asked anxiously. But David had already walked far away and did not hear him. You guard the entrance to the secret realm. I'll go after him. Humatsi said. David was furious now, and he feared David would do something irrational. When Humatsi chased David all the way to the Dharma Protection Pavilion, he was stunned. He didn't understand what David was doing there. David, what are you doing here? Do you want the officials to help you find the Balian Pavilion? Humatsi hurriedly asked. Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Shi. David nodded. Hearing this, Humatsi was shocked. David, are you trying to die? You know Mr. Shi must summon you before you can enter. Who dares disturb Mr. Shi without being summoned? I advise you not to mess around. Even though Mr. Shi treats you well, you need to know your limits. David replied calmly, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Mr. Shi will never embarrass me. But Humatsi still held on to David tightly, refusing to let him enter. At that moment, Xing Jun walked out from the pavilion. Seeing both of them, he was slightly surprised. David, you really came. Mr. Shi just told me to come out and invite you in. Hearing this shocked even David. Clearly, Mr. Shi had already sensed his arrival. Chapter 2062. Master Hu, let go. This time Mr. Shi summoned me. David said. Only then did Humatsi release him. David continued, Do you want to come in with me? No. I'm not going in. Humatsi backed away repeatedly. He was clearly terrified of seeing Mr. Shi. David smiled. After being around Mr. Shi for so long, he no longer found him frightening. Sometimes, Mr. Shi even seemed kind. David followed Xing Jun into the room, and Xing Jun closed the door behind him. David, you came to see me early in the morning. Did you want to come over right after drinking last night? Mr. Shi asked with a slight smile. David shook his head. Mr. Shi, I came to ask if you know about the Balian Pavilion. Yes, and I also have some connections with Shi Qingpei, the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion. Mr. Shi replied. Connections? Then you must know the exact location of the Balian Pavilion. David said excitedly. Of course I know. You're looking for the Balian Pavilion because you want the Heavenly Secret Order to open the entrance to the Secret Realm, right? Mr. Sher smiled knowingly. David froze. He didn't understand how Mr. Sher always seemed to read his mind. Yes. We found a secret realm entrance in the backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance, and my girlfriend is likely imprisoned inside. I'll give you the address, and I'll give you a token. Just take it to Shi Qingpei, and he will naturally lend you the Heavenly Secret Order. After speaking, Mr. Shi casually picked up a brush from the table and tossed it to David, then told him the exact location of the Balian Pavilion. David infused his spiritual sense into the brush. It was an ordinary brush, without the slightest spiritual fluctuation. How could this ordinary brush be a token? He didn't dare question Mr. Shi. He thanked him and left the Dharma Protection Pavilion. David, how is it? Did you find out anything? Humatsi asked the moment he came out. David nodded. Yes. We're going to the Balian Pavilion. He was about to leave again, just one day after returning. Though Gulinger and the others were reluctant, they knew he was going to save Sonia. They could only pray for his safety. The most unwilling to see him leave were Humatsi and Zhou Jia. While waiting for transportation, Humatsi whispered flirtingly to Zhou Jia for a while, then set off together with David. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect, a flash of light appeared, and Ningji and the demon envoy slowly stepped out. At this moment, Ningji's aura was strong and oppressive. As expected of the flame demon body. Your physique and bloodline have already awakened. In such a short time, you've broken through to Martial Saint and reached the strength of 4th rank Martial Saint. With this flame body constitution, even if you face a 5th rank Martial Saint, you won't lose. The demon envoy praised him. It is all due to your cultivation and guidance. I will work even harder and dedicate everything to the sect. Ningji replied modestly. Very good. I know you've been waiting to avenge your father's death. Now you have your chance. David found the entrance to our secret realm and tried to force it open but failed. I want you to go out and stop him from ever stepping into our secret realm. The demon envoy said calmly. Lord Demon Envoy, no matter how powerful David is, he cannot open the entrance. Even if we don't interfere, he still can't enter. Why must we stop him? Ningji asked in confusion. Chapter 2063. After all, a spell has been added to the entrance of the secret realm. Unless one possesses the spell required to enter, don't even think about going in. You're underestimating him. Although brute force can't open the entrance to the secret realm, there is one thing that can. I believe those people from the demon sect must have told David about it. He might have already set off to look for it. If he really gets it, he can easily enter our secret realm. Not only can he enter the dungeon's secret realm, but he can also enter the place where we are currently cultivating. A look of worry appeared on the demon envoy's face. What is so powerful? Ningji asked in surprise. The Heavenly Secret Order from Balian Pavilion. You can go to Balian Pavilion and speak with them in the name of our Demon Heart sect. Hopefully, they will cooperate. If you can capture David alive, that would be best. If not, then beat him to death. This time, he must not be allowed to survive again. After the demon envoy finished speaking, he took out a small gourd only 10 centimeters long, tied with a red cord. The Pavilion Master of Balian Pavilion is a master in artifact refining, and he has spent his entire life collecting magic tools. If you bring this thing, I'm sure he will help once he sees it. The demon envoy handed the small gourd to Ningji. Ningji looked at it and said with a confused expression, Lord Demon Envoy, isn't this just a small, low-grade magic weapon? Don't ask. Do exactly as I tell you. When the time comes, I will reveal to the Pavilion Master the true beauty of this gourd. The demon envoy waved his hand. Ningji immediately knelt on one knee, nodding heavily. This subordinate will not disgrace his mission. I will definitely bring back that David. Buyan Mountain, Balian Pavilion. Balian Pavilion is located deep within Buyan Mountain, almost completely isolated from the world, making it impossible for ordinary people to find. Because the mountain road is extremely steep, ordinary people can't reach it at all. But for warriors or cultivators, no road is too difficult. At this moment, at the entrance of Balian Pavilion, Ningxi was staring up at the majestic gate. There were no guards on either side, only 2 dragon and tiger statues. Looking past the gate, everything inside was pitch black. From deep within Balian Pavilion, an invisible pressure made Ningxi feel nervous. Since there were no guards and no way to announce himself, Ningxi walked straight toward the entrance. But just as he stepped inside, 2 terrifying auras suddenly lunged at him. Ningxi froze, and then the dragon and tiger statues suddenly came to life, breathing out terrifying energy and pouncing toward him. Seeing this, Ningxi hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters. Once he exited the boundary of Balian Pavilion, the dragon and tiger instantly returned to being statues. Cold sweat dripped down Ningxi's forehead. What a powerful artifact! No wonder it's called the Holy Land of Artifact Refining. No one would have expected that although there were no guards at the gate, 2 powerful artifacts acted as protectors. Such extravagance was unheard of. Even among all the martial arts families in the secular world, none could afford such grand craftsmanship. Who goes there? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a robe walked out, shouting sharply at Ningxi. I am Ningxi of the Demon Heart sect. I have come to request an audience with the Pavilion Master of Balian Pavilion. Ningxi said respectfully. Although he had already reached the level of a 4th-rank martial saint and the middle-aged man was merely a Grand Marquis, Ningxi did not dare show any disrespect. Someone from the Demon Heart sect? The middle-aged man was startled, then said, Come in. Ningxi followed him into Balian Pavilion. Even after entering, Ningxi could only see about 10 meters ahead, everything else was covered in darkness. It was impossible to see the true size of the pavilion. Ningxi guessed that the entire pavilion was enveloped by a massive magic tool, causing this unusual effect. Chapter 2064. The middle-aged man led Ningxi to a living room, knocked, and said, Master, someone from the Demon Heart sect requests an audience. Are you kidding me? This is the first annoying one today. An impatient voice snapped from inside, then added, Let him in. The middle-aged man pushed the door open and said to Ningxi, Go in. But according to the rules, you only have half an hour. Ningxi was stunned. He didn't know Balian Pavilion had such a rule. But half an hour was enough to explain everything. When Ningxi entered, he saw a young man sitting on a chair, about his age, holding a folding fan, while an extremely beautiful woman stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. The young man lifted his eyes, glanced at Ningxi, squinted, and said, Half an hour. Pick whatever you want. Look at the goods and discuss the price. Ningxi was stunned by this remark. But after noticing the room filled with magic tools, he understood. The young man thought he was a customer. I'm sorry, I'm not here to buy magic weapons. I'm here to see the Pavilion Master of Balian Pavilion. Ningxi said calmly. Hearing this, the young man opened his eyes slightly wider and stared at Ningxi with caution. What do you want with my father? You. Ningxi immediately realized this was the young Pavilion Master, so he smiled politely. So it's the young Pavilion Master. My apologies. I am here to deliver an artifact. When the young man heard he had brought a magic tool, his expression immediately changed to excitement. He waved at the girl behind him. You may leave. The girl obeyed and stepped out. The young man stood up and said, Please sit. My name is Shi Yan. May I know your name? My name is Ningxi. Oh, Brother Ning, please sit. Shi Yan personally poured him a cup of tea. What magic weapon did you bring for my father? This. Ningxi hesitated, then said. Young Pavilion Master, Lord Demon Envoy instructed me to hand this artifact to the Pavilion Master personally, since only he can activate it. Shi Yan frowned. Brother Ning, my father is in seclusion refining artifacts. He won't be coming out anytime soon. If you don't trust me, then please leave. Seeing Shi Yan getting annoyed, Ningxi quickly said. Young Pavilion Master, you misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm simply afraid you won't know how to activate this artifact. Then he took out the small gourd and placed it on the table. Shi Yan examined it closely. It looked extremely ordinary, without even the slightest spiritual fluctuation. Are you sure this is a magic weapon? Shi Yan asked suspiciously. Young Pavilion Master, Lord Demon Envoy assured us that it is. But I do not know how to activate it. Ningxi explained honestly. Strange, how can there be a magic weapon I can't sense at all? Shi Yan frowned, then said. Brother Ning, wait here. I'll be right back. Shi Yan left with the gourd. He walked into a room in the backyard, extremely dark inside. A white-haired old man lay inside, snoring loudly. Chapter 2065, Corrected Version. Old Yan. Shi Yan shouted softly, and the old man instantly opened his eyes. Shi Yan, is there another magic weapon you don't understand? After seeing that it was Shi Yan, Old Yan stood up and asked with a yawn. Old Yan, someone indeed sent a magic weapon. I don't understand it, so I hope you can help identify it. After speaking, Shi Yan took out the gourd. This Old Yan was the appraiser of Balian Pavilion. Most instruments had to pass through his hands, and he could determine the grade of a magic tool with a single glance. Even Pavilion Master Shi Qingpei respected Old Yan, so Shi Yan was always polite to him. Old Yan picked up the small gourd and played with it twice. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing Old Yan's expression, Shi Yan's heart trembled. He quickly asked, Old Yan, is this really a magic weapon? Yes, and it is a high-quality magic weapon. Old Yan's face was full of excitement. Then he picked up a small mallet from beside him and tapped lightly on the gourd. No one knew what incantation Old Yan was chanting, but the originally plain and shabby gourd suddenly began to flash with purple light. The light shot straight into the sky, brightening the entire room. Shi Yan stared at the brilliant glow, completely stunned. As Old Yan stopped chanting, the light gradually faded away. At this moment, the old and simple-looking gourd became radiant, releasing waves of immense spiritual energy. Old Yan, what magic weapon is this? Shi Yan asked in astonishment. This is a purple gold gourd, containing the power of heaven and earth. I heard that this purple gold gourd originally belonged to the demon world. I don't know how it ended up in your hands. Old Yan said, puzzled. Old Yan, this gourd was sent by the Demon Heart sect. Shi Yan quickly explained. Oh, Old Yan nodded, then reminded Shi Yan, since they sent such a precious magic weapon, they must be asking for something. Your father is currently in seclusion refining tools, so you must be cautious. Don't promise anything recklessly. Old Yan understood that gifts of such value were never given for no reason. Shi Yan was still young, so Old Yan felt the need to warn him. Don't worry, Old Yan. I know what to do. Shi Yan nodded, then left with the gourd. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he injected a trace of spiritual energy into the gourd. Instantly, the gourd erupted in a terrifying burst of light. A tremendous spiritual force spread outward, causing the entire Balian Pavilion to tremble. The Balian Pavilion was protected by its own powerful defensive magic tool. At this moment, the aura from the purple gold gourd collided with the protective barrier, causing the entire pavilion to shake violently. Seeing this, Shi Yan hurriedly withdrew his energy. The terrifying aura slowly dissipated. What an incredible power, it almost destroyed the protective magic tool of our Balian Pavilion. Shi Yan stared at the gourd in his hand, his eyes burning with desire. When he returned to the room, Ningxi was still waiting anxiously. The moment he saw Shi Yan, he quickly stood up and asked, Young Pavilion Master, how is it? Brother Ning, the gourd your Demon Heart sect sent is indeed a very powerful magic weapon. But no one gives such a treasure without expecting something in return. If you have any requests from Balian Pavilion, just say it directly. Shi Yan said bluntly. Seeing Shi Yan being so straightforward, Ningji spoke truthfully, "Young Pavilion Master, we gave your Balian Pavilion this magic weapon because we hope you can help our Demon Heart sect capture someone." "Who?" Shi Yan asked. "David. That David wants to enter the secret realm of my Demon Heart sect, but he cannot open the entrance. Therefore, he is very likely to come to Balian Pavilion to borrow the Heavenly Secret Order. So we hope Balian Pavilion will refuse to lend him the Heavenly Secret Order and help us capture him," Ningji said. Chapter 2066, Corrected Version. David? Shi Yan thought for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "I've heard that name. Is he that brat who's been incredibly arrogant in today's martial arts world? The one who even destroyed the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance?" Because Balian Pavilion rarely interacted with the martial arts world, Shi Yan knew very little about David. He didn't even know that the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance was secretly under the Demon Heart sect. When Ningji heard Shi Yan mention the destruction of the Martial Arts Alliance, his expression visibly twitched. "Yes, that is the one. He has grudges with our Demon Heart sect, so we hope Balian Pavilion can help us capture him." Ningji nodded. "Don't worry. Do you really think anyone can just come and borrow our Heavenly Secret Order? And as for capturing him, I can help. But after capturing David, I don't want this matter to spread. After all, Balian Pavilion is a business. We do not wish to be involved in your secret realm disputes," Shi Yan said. The reason Balian Pavilion could remain neutral and stable was precisely because it sold magic tools and refused to participate in any conflict. Furthermore, Balian Pavilion possessed a magic tool coveted by all secret realms, the Heavenly Secret Order. With the Heavenly Secret Order, the entrance to any secret realm could be opened. No secret realm dared to offend Balian Pavilion. If Balian Pavilion were to lend the Heavenly Secret Order to the wrong party, the consequences would be disastrous. "Young Pavilion Master, rest assured. Other than you and me, no one will know about this. David will not leave the Demon Heart sect alive," Ningji guaranteed. "That's best. I agree." Shi Yan smiled faintly. Seeing Shi Yan agree, Ningji was ecstatic. As long as David came to Balian Pavilion, he would never leave alive. At this moment, a Balian Pavilion member walked in and said, "Young Master, there are 2 people outside requesting to see you." "It's endless, so annoying." Shi Yan frowned with irritation. "Who are they? If it's not important, tell them to fuck off. I don't have time for guests." "Young Master," one of them said, "his name is David." The member replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yan and Ningji were both stunned. Speak of the devil, David had arrived. "Quickly invite them in," Shi Yan ordered. After the member left to fetch David, Shi Yan told Ningji to hide. At the entrance, David and Humatsi were admiring the majestic gate and the dragon and tiger sculptures guarding it. 2 magic tools just to guard the door. Balian Pavilion is really extravagant, Humatsi exclaimed in shock. 2 gentlemen, please come in," a Balian Pavilion member said. David and Humatsi followed him inside. After entering the hall, both of them were stunned by the sight. Magic tools of every shape and kind filled the room. Humatsi's eyes shone with excitement. David glanced around. Although the variety was great, most were low-grade tools, nothing too extraordinary. "You too, are you here to buy magic tools?" At that moment, Shi Yan walked out and asked. "We didn't come to buy magic tools. We're here to borrow something from Pavilion Master Shi," David said politely. "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Shi Yan. Pavilion Master Balian is my father." Shi Yan introduced himself. Chapter 2067. "Oh, so you're the young Pavilion Master. My name is David." David hurriedly shook hands with Shi Yan. After all, since he came to borrow something, it was only proper to be polite. "My dad is currently in seclusion refining a magic weapon, and he won't come out anytime soon. What do you want to borrow?" Shi Yan asked David. In fact, he already knew David came to borrow the heavenly secret order, but he pretended not to. When David heard that Shi Qingpei was in seclusion, he could only say, "Young pavilion master, we came this time to borrow your heavenly secret order. Once we're done using it, I will return it immediately." What? Borrow the heavenly secret order? Are you joking? The heavenly secret order is the treasure of our Balian pavilion, how could it be casually lent out? Shi Yan snorted coldly. David also knew the heavenly secret order wouldn't be easily lent, so he quickly took out the brush Mr. Shi had given him and handed it over. "Young pavilion master, this is what Mr. Shi asked me to give your father. He said your father would understand once he saw it." Shi Yan took the brush, glanced at it casually, and threw it back. "What rubbish! Isn't this just an ordinary brush? And this Mr. Shi you mentioned, I've never heard of him." Shi Yan was growing impatient. David was now troubled. Shi Qingpei was in seclusion, and Shi Yan didn't know Mr. Shi. How was he supposed to borrow the heavenly secret order? "Young pavilion master, I truly need the heavenly secret order to save someone. You can name a condition. Under what circumstances would you be willing to lend it to me?" David asked earnestly. "Do you have any particularly good magic weapons on you? If so, I might consider exchanging one with you in order to let you borrow the heavenly secret order." Shi Yan stared at David. "Yes, I have a storage ring. Can you take a look at it?" David removed his storage ring. But Shi Yan didn't even glance at it. "We have plenty of magic tools with storage functions. This thing is useless." He dismissed it immediately. David then opened the ring, took out the Qianquan circle, and said, "Young pavilion master, what about the Qianquan circle? It's a space-type magic weapon. It can teleport you anywhere instantly." Shi Yan took the Qianquan circle, weighed it twice in his hand, and sneered. "This space magic tool is damaged. It hasn't been used many times, but even when it works, the distance it can teleport is limited. It's not a high-quality magic weapon. But since it's still a space-type tool, it's barely acceptable. Do you have any other magic weapons?" David shook his head. "I really don't have anything else. I do have a magic weapon, but if the young pavilion master is willing to lend me the heavenly secret order, I can refine a few essence pills for Balian Pavilion in exchange." "You can refine pills?" Shi Yan looked surprised. "Of course he can. David is the valley master of Yaoshan Valley. How could he not know how to refine pills?" Hu Matsi added from the side. "In that case, I'll lend it to you once." Shi Yan nodded, then directly put the Qianquan circle into his own robe. In the back, Ning Ji, still hiding, was boiling with rage. The Qianquan circle was originally his, forcibly taken by David. Now David had actually used it as a bargaining chip. "Thank you so much, young pavilion master," David said gratefully. "You too, follow me." Shi Yan led David and Hu Matsi out of the hall and headed toward the courtyard deep within Balian Pavilion. "David, I feel something's wrong. Why would Balian Pavilion lend us the heavenly secret order so easily?" Hu Matsi whispered nervously. "Don't talk. Just follow my lead." David cut him off. The humble expression he showed earlier had completely vanished, replaced by deep caution. Chapter 2068. "Oh, so you're the young pavilion master. My name is David." David hurriedly shook hands with Shi Yan. After all, since he came to borrow something, being polite was only proper. "My dad is in seclusion refining magic weapons. He won't come out anytime soon. What do you want to borrow?" Shi Yan asked. He already knew David wanted the heavenly secret order, but pretended ignorance. David said, "Young pavilion master, we came to borrow the heavenly secret order. After using it, I'll return it immediately." "What? Borrow the heavenly secret order? Are you joking? The heavenly secret order is the treasure of our Balian Pavilion, how can it be casually loaned out?" Shi Yan scoffed. David understood it wouldn't be easy, so he took out the brush Mr. Shi gave him. "Young pavilion master, this is from Mr. Shi. He told me your father would understand after seeing it. Shi Yan took a look and casually threw it back. What garbage? Just an ordinary brush. And I've never heard of this, Mr. Shi. David became anxious. With Shi Qingpei in seclusion and Shi Yan not knowing Mr. Shi, borrowing the order was getting harder. Young Pavilion Master, I really need the heavenly secret order to save someone. Please give me a condition under which you will lend it. Do you have any good magic weapons? I'll consider letting you borrow the heavenly secret order if you exchange something valuable. Shi Yan said. David removed his storage ring. But Shi Yan dismissed it instantly. We have plenty of storage-type tools. This is worthless. David then took out the Qinquan circle. Young Pavilion Master, what about this Qinquan circle? A space-type magic weapon that can teleport its user anywhere. Shi Yan examined it briefly and sneered. This space magic tool is damaged. It hasn't even been used many times. And even when it works, the teleportation distance is short. It's not a good magic weapon. But since it's still a space-type tool, it's barely acceptable. Any other magic weapons? David shook his head. I really don't have anything else. But if you lend me the heavenly secret order, I can refine several essence pills for Balian Pavilion in exchange. You can refine pills? Shi Yan sounded surprised. Of course. David is the Valley Master of Yaoshan Valley. Of course he can refine pills. Hu Matsi said. In that case, I'll lend it once. Shi Yan nodded, then pocketed the Qinquan circle. Ningji, hidden in the back, was furious. That Qinquan circle was his, taken by David. Now David used it to trade. Thank you so much, young Pavilion Master. David said gratefully. Come with me. Shi Yan led them toward the inner courtyard. David, something is off. Why did Balian Pavilion agree so easily? Hu Matsi whispered nervously. Don't speak. Just follow me. David said, his earlier humility replaced by sharp vigilance. Chapter 2069. Hu Matsi stopped talking and followed closely behind David. Shi Yan led David and the others into a secret room. The secret room was very dark. As soon as they entered, David and Hu Matsi felt the oppressive force within it. David and Hu Matsi were stunned for a moment. They both stopped at the same time, and Shi Yan quickly explained, don't be nervous. Because the heavenly secret order is too precious, my father placed it in this secret room and infused it with suppressive power. The purpose is to weaken the strength of anyone who enters. This is to prevent someone from forcibly taking the secret order. As soon as you leave the room, the pressure disappears, and it won't affect your body. If you're worried about any side effects, you can relax. Hearing Shi Yan's explanation, David and Hu Matsi continued forward. But after just 2 steps, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. David frowned slightly and looked at Shi Yan, who had already walked out through another exit. Just as David and Hu Matsi tried to go through that exit, the door there also closed tightly. David and Hu Matsi were trapped in the secret room. There was no heavenly secret order at all. Crunch. A harsh sound echoed, and the originally dark secret room gradually brightened as its walls became transparent. David and Hu Matsi looked out and saw Shi Yan standing outside, sneering at them. Young Pavilion Master, what do you mean by this? David asked coldly. It doesn't mean anything, Shi Yan sneered. Someone asked me to capture you. That's all. Did Ningji ask you to do this? David asked calmly. Shi Yan was slightly taken aback. How do you know? Not only do I know, David replied, I also know that he's here. David looked behind Shi Yan. Ningji, come out. You want revenge, but you don't dare face me. The dignified young master of the Ning family, the former leader of Kyoto's younger generation of martial artists, have you really become such a coward? As David's voice fell, Ningji slowly walked out, glaring at him. David, Ningji said coldly, I should actually thank you. If you hadn't pushed me to this point, I never would have reached this level of strength, nor discovered that I possess a special physique. If the demon envoy didn't need your body, I would kill you right now and make your soul scatter into nothing. Even though David was locked in the secret room, he looked completely calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think capturing me is that easy?" Ning Ji's expression stiffened, and he looked to Shi Yan. "No one has ever escaped this secret room," Shi Yan said quickly. "The pressure inside will reduce you to an ordinary person. How could you possibly escape?" He said this not only to David but also to reassure Ning Ji. "No one has ever escaped." David sneered. "You think too highly of your shitty little room. What? You think you can escape?" Shi Yan stepped forward with a provocative look. David didn't respond with words, he answered with action. He clenched his fist, golden light flashing across it, and punched the wall of the secret room. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Terrifying spiritual power blasted through the secret room, and the shockwave sent Shi Yan flying like a rag doll. The secret room wasn't that strong. After all, anyone inside would normally be suppressed and unable to break out. But David wasn't anyone. Just this. David stepped out of the ruins with a sneer. "You wanted to trap me with this?" Shi Yan staggered to his feet, staring at David in disbelief. What's going on? Isn't your strength supposed to be suppressed?" "I already told you," David said mockingly. "Don't imagine your stupid little tricks are perfect. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't suppress David, let alone a mere tool." Shi Yan's expression turned extremely ugly. He had never expected David to remain unaffected. "David," Ning Ji roared, excitement burning in his eyes, "since you can't be trapped, then I'll kill you today. I'm sure the demon envoy will not blame me." His hatred for David had reached its peak. The strength of a fourth-rank martial saint surged from his body, enough to dominate the martial arts world. "There are many people who want to kill me," David said calmly. "None of them succeeded. You won't be an exception." To Ning Ji, that smile was pure provocation, an unbearable insult. The murderous intent between them filled the entire Balian pavilion with a chilling aura. "Let's end this today," Ning Ji growled, clenching his fists as his aura erupted. Their killing intent collided, causing the air itself to explode. The entire void trembled. Humatzi and Shi Yan instinctively backed away. The clash of two martial saints was something they absolutely could not withstand. "Go to hell!" Unable to suppress his killing intent any longer, Ning Ji charged. His punch carried the full force of a martial saint. But David stood there calmly, hands behind his back, eyes filled with cold ridicule. Shi Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ning Ji's punch could easily level a hill, but David didn't even move. Was he frozen by fear? Humatzi grew anxious. Even though David had become stronger, strong enough to defeat Kuroki Kawasaki, this was still a martial saint. "David, be careful." But David didn't react at all. He stood motionless. To Ning Ji, this was the greatest insult. Gritting his teeth, Ning Ji poured even more power into his punch. Boom! His fist smashed into David's body. A massive force erupted outward. Buildings, trees, everything in the area was pulverized instantly. A tornado-like shockwave swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in its path. Although Humatzi and Shi Yan had already retreated, they could still feel the force of the aftermath and resisted desperately, but the surrounding buildings suffered immensely. The wind dissipated, dust fell, and the entire courtyard was in ruins, as if devastated by a storm. David stood quietly, completely still, without the slightest change in expression or gaze. In his contemptuous eyes, there was nothing but disdain. Shi Yan looked at the ruined courtyard, deeply distressed. This was all Balian Pavilion's family business. If his father saw this, he would probably break his legs. But when Shi Yan saw David remain motionless, his eyes were filled with surprise. At the same time, Ning Ji's eyes widened, his face changing dramatically. This is impossible. How can this happen? Ning Ji stared at David, who was completely unscathed, his face full of disbelief. He had cultivated tirelessly to improve his strength, all to kill David one day. Now, he had reached the level of a martial saint, and with his flame demon physique, he felt confident he could easily kill David. But things hadn't gone according to plan. This was martial saint level power, the strongest force in the martial arts world. Why could it not even harm David? Ningji couldn't comprehend it, and it terrified him. Nothing is impossible. Do you think martial saint level power is the strongest in the martial arts world? You're just a frog at the bottom of the well. Not to mention that you are only a martial saint, even a god of war. I've killed a few of them, David said with a sneer. The reason David stood still while Ningji attacked was psychological. He wanted to completely destroy Ningji's confidence. This guy had always been calculating and prideful, and David wanted to crush his mind. As expected, David's words left Ningji momentarily stunned. Martial god. Martial god? Ningji muttered to himself. He didn't even know what a martial god was. It wasn't in his knowledge. He had always thought martial saint was the peak of the martial arts world. He had worked hard to reach this level, nearly at the very top. Now, there was an existence above martial saint, the martial god. Ningji's mind reeled in disbelief. Do you want to see the power of a Valkyrie? I'll open your eyes, David said, raising his hand to slap Ningji. Clap. With a crisp sound, Ningji felt his body lift as he spun through the air, the massive airflow slamming into him. Humatsi and Shiryan's eyes widened, looking up at Ningji, who had become a tiny black speck in the distance. David's slap had sent a martial saint flying. After an unknown amount of time, Ningji crashed heavily to the ground. Bang! A deafening impact sent Ningji's body smashing into the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Shiryan swallowed hard, unable to believe what he saw. Ningji tried to rise, but half of his face was twisted and deformed from the impact. It looked terrifying. For the first time, fear appeared in Ningji's eyes as he stared at David. This was exactly the result David wanted. Don't underestimate him. He is not a god of war. Don't forget, you are a flame demon body. The spirit inside Ningji sensed his fear and whispered a warning. Yes. I am a flame demon body. How could I be afraid of him? Ah! Ningji roared as his body began to radiate brilliant light. Flames ignited around him, and the temperature throughout Balian Pavilion surged. Chapter 2072. Today, I will let you taste the power of my flame demon body, exploding. The flames around Ningji condensed into a massive fireball, hurtling toward David. David still kept his hands behind his back, his eyes showing indifference. It's useless. Your physique means nothing to me. David's body suddenly burst with golden light. Golden scales enveloped him, and a golden dragon appeared behind him, circling constantly. As the fireball reached him, David casually raised his hand and grabbed it. The energy of the fireball wrapped around him, and the raging flames burned against his golden scales, without harming him. Humph! I'll bury you in a sea of fire. Ningji growled coldly. But David remained motionless, holding the fireball in his hand, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. What's yours? I'll give it back to you. He tossed the fireball casually, and it slammed into Ningji with crushing force. Boom! The fireball struck Ningji, forcing him to spurt blood from his mouth and stagger backward. At this moment, Ningji nearly collapsed, blood dripping from his chest. The flames on David's body vanished, revealing golden armor that shimmered like a god of war descended to earth. Ningji's fighting spirit collapsed. He realized he had no strength to resist David. You dare rely on your soul sorcery to defeat me? David stepped forward. Ningji's eyes filled with fear as David approached. When he tried to escape, David's punch struck him, keeping him down. Ningji's body faltered, his strength rapidly waning. A black mist floated out of his body and fled. Trying to escape? David snorted. He could sense the souls in Ningji's body. David opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A tremendous suction force drew the black mist into him. Ningji's eyes widened. David's strength exceeded all imagination. Go to hell. David raised his foot to stomp on Ningxi, intending to crush him completely. "David, wait!" Humatsi shouted, stopping him. David paused, lifting his foot, and looked at Humatsi. "Master Hu, what is it?" Humatsi quickly whispered in David's ear. David nodded repeatedly. "Then I'll leave Ningxi to you. I'll handle the rest myself." David then turned his cold gaze toward Shi Yan. Shi Yan trembled under that gaze. "Where is the secret order?" David asked, his tone sharp. "The heavenly secret order is kept by my father. I don't even know where it is." Shi Yan stammered. "You don't know? Then take me to your father." David wouldn't leave without the secret order. "My father is in retreat. I cannot disturb him," Shi Yan started, but David waved his hand. Shi Yan's body crashed to the ground. At this moment, numerous Balian Pavilion members rushed over with magical instruments. Shi Yan shouted desperately, "Stop him!" The crowd surged forward toward David. Shi Yan got up and ran straight to Yan Lao's room, knowing that only Yan Lao could save him now. Looking at the rushing members of Balian Pavilion, David showed no mercy. Since Shi Yan and Ningxi had partnered to deal with him, Balian Pavilion was now his enemy. And David had no intention of showing the slightest mercy to an enemy. David waved his hand, golden light flashing, and a great marquee was swept away. The others, holding their magic tools, didn't dare approach. They launched their weapons toward David, filling the air with brilliant light and a series of powerful spells. Balian Pavilion was famous for its refining tools, and the magic tools in the hands of its members were far from ordinary. Yet, despite so many magic tools coming at him simultaneously, David remained unafraid. In the face of absolute strength, any magic weapon was futile. David clasped his palms together, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire Balian Pavilion. Every strike from his palms meant death for those present, and David had no scruples. Soon, the magic tools in the hands of Balian Pavilion members shattered under David's immense power. One by one, they vomited blood and collapsed. In just a few minutes, the dozen or so members holding magic tools lay dead, their bodies frozen. Not far away, Ningxi watched, emotions conflicted. David didn't even glance at the corpses, he went straight for Shi Yan. With Shi Yan's breath, David quickly closed the distance. Shi Yan, seeing David chasing him, was terrified. More than a dozen members holding magic tools had been dispatched, yet David had closed in so quickly. "Yan Lao, save me! Yan Lao, save me!" Shi Yan screamed, panicked. Soon, the old Yan Lao emerged from the room, looking at the frightened Shi Yan. "Young Pavilion Master, what's wrong?" "Old man Yan, this David wants to kill me. Save me! Save me!" Shi Yan was nearly paralyzed with fear, hiding behind Yan Lao. Yan Lao frowned, his gaze on David. "Why have you broken into Balian Pavilion, and why are you attacking our young Pavilion Master?" David glanced at Yan Lao, noting that the old man's strength was at most a Wu Ho Chu, not even comparable to the Balian Pavilion members he had just defeated. He didn't understand why Shi Yan expected this old man to save him, as his strength was clearly insufficient. "I came to Balian Pavilion to borrow the heavenly secret order. But you, young Pavilion Master, conspired to attack me. I'm a person who takes revenge," David said coldly. "Borrow the secret order?" Yan Lao laughed loudly. "Do you think anyone can borrow the secret order of Balian Pavilion? Look at yourself." His face turned cold. Suddenly, several chains flickering with cold light shot out from his clothes. Each chain had jagged tips, like pythons bearing their fangs. David realized that, while this old Yan Lao was not very powerful, he was indeed a master of using instruments. "Since you won't lend it, then I'll take it." David's figure disappeared in a flash, heading straight for Shi Yan. As long as Shi Yan was under his control, David didn't doubt that Balian Pavilion would hand over the secret order. Seeing this, Yan Lao swung the chains into the air, forming a massive net to entangle David. "Humph! Ignorant!" David sneered at the chains that coiled like pythons. The strength gap was too great. Even with the chains, Yen Lao could not match David. David's palm glowed with light. He reached out, grabbed a chain, and with a tug, pulled it apart. Chapter 2074. The seemingly strong, ferocious iron chains shattered instantly under David's gentle pull, scattering across the floor. Yen Lao widened his eyes in disbelief. Master! What about the Zijin gourd? Yen Lao hurriedly grabbed the purple gold gourd that Shi Yan had handed him. Shi Yan, trembling, quickly passed the Zijin gourd to Yen Lao. As soon as Yen Lao held it, the gourd radiated with purple light, releasing a terrifying aura. David frowned slightly, sensing the immense power within the gourd. A high-grade magic weapon. Golden light shimmered over David's body, his golden scales glinting to perfection. A golden dragon emerged slowly, coiling in the air behind him. Yen Lao's face darkened, realizing the situation was beyond his control. He pressed the Zijin gourd, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Balian pavilion. Brilliant energy burst from the gourd like rockets, each beam containing power comparable to a martial saint. David clenched his fists. The golden dragon coiled around his arm as he let out a thunderous roar. Break! He struck the energy from the gourd, each punch transforming into a golden dragon. Boom, boom, boom. David's punches collided with the gourd's energy, shaking the entire pavilion. Surrounding buildings collapsed, the ground cracked, and distant mountains erupted with rolling boulders. Yen Lao's face turned pale as blood spurted from his mouth, and the brilliance from the Zijin gourd vanished. David withdrew the dragon's power, his face set grim. Old Yen, Mr. Yen. Shi Yan hurriedly supported Yen Lao. David stepped forward. Hand over the secret order, and maybe I'll let you survive. Shi Yan's heart sank as he regretted ever agreeing to follow Ningxi against David. If he had known David's strength was this terrifying, he never would have agreed, even if given a powerful magic weapon. But no one can buy regret. Then, we really don't know where it is. My father kept it, Shi Yan stammered, almost in tears. David's patience snapped. He grabbed Shi Yan by the collar, lifting him off the ground. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the secret order? David's murderous aura enveloped Shi Yan completely. The boy felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, the cold creeping from his heart. Shi Yan could barely speak. The secret order was placed by the pavilion master that day. We truly don't know. Even if you kill us, it won't help. Seeing this, Yen Lao hurriedly followed David. David realized they truly didn't know, so he said, Then take me to your pavilion master. Our pavilion master is in retreat and refining. Until he finishes, no one can see him. You'll have to wait a few days. The cabinet leader will be able to leave on the 10th day, Yen Lao explained carefully, fearing David's wrath. David sighed and released Shi Yan to the ground. When your pavilion master leaves retreat, tell him I've come to see him. David snatched the Zijin gourd from Yen Lao and turned to leave. He couldn't just wander around in vain, and this purple gold gourd should be taken as compensation from Balian Pavilion. Seeing David take the Zijin gourd, no one dared to say a word, not Yen Lao, not Shi Yan. David walked back, and Hu Matsi quickly asked, How is it? Did you find the secret order? David shook his head. It seems that this guy really wants to take us into the secret realm, but fortunately you stopped it just now. I didn't kill Ningxi. Then what should we do now? Hu Matsi asked. Go back first. If we want the secret order, we need the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion to come out. Let this Ningxi lead us to open the entrance to the secret realm. If that doesn't work, we'll return to Balian Pavilion. After speaking, David stepped forward and directly picked up Ningxi. At this moment, Ningxi, like a dead dog, was carried away by David. David and the others returned to the capital. Although they didn't acquire the secret order, they captured Ningxi. It was a worthwhile trip. And they also obtained the purple gold gourd. However, this gourd was not very useful to David. His current strength rendered it unnecessary. Master Hu, it must have been hard for you to come to Balian Pavilion with me. Let me give you a gift. David said. Humatsi was stunned, then looked at David warily. What are you thinking, kid? Why suddenly give me a gift? I can tell you, I only like women. David was momentarily shocked, then laughed and scolded, What the hell are you thinking? I took out a magic weapon from Balian Pavilion. It's useless to me, so I'm giving it to you. What? You stole a magic weapon from Balian Pavilion? Damn, even stealing other people's magic tools. Humatsi was astonished. What do you mean, stealing? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't steal it, I took it. David laughed. Ha ha ha. Humatsi also burst into laughter. But when David revealed the Zijin gourd, Humatsi's laughter stopped instantly. He stared at the gourd in shock. This is a purple gold gourd, a high-grade magic weapon. Humatsi exclaimed. Nonsense. If it were a low-grade weapon, would I even bother giving it to you? David said, frowning. Yes. Of course I want it. Humatsi snatched the Zijin gourd and hugged David, about to kiss him. David pushed him away. I told you, I only like women. Humatsi smiled. David, thank you. This is more important than a woman. What's more important than a woman, huh? At that moment, Zhou Jia arrived. Seeing Zhou Jia, Humatsi exclaimed, Nothing is more important than you. I've missed you the past 2 days. He hugged Zhou Jia and walked away. David was speechless. When he entered the room where Ningxi was held, he smiled coldly at the sluggish, curled-up man. David, killing me is useless. Keeping me won't open the entrance to the secret realm. I'm just a pawn of the Demon Heart sect, they won't tell me the spell to open it. Ningxi said bitterly. He was desperate, because living in such fear was unbearable. You don't need to rush to death. Even if you can't open the entrance, I'll keep you. I want to see if the Demon Heart sect values you highly. Since your special physique has been cultivated, I'll keep you. I believe the Demon Heart sect doesn't treat you as an ordinary chess piece, otherwise, your strength wouldn't have grown so fast. David lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. White heavy checkmark chapter 2076. Whether Ningxi could open the entrance or not, David had to try. He had no other choice, unless he waited 10 days for the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion to exit and borrow the heavenly secret order. Ningxi gave a wry smile, stood against the wall, and stretched his hand toward David. David tossed him a cigarette and lit it for him. Ningxi inhaled deeply, then exhaled. You underestimate the Demon Heart sect. You've never seen its true power. I am just a chess piece in their hands. Ningxi spoke and smoked heavily. Is the Demon Heart sect stronger than Gorfiend? David asked. Ningxi choked. He had seen Gorfiend's strength and knew the Demon Heart sect could not compare. With your current strength, it's wishful thinking to destroy the Demon Heart sect, Ningxi added after a pause. Really? David smiled lightly, exhaling smoke. I'll save your life and let you watch me destroy the Demon Heart sect. I know you're unconvinced. I'll make you convinced. No matter your special physique, you'll never defeat me, never. Ningxi finished speaking, dropping the cigarette butt. David turned and walked out. Ningxi quietly stared at the cigarette butt, lost in thought. The next morning, David ordered Long Xingshu to escort Ningxi to the entrance of the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. David, Humatsi, and Zhou Jia also followed. Zhou Jia waved his palms lightly, and the entrance appeared, though the spell still barred entry. Open the entrance to this secret realm, David ordered Ningxi. I said, I can't open it. I don't know the spell. I'm just a chess piece. Ningxi shook his head. Open it, David repeated, ignoring Ningxi's protests. I can't, Ningxi began, but David lightly tapped his shoulder. A spiritual force penetrated Ningxi's body. Ningxi felt the pain of 10,000 ants devouring his heart, his face contorted hideously. The agony was unbearable. He screamed, wishing for death, but death would not come. Open the entrance, and I'll let you go," David said coldly. I really don't know." "You kill me, kill me." Ningxi begged. "I won't kill you. I want you to witness whether I can destroy the Demon Heart sect," David said. Everyone watched Ningxi writhe in pain, but no one sympathized. At that moment, the entrance fluctuated, and a figure appeared. "Lord Demon! Lord Demon, save me!" Seeing the figure, Ningxi saw hope and called desperately. But the magic envoy ignored him, staring coldly at David. "David, let him go, or your girlfriend will be in danger." "I can let him go, but you have to release my girlfriend first," David replied. "Haggling with me? Do you have the qualifications? This Ningxi is just a little bastard. Our Demon Heart sect doesn't care about him, but don't forget, your girlfriend is still in our hands." The magician waved his palm, and an image appeared in the void, showing the imprisoned Sonia. Chapter 2077. After seeing Sonia, David's eyes turned scarlet. His fists clenched, teeth grinding. David placed one hand on Ningxi's head and glared at the magic envoy. "Let go of my girlfriend, or I will kill him now." The magic envoy sneered. "You can try. He's just a piece of trash now, useless to our Demon Heart sect. But your girlfriend is very important to you." In the image before David, a man in a black robe, leather whip in hand, kept torturing Sonia. Although David couldn't hear the sound, he could clearly see the pain on Sonia's face. Seeing Sonia tormented right in front of him, David trembled. Blood and tears streamed from his eyes. The murderous aura on David's body skyrocketed, spreading throughout half of Kyoto. Countless martial arts families ran out, horror in their eyes. They had never felt such a murderous aura. In the Guardian Pavilion, Mr. Sher frowned, glancing at the martial arts alliance. This David, when will his temper stabilize? It will be easy for others to manipulate him. "Mr. Sher, why don't you help him?" Xing Jun asked, confused. He often saw Mr. Sher worried about David. With his strength, helping should be easy. "I can help him for a while, but not for his entire life. He has to walk his own path. This is his destiny from birth." Mr. Sher sighed softly and returned to his room. Meanwhile, David Ping faced the demon, his face twisted with rage, almost insane. "Damn your grandmother! If I don't kill you, I swear I will not be human." David spoke each word like a bullet and charged at the magic envoy like a cannonball. Boom! David struck the demon, but his attack passed through. It was only a phantom. His blow shattered the phantom instantly. "Ha ha ha, David, let me warn you. If you dare harm Ningxi, your girlfriend's torture will be far worse than whipping." The phantom vanished, leaving only a cold voice. David's anger peaked, but he was powerless. He wanted to start a killing spree. But he couldn't even enter the secret realm. How could he kill anyone? "David, you can't lose control now. That old bastard is deliberately provoking you." Humatsi, seeing David's scarlet eyes and signs of a magical transformation, hurried forward. "Brother David, calm down." Long Xingshu also rushed to persuade him. Gradually, David's fury subsided. The scarlet in his eyes receded. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm, still barred, David sighed. "Let's go back." He kicked Ningxi fiercely and then returned with everyone to Dragon Gate. David knew Ningxi must be important to the Demon Heart sect. Otherwise, the envoy wouldn't have appeared, nor used Sonia as a threat. Even if the sect hadn't warned, David would not have killed Ningxi. He wanted Ningxi to watch the Demon Heart sect collapse, seeing his mind deteriorate little by little. Chapter 2078. David, don't be discouraged. Don't we have other options? When the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion leaves, I'll accompany you to get the order from that day, Humatsi said, patting David's shoulder. Master Hu, I'm not easily defeated. Don't worry, David forced a smile. For the next few days, David stayed in Longmen, practicing daily and contemplating the upcoming tasks. Only the secret order of Balian Pavilion could open the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. That day, David practiced cross-legged as usual when Long Xingshu pushed open the door. "Brother David, the head of the Gu family is here," Long Xingshu announced. "Come in quickly," David replied, rising. He hadn't contacted the Gu family recently, so Gu Fuhai must have come for something. "Mr. Chen." Gu Fuhai entered, bowing respectfully. "Patriarch Gu, what brings you here?" David asked. "Mr. Chen, the clan elder requested a meeting with you regarding some matters," Gu Fuhai said. David nodded. "Okay, let's go now." On the way to the Gu family land, David asked, "Master Gu, did the elder not tell you the reason?" Gu Fuhai shook his head. "No, but the elder's expression wasn't good. The atmosphere in the secret realm has grown tense recently." Upon reaching the secret realm entrance, Gu Fuhai muttered a spell, waved his hand, and a door of light appeared. After David entered with him, the door vanished. The Gu family land looked unchanged, but the air was chilly. The guards bowed respectfully and opened the doors for David. Inside the hall, Gu Sangsheng saw David and hurriedly knelt. "Greetings, Hall Master." "Old Gu clan, no need for such ceremony." "Don't call me Hall Master, I don't like formalities," David said. "Yuhan, come and greet him," Gu Sangsheng instructed. Gu Yuhan hurried over. "Yuhan thanks Mr. Chen." David nodded. Seeing Gu Yuhan fully recovered, he felt pleased. "I didn't do anything. If not for Senior Gorfiend, Miss Gu wouldn't have recovered," David said humbly. "Mr. Chen, Fuhai already told me about Penglai Island. Without you, how could the Gorfiend act?" Gu Sangsheng said gratefully. "Old Gu clan, why did you call me here?" David asked directly, not wanting to waste time. He would visit Balian Pavilion soon. Gu Sangsheng glanced around. "Fuhai, Yuhan, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Chen." Soon, only Gu Sangsheng and David remained. "Mr. Chen, did you notice any changes in the secret realm?" Gu Sangsheng asked. David nodded. "Yes. The environment seems unchanged, but the air is colder. The sects and families live in apparent peace because everyone knows that when spiritual energy recovers, true turmoil follows. They preserve their strength silently, without fighting. But Penglai Island's spiritual chi recovery failed. No one knows when the next recovery will occur. Many aristocratic sects couldn't bear it and began competing for resources. In just a few days, several aristocratic families in the Fire Sect's secret realm have disappeared due to fighting." Gu Sangsheng sighed heavily, helpless. Chapter 2079. Is there any loss to the Gu family? David asked with concern. Gu Sangsheng shook his head. "Not yet. We have formed an alliance with Tianlula, so no sect family has targeted us. But I believe it won't stay calm for long. The Secret Realm Conference has been cancelled for many years, but it will restart next month. At that time, due to resource allocation and conflicts of interest, many will die, and battles between major secret realms will reappear." David's brows furrowed. He suppressed his aura to prevent unnecessary attention. It was to avoid destruction in the world of mortal cultivation. But who knew that even after blocking the recovery of spiritual energy, the immortal cultivation world in the secret realm had already plunged into turmoil? "Old Gu clan, what is the Secret Realm Conference for?" David asked curiously. Many years ago, the 8 secret realms held a Secret Realm Conference annually. Each secret realm selects representatives to compete for and allocate resources from other realms. The winning side is qualified to visit other lost secret realms to claim resources. But due to the rumors of spiritual energy recovery, the conference had been suspended. All sects and families have been preserving their strength, waiting for the recovery of spiritual energy. But now the recovery has failed, and the conference is restarted. Gu Sangsheng explained. "Where will the Secret Realm Conference be held?" "The venue usually gives some advantage," David asked. "It will not be in any of the 8 secret realms, but in an unclaimed secret realm. Its resources are poor, so no one wants it, making it fair for all participants." Gu Sangsheng said. "Then why did the Gu family call me? What do they want me to do?" David was puzzled. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to compete in such a conference. Though David was invincible in the secular world, in the secret realm, he was nothing. The secret realm was filled with countless martial artists, and even the Gu family alone had many martial saints. For example, Gu Yuhan, only in his 20s, had already reached martial saint level. Mr. Chen, I came to you because we want you to participate in the Secret Realm Conference, Gutsangxing began. David quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Don't joke around. With my strength now, participating in this conference would be self-inflicted humiliation. Mr. Chen, I invited you not to compete, but to familiarize yourself with the 8 secret realms. There is a more important reason. Many families in the 8 secret realms have begun colluding with the Demon Heart sect. With no hope for spiritual energy recovery, these families seek the Demon Heart sect's help to evade the laws of heaven and earth and dominate the secular world. They are also searching for something that can artificially restore spiritual energy, Gutsangxing said slowly. Manipulate the aura recovery? David was surprised. Indeed, the Demon Heart sect was stronger than he imagined. If other families joined them, destroying the sect would be even harder. Old Gu clan, when will the Secret Realm Conference be held? I need to plan ahead. The 15th of next month, Gutsangxing replied. Okay, then I will study the people in these 8 secret realms, David nodded. David would participate to broaden his horizons. Staying only in the secular world would make him a frog at the bottom of a well. After leaving, he calculated the time. Rescuing Sonia before the conference was urgent, and obtaining the heavenly secret order was the most pressing task. I hope the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion is a reasonable person, David murmured, taking the brush given by Mr. Shi. He didn't want to go to Balian Pavilion, but he had no choice. 2080. Balian Pavilion. As the pavilion master, Shi Qingpei finally left retreat, holding a string of 3 golden bells, shining brilliantly. But when Shi Qingpei left, he saw the mess at Balian Pavilion and froze in shock. Who did this? Shi Qingpei's face flushed with anger. You must understand that Balian Pavilion usually does not meddle in secular world affairs, so no conflicts should exist. Families from the secret realm, when coming to the secular world, were suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and would not dare cause trouble. Although many secret realm families coveted the secret order, Shi Qingpei never sold it. Its existence commanded respect. But now, seeing Balian Pavilion in chaos, how could he remain calm? Dad, you can figure it out, Shi Yan said, tears in his eyes. Yenner, what the hell happened? Shi Qingpei asked coldly. Dad, let Mr. Yan explain. Shi Yan said. Pavilion master, while you were in retreat, a boy named David tried to borrow the secret order, Yen Lao began. I told him the heavenly secret order is Balian Pavilion's treasure. It cannot be borrowed and is stored by the pavilion master. We don't know its location. But David didn't believe us and caused chaos. Several of our members died, and even the young pavilion master was endangered. Yen Lao recounted the story. Old Yen didn't know much beyond Shi Yan's account. David? Shi Qingpei's murderous aura filled the air. Is this guy that powerful? Are all of us in Balian Pavilion useless? Perhaps David has reached Wuxing level, and our magic weapons would have no effect on him. Wuxing. I've refined the soul bell. Even if Wuxing stood before me, it would be worthless. You will obey. Shi Qingpei said disdainfully, holding the bell. Pavilion master, with your spirit bell, no one in Balian Pavilion need fear now, Yen Lao said. Dad, David will definitely return. You must avenge me and handle him. Shi Yan shouted. With his father present, Shi Yan felt confident. Rest assured. If he dares come, I will make him pay. No one will cause trouble in my Balian Pavilion, Shi Qingpei's eyes flashed coldly. Then he seemed to remember something. This David, is he the one who destroyed the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance? Yes. The Demon Heart sect is still chasing him, Shi Yan nodded. Shi Qingpei frowned. I heard Mr. Sure appreciates this guy. And he has built the largest dragon gate in Kyoto. Who cares? This guy only holds an ordinary broken calligraphy brush, claiming it's Mr. Sure's token. I'll throw it away, it's just a brush. The token is worthless. And I don't even know who Mr. Sure is, Shi Qingpei muttered. Hearing this, Shi Yan said nonchalantly, but Shi Qingpei's expression hardened. Dad, why are you worried about a brush? Shouldn't you just let David go? Shi Yan asked. Don't worry, I'm prepared, Shi Qingpei said, then turned and left. Chapter 2081. Dragon Gate. David sat upright in the room, and in front of him was the 90,000-mile map of mountains and rivers. At this time, David was soaking in a hot spring in a snowy region. The reason he took out the 90,000-mile map was not for cultivation, but to relax and soothe his mood while enjoying the hot spring. In such a snowy place, soaking in a hot spring was extremely comfortable. Here, David had no scruples, and his whole body was immersed in the hot spring, knowing that no one could possibly appear here. Closing his eyes slightly, David felt the magic of nature. Only at this moment was his mind truly relaxed. However, David did not notice that two girls were approaching the hot spring. Miss, you're coming here more often. Do you really think David would visit this hot spring? Even if you come, you might not find it, Qiu Ju said to Han Qing'er, trying to warn her. Master said that the Secret Realm Conference will resume soon, and he wants to take you to gain insights and urge you to cultivate. Han Qing'er rolled her eyes. Sister Qiu Ju, why are you like my mother, babbling endlessly? Didn't I just take a bath? Where do you want to go? The two girls stopped talking and walked toward the hot spring. David was enjoying the peace and quiet when a knock on the door startled him, and his body slowly disappeared from the hot spring. Just as David vanished, Han Qing'er arrived, and her face showed shock. David, she shouted excitedly. But David did not respond, he had disappeared. David! David, she called again. Miss, there is no David here. Don't think you're imagining him. Are you hallucinating? Qiu Ju looked around, there was no trace of him. Sister Qiu Ju, it's not a hallucination. I really saw David, it was him, Han Qing'er insisted, confused why his body had suddenly vanished. While Han Qing'er searched, David had already opened his eyes in the secular world. Slowly rising, he glanced at the 90,000-mile map. As his consciousness returned from the map, he thought he heard a voice resembling Han Qing'er's. But David shook his head, realizing he had likely been emotionally unstable and experiencing auditory hallucinations. It was impossible to hear Han Qing'er's voice inside the 90,000-mile map. After storing the map in his ring, David opened the door and found Humatsi waiting. David, we should set off. I estimate the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion has already left, Humatsi said. Okay, David nodded. On the way to Balian Pavilion, Humatsi asked worriedly, David, what if the pavilion master hasn't left yet, or refuses to lend us the heavenly secret order? Grab, David spat out a word, enough to show his determination. When David and Humatsi arrived, members of Balian Pavilion were already waiting outside, as if expecting them. Has your pavilion master left? David asked the attendants. Chapter 2082. Our pavilion master has left the customs. He specifically asked us to greet you at the door, the Balian Pavilion member replied. David and Humatsi were led into a huge room, far larger than the one David had visited before to see Shi Yan. The room was filled with high-grade magic tools, far superior to those from last time. Since you are here, please sit down, a voice said, and Shi Qingpei appeared from the back of the room. Are you the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion? David asked lightly. Yes, I am Shi Qingpei. Mr. Shi has already informed me of your visit, he replied. Since Mr. Shi introduced you, of course I must treat you with courtesy, Shi Qingpei said, ordering someone to serve tea. Seeing Shi Qingpei's polite demeanor, David and Humatsi relaxed. They had feared Shi Qingpei would be angry after the previous riot and that using the heavenly secret order would be impossible. Now, it seemed Shi Qingpei bore no grudge. Pavilion Master Sure, we have urgent business. We need the secret order and must return quickly. Could you lend it to us? We would be extremely grateful, David said politely. Of course. Did Mr. Sure also ask you to bring me something? Shi Qingpei asked. Yes. David nodded repeatedly, then presented the brush. Many years ago, I received Mr. Sure's favor. Now that Mr. Sure entrusted you with the brush, I must honor him, and so I can lend you the secret order, Shi Qingpei said. He produced a palm-sized token from his waist. It was old and rusty, lacking any remarkable features. Thank you, Pavilion Master Sure, David said, reaching to take it. At that moment, Shi Yan burst in, puzzled. Dad, you really lent them the heavenly secret order? How could you? They beat old Yen and killed several of us, causing Balian Pavilion chaos. Why lend them the order? Shi Qingpei glared. Shut up. This is not your place to speak. Seeing his father's anger, Shi Yan dared not speak further and stared at David fiercely. Pavilion Master Sure, there's a misunderstanding. If not for young Master Ling, David began. Shi Qingpei interrupted. No need to explain. Since Mr. Sure came forward, I will lend you the heavenly secret order he entrusted. This is to repay Mr. Sure. It had nothing to do with David himself. David took the order, clasped his fists, and said, Thank you, Pavilion Master Sure. As he turned to leave, Shi Qingpei stopped him. You seem to have forgotten something, Shi Qingpei said coldly. David paused. Pavilion Master Sure, is there anything else? I lent you the order to honor Mr. Sure, yes. But you also killed my Balian Pavilion members and destroyed many houses. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Shi Qingpei's voice was icy. Chapter 2083. David didn't expect Shi Qingpei to be so cunning. First, he lent the secret order to repay Mr. Sure's kindness, and now he was looking for trouble with David himself. Pavilion Master Sure, it's your son who colluded with the Demon Heart sect. If you want to harm us, we're just fighting back. Your son caused this incident himself, Humatzi stepped forward to explain. But Shi Qingpei waved his hand. I don't care what my son did. I only know you beat my son and killed my people. If word spreads, what will happen to the reputation of Balian Pavilion? David saw that Shi Qingpei was unrepentant, so he said, George Shi, count the losses, and I will pay you. I don't want money. For me, Balian Pavilion, money is no different from waste paper. Shi Qingpei waved his hand dismissively. Then what do you want? I can give you anything you like. David tried to stay patient, focusing only on getting the secret order and rescuing Sonia. I don't like the trash on your body. Kneel down now, apologize to my son, and let my son return the 2 slaps, Shi Qingpei said lightly. Seeing his father venting his anger, Shi Yan grinned. David, hurry up and kneel and apologize to me, or else I'll impose conditions soon. You foo asterisk asterisk asterisk. Humatzi was furious and about to rush forward, but David stopped him. Master Hu, I will handle this myself, David said calmly. Then he looked at Shi Qingpei coldly. Do you really want me to kneel? Of course. I've investigated you and know Mr. Shi takes care of you. But don't think that just because of him, you can do whatever you want in my Balian Pavilion. I've already given Mr. Shi face. Even if the King of Heaven were here, you would still have to kneel and apologize, Shi Qingpei said coldly. This is the limit of my tolerance for Mr. Shi's face. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to stand in front of me, his eyes like a judge passing sentence on David's life and death. But David had no choice. There are people who can make me kneel, but unfortunately, it's not you. You are not worthy, David said, his resolve hardening. Shi Qingpei's eyes narrowed. Do you really think you can ignore Balian Pavilion just because you have reached the martial saint realm? Today, you will see the true strength of Balian Pavilion. If you want to kneel, I won't let you. I'll show you the consequences. With that, Shi Qingpei produced the spirit bell. He knew that relying on his own strength alone would not suffice against David, but with the spirit bell, he felt confident. What? You want to beat me with these little bells? David sneered. Hey, David, don't be complacent. This is a top-quality magic weapon my father just refined. Shi Yan laughed. Even a martial saint like you cannot escape the soul bell's control. I will make you look like a fool in a moment, Shi Yan taunted. Shi Qingpei glared at his son in anger. How could his stupid son reveal the secret weapon's function to the enemy? A magical weapon like the soul bell, which attacks via divine consciousness, relies on surprise for maximum effect, but now Shi Yan had spoiled it. Chapter 2084. David heard Shi Yan's words and immediately understood, the bell was a divine attack designed to control the soul. But David had strong spiritual awareness and knew the heart-clearing mantra. Even a powerful spiritual weapon could not control him. David, it's all your fault, Shi Qingpei said, shaking the bell. The 3 bells rang with a crisp sound. The sound waves, mixed with divine consciousness, assaulted David and Humatzi. Humatzi felt his head twitch violently. He tried to resist with his divine sense, but it was useless. Soon, Humatzi's eyes began to dim, as the crisp bell sounds pounded his mind. Seeing Humatzi in danger, David whispered the heart-clearing mantra. Suddenly, golden light flashed through Humatzi's mind, sweeping away the chaos. Humatzi's head cleared completely, more alert than ever. Shi Qingpei did not know this yet, and he continued shaking the spirit bell, pressing forward with the attack. Humatzi glanced at David and noticed him subtly using a spell to resist the soul bell's power. In a flash of inspiration, Humatzi retrieved a bell from nowhere. The bell was much larger than Shi Qingpei's and had a layer of rust, looking very old. Clang clang. Humatzi shook the bell vigorously, producing bursts of harsh sound. Shi Qingpei was stunned. After so long, his soul bell had no effect on David and Humatzi, and his face turned ugly. David smiled, pointing at Humatzi's bell. Where did Master Hu find this old relic? This is my old buddy. He has followed me through the streets of Kyoto for years. I didn't expect he would be useful today, Humatzi grinned, shaking the bell with renewed vigor. The harsh sounds made Shi Yan cover his ears in fear. Even Shi Qingpei struggled, concentrating to resist the divine attack, but the attack had no effect. Dad, what's going on? Why isn't your spirit bell working? Shi Yan asked, alarmed. Shi Qingpei was equally confused. How come you haven't been affected by my divine sense? David was about to answer, but Humatzi interjected, my big bell has ancestors, but the soul-calling bells in your hands are their descendants. They do not work when meeting their elders. These bells are here to pay respects to their ancestors. Humatzi's words made Shi Qingpei's face turn green, though he knew Humatzi was bluffing. You fart, your broken bell is clearly an ordinary bell. Stop talking nonsense. Shi Yan yelled. Who said our bells have no power? David said coldly. Master Hu, shake it twice. Let them see. Humatzi understood immediately and shook his bell vigorously. With the harsh sounds, golden light flashed in David's mind, and an immense consciousness engulfed Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan. Both of them felt intense headaches, as if countless ants were gnawing inside their brains. Chapter 2085. David put away his consciousness, and Humatzi stopped shaking the bell. Shi Qingpei and his sons' faces were ugly as they looked at the big bell in Humatzi's hand, their eyes were filled with fear. Dad, you've been in seclusion for so long. What kind of magic weapon did you practice? How can you see someone's big bell and it just not work? Shi Yan complained, looking at his father. Shi Qingpei didn't say a word. He didn't understand what was happening. He had been practicing in seclusion for so long, how could he expect it not to work? Was it possible that he was scared of the other party's big bell? The secret order I took away, if I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll send it back to you. David took the secret order and turned to leave. With Shi Qingpei like this, there was a high probability that David would not return the secret order. Stop! Seeing David about to leave with the secret order, Shi Qingpei shouted. Immediately, dozens of Balian Pavilion members surrounded them with various magic instruments. David asked coldly, "You want to do something to me?" "Yes. Keep the secret order. It's our treasure. How can you easily take it away?" Shi Qingpei shouted. The reason he had lent the secret order earlier was that he thought David would soon be under his control, allowing the secret order to be reclaimed. Now, finding that the soul bell was useless, he had no choice but to use force. David's expression turned extremely cold, and the murderous aura on his body surged. "Think carefully. If you try it, your Balian Pavilion will cease to exist," David said coldly. "Don't tell me anything else. Keep the secret order, and you can leave. If you don't, I'll take it back even if I have to try my hardest," Shi Qingpei said. "I don't believe that so many people can stop us. There are too many of you for us to deal with." Shi Qingpei knew David's strength was formidable, but his confidence lay in the numerous magic weapons at his disposal. "Humph." David snorted coldly, then suddenly stretched out his palm and struck a Balian Pavilion member in an instant. He smashed the man's head, and even the magic weapon in his hand instantly turned to dust. No one reacted in time before David returned to his original position. The speed stunned Shi Qingpei. "Kill him." Shi Qingpei realized he couldn't let David destroy them all, so he shouted. Soon, more than a dozen Balian Pavilion members launched their magic weapons at David, while others rushed toward Humatzi. Humatzi unhurriedly produced the purple gold gourd, smiling lightly. "Today, I consecrate the purple gold gourd." He released a ray of spiritual power into the gourd, which then emitted a blinding light. A terrifying force shot from the gourd, instantly penetrating a Balian Pavilion member who had rushed forward. Shi Yan looked at the purple gold gourd in Humatzi's hand, gritting his teeth. David's body was full of murderous aura, his fists glowing with golden light, and he suddenly punched forward. Boom! 3 or 4 Balian Pavilion members in front of him were instantly knocked out, their magic weapons shattered. The rays of light from other instruments struck David but had no effect, as if they were mere tickles. Seeing this, Shi Qingpei gasped. "Son, hurry up." Chapter 2086. Shi Qingpei pulled Shi Yan and ran. David did not pursue them. After all, he had come to borrow the heavenly secret order, not to destroy Balian Pavilion. Seeing Shi Qingpei and his son flee, the other Balian Pavilion members also scattered. In the enormous hall, only David and Humatzi remained. "Damn it, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why did they run away?" Humatzi cursed, holding the purple gold gourd. "Okay, we're here for the secret order, not to kill people," David said, preparing to leave. He needed to rescue Sonia as soon as possible. "Wait a minute." Humatzi stopped him. "Master Hu, what else can you do?" David asked, confused. "It's such a pity to leave so many instruments behind." Humatzi frantically began collecting and preparing the instruments. Seeing this, David opened the storage ring and swept up all the instruments. Although he could not use them, transferring them to Longmen would greatly increase Longmen's strength. David and Humatzi returned to Kyoto. With the secret order, David could open the entrance to the Demon Heart sect's secret realm and rescue Sonia. By the time they arrived in Kyoto, it was already dark. David did not rest but rushed to the secret realm entrance. Zhou Jia, who had received news in advance, was waiting there. Seeing David, Zhou Jia asked, "Mr. Chen, where is the secret order?" David handed it to Zhou Jia, who infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant, the heavenly secret order shone brightly. Zhou Jia then hurled it at the secret realm entrance, producing a burst of dazzling light. The entrance emitted beams of light, illuminating the dark night. Once the entrance opened, the secret order returned to Zhou Jia's hands. "Mr. Chen, the entrance is open," Zhou Jia said, handing the secret order back to David. David did not take it. "Heavenly secret order, please wait. I'll go in to save Yuchi first. I don't know what dangers lie ahead, so it's unsafe for me to carry it now." "David, I'll go with you," Humatzi offered. "Master Hu, you should stay outside. I'll scout ahead." If I encounter danger, I can escape, David said. Humatzi's strength was weaker, so David did not agree to let him follow. After speaking, David walked into the entrance, and soon his body disappeared into the light. Suddenly, the void shook, and the entrance closed instantly. Humatzi and Zhou Jie panicked outside. What's going on? Humatzi asked. I don't know, Zhou Jie replied, activating his spells, but the entrance did not reappear. Cold sweat ran down Zhou Jie's forehead. It's broken. We might have been tricked by the Demon Heart sect. Humatzi stamped his foot anxiously, watching the disappearing entrance. Meanwhile, inside, David felt a flash of strong light, and the entire scene changed. Although it was night like the secular world, spiritual energy filled the air, and the lush forests made this secret realm much stronger than the Fire Gate's secret realm where the Gu family resided. Chapter 2087. The secret realm of the Devil's sect could not be compared to this. Although David didn't know how big the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect was, it was definitely much larger. The secret realm of the Demon Heart sect was only the size of a sect, but this place was like an entire world. What David didn't know was that this was just one of the many secret realms controlled by the Demon Heart sect. David dissipated his consciousness to feel Sonia's aura, and at the same time, to see if there was anyone else here. But even with his powerful consciousness, capable of detecting a dozen kilometers away, he found nothing. No trace of Sonia, and not even signs of other people's activity. Could it be that the Demon Heart sect isn't in this secret realm? David frowned. The Demon Heart sect could form a super-powerful alliance in the secular world, like the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, so their power could not be small. Yet, his divine sense detected no one. Seeing this, David decided to sit down and rest until dawn, then resume the search. After all, he wasn't familiar with this secret realm. Rashly searching at night could be a waste of time. David sat cross-legged, feeling the aura of heaven and earth pour into his body. Meanwhile, at the gate of Kyoto Dragon Gate, a man in a black robe walked slowly. Because of the darkness, the longmen guards could not see his face. Who are you? Dare to trespass the Dragon Gate? A guard demanded, stepping forward. The man in the black robe said nothing, but suddenly struck, smashing the guard's head with a palm. Another guard tried to shout, but the man instantly grabbed his throat and crushed it. Looking at the corpses of the two guards, the man slowly raised his head. Under the dim light, his sinister, demon-like face was revealed. After showing a strange smile, the magic envoy walked toward the Dragon Gate. Along the way, he encountered many longmen disciples, and killed them all without hesitation. When he arrived at the dungeon where Ning Ji was imprisoned, he waved his hand slightly, and the dungeon entrance opened. Ning Ji was squatting in the corner, expressionless. His soul had been destroyed, and his strength had dropped significantly. Now he understood that the strength granted by the soul was not truly his own. Once the soul disappeared, so did the power. When the dungeon door opened, Ning Ji stood up, fear in his eyes. He didn't know how David, or anyone else, would treat him. But when the magic envoy walked in, Ning Ji's face lit up with surprise. Master Demon Envoy, Ning Ji hurriedly knelt. He thought the Demon Heart sect had abandoned him, but now it seemed they still cared. Follow me, the magic envoy said indifferently. Ning Ji nodded, stood, and followed behind. As soon as they exited the dungeon, Long Xingshu and dozens of men surrounded them. Seeing someone rescuing Ning Ji, Long Xingshu shouted, "Bold madman! Dare to break into my Longmen forbidden area and even kill our people, are you impatient?" The demon looked at Long Xingshu, a slight smile on his lips. Humph! Even a mere Marquis of Wu dares to speak like this. Chapter 2088. After speaking, the magician waved his hand, and a sharp, massive wind surged toward Long Xingshu and his men. With a single motion, Long Xingshu and many disciples were sent flying backward. From the confrontation, Long Xingshu realized the envoy's strength was too great, they were no match. But tasked with guarding the area, he couldn't allow Ning Ji to be rescued. Seeing Long Xingshu and the others resist, a cold light flashed in the demon's eyes. His aura erupted. A powerful pressure enveloped the entire dragon gate. Long Xingshu and the others felt invisible force slam into them, many fell to the ground. Long Xingshu gritted his teeth, trying to withstand it, but the disparity in strength was too great. He was crushed into the ground with a thud. The hard blue stone slabs cracked under him. Looking at the fallen Longmen disciples, the demon smirked. "Humph, a bunch of trash. You want to stop me too? Today, David will see the price of opposing our demon heart sect." The aura of the magician surged, and pressure on the Longmen disciples intensified. Some began vomiting blood, their lives draining rapidly. "So blatantly committing evil in Kyoto, do you think I don't exist?" A figure descended from the sky, a soft breath washing over everyone. Everyone felt their bodies lighten and stood. Long Xingshu, seeing the figure, was surprised. Long Xingshu welcomes Mr. Shi. Mr. Shi merely nodded, calm, and stared at the magician. The magic envoy and Ning Ji's faces turned ugly. "Mr. Shi, this is a personal matter. It shouldn't concern your men. Please do not interfere," the magician said. Mr. Shi frowned and waved his palm lightly. Snap! With a crisp sound, the magician's left cheek instantly swelled red. "You little devil, dare speak to me like that? I think you are tired of living." Mr. Shi's face turned cold. The magician covered his face, expression sluggish. Though he had recovered his main body and the strength of a martial saint, even that was vulnerable before Mr. Shi. "Mr. Shi, David captured me as a disciple of the Demon Heart sect. If I rescue him, will Mr. Shi intervene?" the magic envoy asked nervously. "You may rescue your Demon Heart sect people, but if you kill Longmen disciples, I will never forgive you," Mr. Shi said sternly. Seeing this, the envoy could only flee with Ning Ji. Mr. Shi's appearance saved dozens of Longmen disciples. "Mr. Shi, Ning Ji has been taken away. What should we do next?" Long Xingshu asked. "That's your problem. What's it to me?" Mr. Shi's body slowly disappeared. "Mr. Shi! Mr. Shi!" Long Xingshu shouted, but it was useless. Mr. Shi vanished without a trace. Seeing the corpses and injured Longmen members, Long Xingshu urgently called for help. Meanwhile, Humatzi and Zhou Jie returned. Despite multiple attempts, they could not reopen the secret realm entrance. They had to temporarily retreat and find another way. After learning that Ning Ji had been rescued by the magic envoy, Humatzi realized they had been tricked. The enemy had lured David into the secret realm and used the opportunity to free Ning Ji. Chapter 2089, The Gate of Hell. Demon Heart Sect Secret Realm. David didn't know that Ning Ji had been rescued. When he slowly opened his eyes, he realized it was already dawn. "Yuchi, where are you?" David looked at the vast forest around him. There was no sign of life for over 10 miles, meaning Sonia was not nearby. David had no idea how large this secret realm was. Even though he had entered it, finding Sonia would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But no matter what, since he had come in, David had to rescue Sonia before leaving. Unknowingly, David had already walked more than 10 miles. Along the way, he continuously exuded divine consciousness, exploring his surroundings, but still found nothing. No signs of life, no humans, not even animals. With such rich spiritual energy and such a comfortable environment, is there really no one in this secret territory? David felt a bit uneasy. After such a long time without encountering anyone from the Demon Heart sect, David began to doubt whether this truly was their secret realm. Half a day passed, and David was still wandering. Apart from mountains and boulders, there was no living thing in the entire secret realm. At first, David didn't think much of it, but after a long time, he increasingly felt something was wrong. There were no people or animals, as if the entire realm were a trap. Meanwhile, in another secret realm hall of the Demon Heart sect, 7 people in purple robes had gathered. Black scarves covered their faces, hiding all expression. On the main seat sat a figure shrouded in black mist, exuding immense power. Ning Ji stood at the next seat, nervous and solemn. Even the demon beside him looked stiff and tense. Everyone in the hall was a core figure of the Demon Heart sect, only high-level leaders wore purple robes. Even though the demon envoy had been with the Demon Heart sect for many years, he had never seen so many top leaders gathered together. The gathering clearly signified that something major was about to happen. The figure in black scanned the hall and slowly said, "Everyone, you may begin." The 7 in purple nodded and held fist-sized black and gold balls in their hands. Soon, the balls emitted light and the 7 beams converged, forming a gate in the void. 2 hideous heads appeared on the door, grotesque and terrifying. Dinning also held a black and gold ball, flicked it lightly with his palm, and a dazzling black light shot at the door. Crunching. A harsh, heavy sound echoed as the door slowly opened, and a shrill scream came from within. The sound sent shivers down everyone's spine, as if it came from the abyss of hell. "Ningji," Dinning called. Ningji hurried forward and knelt. "This subordinate is ready. This is the gate of hell. Enter it now. Once you emerge, you will become a true demon warrior. You will transcend from a martial artist to a real monk. By then, you will survive 1,000 years, soar into the sky, even tear apart time and space, and step into the realm of heaven and man, becoming a generation-defining demon. Your physique is destined to exceed that of an ordinary warrior. Do you accept the trial of the gate of hell?" The voice was calm and gentle, like an elder instructing a child. Chapter 2090, The Grasshopper on a Rope. Though spoken gently, Ningji knew there was no room for negotiation. He understood the cost of refusal, worse than death. Raising his eyes and ignoring the terrifying sounds from the gate of hell, he gritted his teeth. "This subordinate is willing. Very well. I await your return from the gate of hell. Go." Dinning waved his hand gently. Ningji trembled slightly but stepped forward. As Ningji disappeared into the gate of hell, it slowly closed, the light vanished, and the 7 in purple put away their black and gold balls. The magic envoy watched the disappearing gate, a drop of cold sweat slipping down his forehead. "Then David has entered the secret realm?" Dinning asked the magic envoy. "Yes. David has entered, and his subordinates closed the entrance. Without us reopening it, David can never leave," the envoy replied respectfully. "Very well. Let him remain inside. Do not worry about him," Dinning nodded. The magic envoy looked puzzled. "Great One, should we not send someone to kill David? Using an entire secret realm just to trap him, isn't that wasteful?" He couldn't understand why David, already inside and easily killable, was merely trapped. Dinning explained, "This David cannot die yet. If he recovers his spiritual energy, he will be very useful." Recover spiritual energy? Didn't David destroy it? The envoy's confusion deepened. Enough questions. Listen carefully, go to the mortal world, find people with special physiques, and bring them back alive. Remember, they must not die. Dineng, why capture these people? If. Enough. Too many questions. Step back. Dineng waved his hand, cutting off the envoy. Only then did the envoy realize he had asked questions he shouldn't have. Luckily, Dineng wasn't angry. The envoy wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Subordinate retires." As the envoy left, Dineng addressed the 7 in purple. "The Secret Realm Conference has resumed. The 8 secret realms will descend into chaos, and this is our chance. I trust none of you wish to remain trapped for life. As cultivators, our common goal is to ascend to the heaven and man world and escape this cage-like secret realm. Now is our chance. Though aura recovery has failed, if we find 8 people with different special systems, we can truly open the gate of hell. We can restore aura and escape the secret realm's shackles. Remember, we 8 are grasshoppers on a rope. If one reveals themselves, none can escape. To open the true gate of hell, we must work together. Hundreds of years have passed, this may be our last chance to leave the secret realm." Though silent, the 7 in purple displayed infinite longing in their eyes. Chapter 2091, Overwhelmed in the Secret Realm. David had been wandering the secret realm for a full day but found nothing. During this time, he roughly calculated the size of the secret realm. It spanned hundreds of miles, a vast area. It could be considered a small world, with mountains, rivers, flowers, and grass. The environment was excellent, and the aura was abundant. The only drawback was the absence of any living creatures. David was the only being in the entire secret realm. He could not find Sonia, and the situation worsened. The entrance to the secret realm had disappeared. David was unable to locate the entrance all day. Without a way in or out, David was trapped in the secret realm. As night approached, David realized he still could not find the entrance. Humatsi and the others might be trying to find a way out. David was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged and began to practice quietly. Meanwhile, Humatsi and Zhou Jia outside were genuinely struggling to figure things out. "Tell me, what's going on? Why did the entrance to the secret realm suddenly close?" Humatsi asked, looking at Zhou Jia with complaint. "I don't know. The entrance was clearly here, but now it's gone," Zhou Jia replied anxiously. "I can't feel any presence of the entrance at all. It's as if it never existed." No matter how Zhou Jia activated her spells, there were no signs of void fluctuations where the entrance once appeared. She could not sense an entrance at all. How can this be? Humatsi was at a loss. Clearly, this was the entrance to the secret realm, and the Demon Heart sect had deliberately lured David into a trap. From this, it was impossible for Sonia to be in the secret realm. Now that Ningji had been rescued and David was trapped, Humatsi and the others felt helpless. "Master Hu, maybe someone can rescue Brother David," Long Xingshu said. "Who? Who can rescue David?" Humatsi asked urgently. "Mr. Shi," Long Xingshu said, and Humatsi almost fell in surprise. It wasn't about whether Mr. Shi could save David, it was a question of who could even contact Mr. Shi. Few people had the qualifications to meet him. "Who do you think could meet Mr. Shi?" Humatsi asked. "Master Hu, maybe we can't do it alone. We should gather more people and go see Mr. Shi together. Perhaps then he will agree to see us," Long Xingshu suggested. "I agree. If enough people go together, I don't think Mr. Shi will refuse," Zhou Jia added. "As long as we explain that David is trapped, I believe Mr. Shi will take care of him. After all, he cares for David." "Okay, then tomorrow we will split up and contact everyone who can be reached." Humatsi nodded. The next morning, Humatsi and the group gathered dozens of prominent figures from the Kyoto martial arts world. Gu Fuhai, Gu Jiai, Zhao Ligua, Zhao Chuang, Xiao Ru, Ji Rushua, Gu Linger, Wu Meyer, Xiao Lan, Xiamen, Dong Likun, Dong Jiahao, Su Chongsheng, Long Wu, the Four Wicked People. Humatsi, Zhou Jia, Long Xingshu. At the door of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, dozens of people blocked the entrance. "Pavilion Master Zhao, please report to Mr. Shi. We have urgent business to discuss," Gufuhai said politely to Zhao Waoqi. White Heavy Checkmark Chapter 2092, Ruthless. Zhao Waoqi looked at the crowd and frowned. "Patriarch Gu, you know Mr. Shi's temper. Only he can summon him. No one sees him casually. I'm not even qualified to pour him tea or water." Although Zhao Waoqi was the pavilion master of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, he was nothing in front of Mr. Shi. "Pavilion Zhao, Mr. Shi has been in the Protector Pavilion for a while. You must have a solution." Dong Likun stepped forward, taking out an exquisite folding fan. "This is a family heirloom of the Dong family. Please help us." He shoved the fan into Zhao Waoqi's hands. "Patriarch Dong, you don't have to." Zhao Waoqi returned the fan, sighing. "Mr. Chen has helped me little. Today, I will go to Mr. Shi directly." He gritted his teeth and decided to confront Mr. Shi. Just as Zhao Waoqi turned, Xing Jun appeared. "Captain Xing, they." Seeing this, Zhao Waoqi hurried to follow Xing Jun. As Mr. Shi's subordinate, he could speak freely. Before he could finish, Xing Jun waved him off. Mr. Shi said to let them all in. The crowd erupted in joy and rushed into the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Soon, Mr. Shi's living room was filled with people. He sat at the main seat, sipping tea calmly, seemingly ignoring the crowd. Facing Mr. Shi, everyone was nervous, breathing quickly, and none dared speak. Even without showing his aura, Mr. Shi exuded immense pressure. The room fell silent, save for rapid breaths. After finishing his tea, Mr. Shi looked at everyone. Many lowered their heads in response. His gaze lingered briefly on Xiaoru and Wu Meier before moving on. Okay, except for a few girls, everyone else may leave. I know why you're here, for David's situation. His business, let him handle it himself. He waved his hand. Gufuhai and others wanted to speak, but Mr. Shi's gaze silenced them. Humatzi hid at the back, not daring to look at him. Xing Jun escorted everyone out, leaving only a group of girls. They looked nervous, unsure why Mr. Shi had kept them. Who among you is David's woman? Mr. Shi asked lightly. The question stunned the girls. They looked at each other but remained silent. No one was truly David's woman. Many liked David, but none had crossed that boundary, and none were married to him. Seeing no response, Mr. Shi frowned. Could it be that David has never slept with any of you? His blunt words instantly made the girls blush. They all shook their heads. Mr. Shi finally laughed helplessly. Damn this kid, he's ruthless. It was the first time Mr. Shi had used foul language. Chapter 2093, Resolve. Hearing Mr. Shi's rude words, several girls were stunned, but the tension in front of Mr. Shi instantly dissipated. Mr. Shi, I hope you can rescue David. If you can save him, I don't care if I die. Ji Rushua walked forward slowly and knelt directly in front of Mr. Shi. Seeing this, the other girls also fell to their knees, begging Mr. Shi to rescue David from the secret realm. None of you are David's woman, but why is that? Mr. Shi glanced at the girls and asked. Brother Chen saved my life. My life belongs to him. To save him, I am willing to die, Xiaoru said firmly, raising her head. Xiaoru was the youngest, but the determination in her eyes showed she truly could sacrifice for David. Some of us have been saved by David, and some admire him. In short, we are all willing to die for David. We hope Mr. Shi can help him, Ji Rushua said, bowing heavily. Mr. Shi looked at the girls with some relief, then smiled lightly. I wonder how David would feel knowing you are willing to die for him. But remember, in this society, your lives are worthless. Even if you sacrifice yourselves, it will not change anything for the current David. If you truly want to help David, the only thing you can do is improve your strength. When he encounters difficulties, help him, not by kowtowing and begging. Mr. Shi's words were like thorns, stabbing into the hearts of the girls. Although they all had some strength, as David's power grew, the challenges they faced became increasingly impossible to overcome. And it seemed all they could do was pray for David every day. Thank you, Mr. Shi, for teaching us. Ji Rushua kowtowed again. At that moment, they all silently vowed to practice diligently and become women who could truly help David, rather than creating confusion and being useless vases. I will now give you a set of exercises. How much you comprehend depends on your talent and fortune. With a wave of his palm, a flash of light entered the girls' minds. They quickly thanked Mr. Shi. Okay, you may leave, Mr. Shi said, waving them off. But just as the girls got up to leave, Mr. Shi pointed at Xiaoru and Wu Meier. You two stay. Xiaoru and Wu Meier looked puzzled but complied. When the other girls left, Mr. Shi's expression became solemn. You two are different from ordinary people. Do you understand that? I'm Ice Crystal. It was because of Brother Chen that I am alive today. Xiaoru said. I know I have a naturally charismatic body, but I have never used it to harm others, Wu Meier added quickly. Since you know you have a special constitution, are you willing to risk your lives for David? If you want David to escape the secret realm, you must take risks. Mr. Shi asked seriously. I am willing. My life is given by Brother Chen, Xiaoru nodded without hesitation. Wu Meyer hesitated briefly, then nodded. I am willing too. Although I never admitted my feelings, David has taken root in my heart. White heavy checkmark chapter 2094, the Book of Exercises. Seeing their agreement, Mr. Sher brushed his palm lightly on the table, and a golden light flickered out. Immediately, a book appeared out of thin air on Mr. Sher's desk. The cover was simple and slightly worn. Take this book. You two must not leave the capital, and no one, including yourselves, is allowed to read it. When you see David, hand this book to him. Do you understand? Xiaoru and Wu Meyer nodded, still in disbelief. In fact, they didn't fully understand what Mr. Sher meant. Even more confusing, David was trapped in a secret realm. How could they see him? Okay, take your books and leave. Don't mention this to anyone, Mr. Sher instructed. Wu Meyer stepped forward, taking the book in her arms, and left the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Xiaoru, Mayor, what did Mr. Sher say to you too? Ji Rushua asked as they emerged. He didn't say anything, just asked a question about our physique, Wu Meyer explained. Most things about their special physiques were already known. Okay, let's go back. Since Mr. Sher has taught us the exercises, we need to practice hard and help David as soon as possible, Ji Rushua said. In the following days, all the girls practiced diligently. Humatzi and the others continued to seek a way to rescue David from the secret realm. Only Xiaoru and Wu Meyer seemed lost. They spent their days together, and Wu Meyer even carried the book, unwilling to let go. Days passed in a flash, and they wandered the streets aimlessly, unsure how to meet David. I don't understand what Mr. Sher meant. Sister Mayor, we can't do anything. Everyone else is cultivating, and we just wander around, Xiaoru said listlessly from the corner of a restaurant. What does Mr. Sher mean? I've been thinking. Maybe because of our special physiques, there's a way to see David, so he gave us this book. Wu Meyer said thoughtfully. But how do we see Brother David? He's locked in a secret realm, and Master Hu and the others can't help, Xiaoru added, pouting, uninterested in the food before her. Two little sisters, if something troubles you, tell me. I'll help solve it, said two trendy young men approaching. Xiaoru and Wu Meyer barely glanced at them. Seeing they didn't respond, the men sat down uninvited. Xiaoru, irritated, saw them approach and became furious. You two, get out of here, or I'll make you regret it, she shouted, glaring fiercely. One man sneered, little sister, you're not very tall, but you sure know how to act big. Before he finished, Xiaoru pressed her hands gently on the table. Frost spread rapidly, coating the table and instantly freezing the two men, including their hair and eyebrows. Xiaoru. Wu Meyer hurriedly pulled Xiaoru up. Let's go, you're about to cause chaos downtown. Wu Meyer dragged Xiaoru away, leaving the meal untouched. Chapter 2095. Just after Xiaoru and Wu Meyer left the hotel, an old man with a black hat and a gray beard glanced at the two frozen men, then got up and quickly walked out of the hotel. This old man was the magic envoy, ordered to search for people with special physiques in the mundane world. Wu Meyer pulled Xiaoru along, weaving through the streets to avoid the crowd, clearly afraid of being discovered. You girl, you're too impulsive. If Uncle Long finds out, he will definitely scold you. Those two men are just ordinary people, yet you went so far. Wu Meyer reprimanded Xiaoru. Sister Meyer, I was wrong. I got angry because those two short-sighted men provoked me, Xiaoru said, looking wronged. Seeing this, Wu Meyer couldn't bear to scold her further and sighed softly. Now that David is trapped in the secret realm and his life is uncertain, we must not burden him. I've never cared about cultivation or fighting, but now I want to become strong enough to protect him. Among the girls, Wu Meyer was alone and powerless, a normal person. Sister Mayor, you scolded Brother Chen every time you saw him. I always thought you didn't like him. I didn't expect that you hid your feelings so deeply that you would be willing to sacrifice your life for him. Ji Rushua said with a smile. Wu Meyer smiled bitterly. So many girls like David, and I am neither outstanding in looks nor strength. My sister expresses her feelings boldly. What else can I do? Brother Chen's life is really lucky, having sisters like you, Xiaoru said, smiling. Okay, stop talking about this. Let's go back, Wu Meyer said, pulling Xiaoru along. But as they turned, they realized that an old man in a black hat had been silently watching them, his osprey-like eyes piercing. I didn't expect that David's Peach Blossom games would be so strong, the magician said with a smile. Who are you? Xiaoru asked, instinctively moving behind Wu Meyer. She could sense the aura of this demon, it was definitely not an ordinary person. I am David's enemy, the magic envoy said lightly. Wu Meyer and Xiaoru exchanged a glance. Xiaoru said, Sister Mayor, you go first. I'll deal with this old guy. Since he was David's enemy, Xiaoru could express her anger freely. Ha ha ha, you are so shameless at such a young age. You've just reached the strength of a marquis, yet you want to take me on. Even if you have a special physique, what can you do to me? The magic envoy laughed loudly. Xiaoru didn't speak, but her body trembled as cold energy condensed in her hands. Frost quickly formed on Xiaoru's palms. Ice palm! Xiaoru shouted and struck the demon with a single palm. A cold wind erupted instantly, dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The magic envoy looked at Xiaoru, sneered, and grabbed her neck effortlessly, showing disdain. Xiaoru's palm hit him, but he remained completely unaffected. Not a trace of frost remained on his body. Xiaoru's face fell, she realized the gap in strength was immense. At a certain point, even an ice crystal like her could have no effect. Bastard! Let me go! Xiaoru struggled, but her body felt like it was clamped in a vice. You don't need to struggle, it's useless, the demon said with a cold smile, intending to leave with Xiaoru, ignoring Wu Meyer. White heavy checkmark chapter 2096. Seeing Xiaoru about to be taken away, Wu Meyer panicked. Wait, she shouted. The magic envoy turned to look at her. What do you want to do? Wu Meyer smiled faintly, her eyes curved like crescent moons, full of charm. At that moment, Wu Meyer radiated an aura that fascinated men. She planned to use her charm to distract the demon and save Xiaoru. The magic envoy, sensing the alluring aura, was momentarily stunned. Wu Meyer stepped closer, believing her plan was working. Meanwhile, Xiaoru struggled against the demon's grip, trying to break free. Ha ha ha, it really took no effort to trap someone with a special physique. I didn't expect to meet two with such abilities, the magic envoy laughed. Wu Meyer, startled, tried to flee, but the magic envoy grabbed her with a powerful suction, pulling her toward him. With one hand, he controlled Wu Meyer, his face full of arrogance. A black mist escaped from him, and both Xiaoru and Wu Meyer fell unconscious. In the Demon Heart sect's secret realm, the magic envoy looked at the two unconscious girls with gleaming eyes. Since regaining his true body, he had never tasted a woman. Now, two such beautiful women stood before him, making him restless. And these were David's women. Thinking of David, the magic envoy felt a rush of excitement. He would use this chance to take revenge on David. David, I will record this and show you when you see it, he said wickedly, rushing toward Wu Meyer and Xiaoru. Slam! But just as he attacked, a burning pain struck his face, and he flew upside down instantly. A powerful figure appeared slowly. The magic envoy was terrified and fell to the ground. As I said, if you capture someone with a special physique, treat them properly. Don't harm them. Do you think you can deceive me? Deneng looked at the demon coldly. His grim voice nearly scared the magic envoy into peeing himself. Almighty, spare my life. My subordinates were confused for a while. I dare not, the magic envoy kowtowed desperately. Tell me, Sonia has been on a hunger strike for several days. Why didn't you report it? Deneng demanded. My subordinate was trying to figure out a way. Sonia's physical condition is fine, so I did not report it, the demon explained hurriedly. Throw these two girls and Sonia into the secret realm that trapped David, Deneng commanded. The magic envoy hesitated. Deneng, won't this reunite David and his girlfriend? And how will we extract Sonia's blood? Danning sneered. The purpose is to reunite them. Only then will David settle down. Even if reunited, they will never escape that secret realm. As for Sonia, compared to her special physique, her blood is nothing. This time, you've done well, finding two people with special physiques at once. When we break through this secret realm and rule the world, I'll let you govern one territory. Danning praised the demon, a typical slap to a sweet date. My subordinate is determined to serve the Almighty, the magic envoy said, filled with excitement. Chapter 2097. In the secret territory. Wu Meier and Xiaoru were still in a coma, and Sonia was shouting to them from the side. Xiaoru, Meier, wake up, wake up. Sonia looked both excited and worried. After so long, she finally saw people she knew well. After a while, Xiaoru and Wu Meier woke up slowly. When they saw Sonia, they were surprised as well. Sister Yuchi. You, is it really you? Xiaoru looked at Sonia in disbelief. Wu Meier pinched herself hard. We're not dreaming, right? Xiaoru, it's me. You're not dreaming. Sonia's eyes were full of tears, and she hugged Xiaoru tightly. Sister Yuchi, I finally saw you. For so long, I missed you so much, everyone missed you. Brother David was sealed in a secret realm in order to find a way to save you. Xiaoru also burst into tears, hugging Sonia tightly. When Sonia heard Xiaoru mention David, she quickly wiped her tears and said, Xiaoru, tell me in detail, what happened to David? I don't know much. Xiaoru had been living in the Zhao family. After all, she and Zhao Chuang were already set for life, so it was normal for her to stay with the Zhaos. Therefore, she didn't know much about David. Let me tell you. Wu Meier said, then explained in detail how David tried to enter the secret realm to save Sonia, only to be sealed inside. This fool, there are so many secret realms in the Demon Heart sect, how could he know which secret realm I was locked in? This is obviously the Demon Heart sect's conspiracy. Although Sonia complained with her mouth, her heart was full of emotion. After all, David risked his life to save her, proving her importance in his heart. Sister Yuchi, why are you here? Where is this place? Xiaoru asked curiously. This is also a secret realm of the Demon Heart sect. I've been moved several times, but I don't know why the two of you were brought to this one. Sonia said. We were arrested. Xiaoru explained how she and Wu Meier had encountered an old man and were captured. You must have met the Demon Heart sect's magic envoy. That old guy is very strong. But why would the Demon Heart sect arrest you too? Sonia frowned. She couldn't understand it. During her imprisonment, Sonia had learned many things about the Demon Heart sect and even recognized many of their members. The Demon Heart sect wanted Sonia's blood, so they treated her with delicious food. Inside the secret realm, she had no limits placed on her freedom. After all, even if she wandered around freely, she couldn't leave the secret realm. This was also to ensure she cooperated with blood extraction. Because of this freedom, Sonia developed a basic understanding of the Demon Heart sect. We don't know why we were arrested, but Mr. Shi gave us a book in advance. He said if we saw David, we should give it to him. He also asked if we were willing to sacrifice for David. Wu Meier said to Sonia. What book? Bring it to me. Sonia asked. She didn't know much about Mr. Shi, since she spent all her time in the Demon Heart sect. Wu Meier handed the book to Sonia. Sonia looked at the simple, even worn-out book in her hand, confused. But just as she was about to open it, Xiaoru stopped her. Sister Yuchi, you can't open it. Mr. Shi said this book can only be opened by Brother David. Chapter 2098. Sonia could only return the book to Wu Meier, then said, How are you two feeling now? If possible, we need to familiarize ourselves with this secret realm first. We're fine. Xiaoru and Wu Meier nodded. Then Sonia led them to explore the secret realm. But along the way, they didn't encounter a single member of the Demon Heart sect. They didn't even encounter a monster. Usually, large secret realms had monsters, which were considered resources, eventually turned into beast pills to aid cultivation. But this secret realm had nothing at all, not even a trace of life. However, the environment was good, not harsh, which meant the three girls suffered much less. After walking for some distance, Wu Meyer couldn't continue. After all, she was just an ordinary person, unlike Sonia and Xiaoru, who could endure hunger and thirst. Seeing Wu Meyer like that, Sonia had to stop and rest. Xiaoru, watch over Sister Meyer. I'll go find something to eat, maybe wild fruit or something. Since there were no creatures here, they could only look for wild fruits. Sonia went looking for food, not knowing someone was approaching. Not far away, David was sitting cross-legged, running the concentration technique to its limit, absorbing spiritual energy. During this period, he had explored the entire secret realm again, but found no exit. Whether climbing mountains or crossing rivers, there was no way out. Outside the boundaries of the secret realm was pure chaos. David tried entering the chaotic boundary like before in the demon sect, hoping he could escape. But he couldn't step into it. Time and space turbulence filled the chaotic land, making it impossible to pass. Now David could only cultivate and improve himself, hoping Humatsi and the others were working from outside to open the entrance. But while cultivating, a fluctuation suddenly appeared in his mind, a breath detected by his divine sense. Someone? David immediately opened his eyes, excitement flooding him. Following the sensed aura, he moved quickly toward the source. Meanwhile, Sonia continued searching for food, unaware someone was approaching. The two were getting closer and closer. As the distance shrank, David could clearly feel that the aura was very familiar. Yuchi's aura. Could it be Yuchi? Is she truly imprisoned here? David was filled with disbelief and excitement. His pace quickened. Soon, a figure appeared ahead. When David saw the figure clearly, he froze, stunned in place as if turned to stone. His expression shifted from surprise to excitement, then to doubt. He had searched the entire secret realm and found no one, so why did Sonia suddenly appear now? Sonia also looked up and saw David standing there. She froze instantly. They stared at each other in silence for several minutes, their eyes overflowing with excitement. David! At last, Sonia shouted and ran straight toward him. Yuchi! David rushed toward her as well. Soon, the two embraced tightly. Feeling the warmth of her body, David injected a wave of spiritual power into Sonia's body. Chapter 2099. Once David confirmed that Sonia was not a projected illusion, his tears flowed instantly. Yuchi, is this real? Is it really you? David asked in disbelief. It's real. It's all real. Sonia had already burst into tears. Two lovers separated for so long finally reunited at this moment. Although both had countless things they wanted to ask, neither could speak now. David looked at Sonia's tear-streaked face, his beloved, whom he had missed day and night, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He kissed her directly. Sonia also responded passionately. At this moment, the two forgot everything, they saw only each other. With this kiss, the sky seemed to darken and the ground trembled. Only when Sonia felt she couldn't breathe did David finally let her go. Seeing that it was getting dark, Sonia suddenly remembered the reason she'd come out looking around. Oh no! I forgot I came out to find food. Meyer is still starving. Sonia said anxiously. Meyer? Wu Meyer. She's here too? David asked in surprise. I'll explain everything later. Let's find something to eat first, then we'll go back and talk. Sonia urged. The two quickly gathered wild fruits and edible plants and hurried back. On the way, Sonia explained everything, and David finally understood that Xiaoru and Wu Meyer had also been captured and thrown into this secret realm by the demon envoy. But what interested David the most was the book Mr. Shi had given them. How did Mr. Shi know Xiaoru and Wu Meyer would meet him? Did he already foresee that the Demon Heart sect would capture them and throw them into this secret realm? And why did the Demon Heart sect want to arrest the two of them? These questions troubled David as well. Soon, David and Sonia arrived and saw Wu Meyer lying weakly on the ground while Xiaoru cared for her. Hearing footsteps, Xiaoru looked up. When she saw David, she froze, then jumped up immediately. "Brother David! I didn't expect to see you!" She shouted excitedly, causing the exhausted Wu Meyer to lift her head. When she saw David, strength seemed to return instantly, and she stood up at once. After a brief, joyful reunion, Wu Meyer ate wild fruits to regain her strength. Then she took out the book from Mr. Sher. "This is what Mr. Sher told us to give to you." None of us opened it. David took the ancient, worn-looking book. Immediately, a strange aura emanated from it. David frowned slightly, then looked at Sonia. "Yuchi, have you held this book?" "Yes, but I didn't open it," Sonia replied. "Did you feel anything strange from it?" David asked. "No. It felt like an ordinary book." Sonia shook her head. "That's strange," David muttered. Wu Meyer added, puzzled, "Why would Mr. Sher give us a book with nothing in it, and not tell us what to do with it? Since Mr. Sher said to give it to me, it must be useful. If he didn't explain how to use it, that means he believed I would understand it myself," David said. He held deep admiration for Mr. Sher, not just for his past help, but because Mr. Sher seemed to know everything, as if nothing in the world was beyond him. "David, maybe this blank book needs your blood to reveal its contents?" Sonia suggested. David immediately bit his finger, letting several drops of blood fall onto the book. Sure enough, the blood was instantly absorbed, and the blank book began to glow. Symbols slowly appeared on the first page, bright red like fresh blood, and soon a map formed. "Great! Something is appearing!" Xiaoru exclaimed happily. David quickly flipped the page and dripped more blood. But this time, nothing happened. No reaction. No new content. David and the others froze in surprise. They thought they had found the method, but only one page appeared. "Let's study the map carefully first. Maybe the method to unlock the rest is hidden on this page," Sonia suggested. They examined the map, but it didn't match anywhere in the secular world. As they concentrated, David's eyes suddenly lit up. "I understand," he shouted, startling the others. "This map is the layout of the secret realm we're in. Look, this mountain, this river, this forest, it all matches exactly." David pointed at the map. Sonia and the others had just arrived, so they didn't know the terrain well. Only David, who had traveled the entire secret realm searching for her and an exit, immediately recognized it. "But nothing is marked on the map. Even if it's the secret realm, what use is it?" Xiaoru asked. As soon as she finished speaking, moonlight shone down onto the blank book. A faint glow appeared on the map, and a tiny red dot began flashing rapidly. That flashing point clearly marked something unusual. "Here. Where the red dot is, could that be the exit?" Wu Meyer asked. "Whether it is or not, we must go there. Since Mr. Sher asked you to give me this book, it must help us now," David said firmly. He was certain Mr. Sher would never give him something useless. Just as David led the group toward the red dot. Far away, in a steep mountainous region outside the secret realm, Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan, father and son, were climbing the mountain. Their clothes were torn, and they looked like beggars. "Son, hold on, we'll reach Kuchin Temple soon," Shi Qingpei encouraged. Chapter 2101. Soon, Shi Qingpei and his son reached the top of the mountain. Although the path up was rough, the moment they reached the summit, the view was breathtaking. A majestic temple stood tall at the very peak, occupying almost the entire mountaintop. Standing there, one felt close enough to touch the clouds. The fresh air instantly cleared the mind. "Dad, is this the Kuchin Temple you mentioned?" Shi Yan asked in shock as he stared at the grand structure. In his impression, temples were small and dilapidated. The magnificent temple before him was completely beyond anything he imagined. "Yes. This is Kuchin Temple. My senior brother is the abbot here," When you meet him, you must address him as uncle. Shi Qingpei nodded and explained. As they talked, the two reached the entrance of the Kuchen temple. The entire place was bustling with people, hundreds of believers were offering incense, and thick smoke filled the air. Seeing that the crowds were all ordinary mortals, Shi Yan was stunned. Dad, even with our strength, it was difficult to climb this path. How did these ordinary people make it up here? Shi Yan asked incredulously. This is the power of faith. Ordinary people's devotion to Buddha and the gods cannot be compared to you and me. They entrust their lives to the divine and hope for blessings. Shi Qingpei exclaimed as he watched the devoted believers. The only thing that controls your life is your own strength. These ordinary people are so damn naive, they really think gods and Buddhas will bless them? Shi Yan sneered. To him, divine blessing was nothing compared to real power. But the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his throat tighten. His eyes widened, and his face twisted in pain. Bold fool! You dare blaspheme Buddha in my Kuchen temple? The laws of heaven will not tolerate this. A deep, resonant voice entered Shi Yan's ears. Shi Yan was terrified and immediately fell to his knees with a thud. Shi Qingpei instantly understood what was happening. He quickly transmitted his voice with inner energy. Senior brother, I am Shi Qingpei of the Balian Pavilion. I have come to visit you. My son is ignorant, please forgive him. As soon as Shi Qingpei finished speaking, Shi Yan felt the pressure lift, and he could breathe again. Soon, an old monk walked out of Kuchen temple. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, with white hair at his temples and a robe full of patches. This old monk was Master Zhu Yuan, the abbot of Kuchen temple. Senior brother! Shi Qingpei cried emotionally the moment he saw him. Shi Yan also stepped forward quickly and called out, Uncle! Master Zhu Yuan glanced at the father and son, frowned slightly, then said, Follow me inside. We'll talk in the hall. Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan followed him through the many temple layers until they reached the rear hall. Everyone, leave. Zhu Yuan waved his hand and dismissed the other monks, then turned to Shi Qingpei. Junior brother, you are the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion. How did you end up in such a miserable state? Hearing this, Shi Qingpei felt a surge of sorrow and tears streamed down his face again. Senior brother, you must help me get revenge. He fell to his knees before Zhu Yuan. Seeing this, Shi Yan also knelt. Junior brother, although it has been many years since we've spoken, we are still disciples of the same master. If something has happened to you, I will not ignore it. Stand up and tell me everything. Zhu Yuan helped Shi Qingpei rise. Senior brother, my Balian Pavilion has been destroyed. Shi Qingpei said with deep grief. White heavy checkmark chapter 2102. Destroyed? Who destroyed your Balian Pavilion? Zhu Yuan was startled. Your strength isn't high, but the magical artifacts you possess are top class. With those artifacts, how could you fail to protect the pavilion? In the entire secular world, except for those hermits trying to ascend to immortality, who else could destroy your Balian Pavilion? Or, was it done by someone from a secret realm? Shi Qingpei shook his head. No. It wasn't anyone from the secret realm, nor from the hidden sections. It was a guy named David. David? Zhu Yuan frowned. Who is he? How could he possibly destroy Balian Pavilion? What about your magical tools? I don't know much about him. I only know he's a newcomer in the martial world, the strongest among the younger generation, just in his 20s. Shi Qingpei truly knew little about David. Balian Pavilion rarely interacted with the secular world. A newcomer? Zhu Yuan was shocked. To destroy Balian Pavilion, he must at least be stronger than a martial saint. How could a newcomer suddenly reach martial saint level? He must be from a hidden sect. There must be things you don't know. Many old monsters rejuvenate their bodies after reaching high realms. They look younger and can live hundreds of years. This David is probably an elder from a hidden sect. Zhu Yuan did not believe a 20-something newcomer could reach martial saint level. In a secret realm, this was possible since cultivators started at a higher level. But in the mortal world, martial artists had to progress step by step. The pinnacle of mortal martial cultivation was the transformation realm. Only by entering that realm could one simplify the complex and step into the path of immortality. But some people were born into the immortal cultivation world, with talent and resources, so reaching martial saint in their 20s wasn't impossible. But in the secular world, a martial saint in his 20s was nearly unheard of, unless he obtained a massive opportunity or relied on a powerful sect. For someone with no background, no resources, no backing, to reach martial saint in his 20s. It was laughable. "Uncle, I don't think David looks like someone who rejuvenated himself. And none of our magical tools worked on him. Could he be an immortal cultivator?" Shi Yan asked. He completely doubted the rejuvenation theory. David didn't look like an old monster disguised as a youth. Impossible. Immortal cultivators cannot use their full strength in the mortal world. They are restrained by the laws of heaven and earth. To this world, immortal cultivators are anomalies. They cannot remain here long. Unless they give up cultivation entirely and allow their strength to stagnate, or even regress, they cannot stay in the secular world. You Balian Pavilion people deal with secret realm cultivators often. Don't tell me you don't know this basic common sense. Zhu Yuan looked at Shi Yan. I really didn't know. Shi Yan said awkwardly. Shi Qingpei immediately defended him. Senior brother, I haven't told him many things yet. He's still young. But if David isn't a cultivator, then how is his strength so high? I've never heard of him being from a hidden sect either. Shi Qingpei looked confused. At this point, even he wasn't sure anymore what David truly was. Chapter 2103. No matter who this David is, since he dares to destroy your Balian Pavilion, I won't sit back and ignore it. The two of you must have already lost your inner strength. Rest here. After Zhu Yuan finished speaking, he lightly waved his palm. A Buddha statue in the hall glowed faintly, and a force visible to the naked eye continuously entered the bodies of Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan. Both of them immediately felt their bodies relax, and their strength instantly returned to its peak. Senior brother, what is this? Shi Qingpei asked in shock. This is the power of faith, the purest power of faith. Those believers you saw all traveled through mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships just to come here to worship. Only such devotion can create the purest power of faith. This power of faith is 100 times stronger than the resources you use. If I fully harness it, I could easily cultivate a martial saint in his 20s. Zhu Yuan said proudly. Hearing this, Shi Qingpei and his son were shocked. Senior brother, what is your current level of strength? Shi Qingpei asked. The peak of martial saint. It won't be long now. Once I absorb more power of faith, I may break through the martial saint realm. When I break through and step into the martial god realm, even if David is from a hidden family, what could he possibly do? Although Zhu Yuan spoke calmly, the excitement and confidence in his tone were unmistakable. Break through, into martial sage? Wouldn't that mean becoming a martial god? This martial god will be a god of an era, remembered for generations, Shi Yan said incredulously. Ha ha ha, what is a martial god? People like us, who are detached from worldly affairs and devoted to cultivation, seek only to become immortals and reach Buddhahood. Although Zhu Yuan spoke dismissively, Shi Yan's words clearly excited him. With senior brother here, our great revenge will definitely be avenged, Shi Qingpei said happily. Don't worry. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuan's laughter echoed across the entire sky above Kuchen Temple. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, David led Sonia and the others along the map until they finally found the location where the red dot was flashing. It turned out to be a waterfall, and the red dot was located behind it. Is the exit behind this waterfall? Xiaoru asked, looking up at the towering cascade. Maybe it's not an exit, maybe it's something else, Sonia said. If it's not an exit, then what is it? Xiaoru asked, puzzled. What if it's a treasure? Sonia said with a smile. A treasure? Xiaoru's eyes widened, but she quickly shook her head. Impossible. You said it yourself, this is the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. They must have searched this place already. If there were treasure, they would have found it. I'll go check it out. You all wait here first. After speaking, David leapt through the waterfall. Behind the waterfall was a cliff, and in it a large cave entrance hidden completely from the outside. David held the wordless heavenly book and slowly approached the entrance. Not far inside, he saw 3 large characters carved above the cave. Wuya Cave. There were signs of excavation and traces of human activity around it. Someone had definitely lived here, this secret realm had been inhabited. But why was there no one now? Had the Demon Heart sect occupied the place and slaughtered everyone? David walked deeper. The cave grew darker. He raised his palm, summoning a faint blue spiritual fire that illuminated his surroundings. Chapter 2104. When David reached the end of the cave, he found it was huge, almost like a hall, with many sculptures, all covered in dust. He searched thoroughly but found nothing unusual. Besides the sculptures, the stone walls had carvings, but they were too worn to decipher. Disappointed, David headed back. He had hoped the marked location would be an exit, or at least a relic. But finding nothing left him frustrated. When he returned to the cave entrance, he discovered that Sonia and the other 2 had followed him inside. Didn't I tell you 3 to wait outside? Why did you come in? What if this place is dangerous? David scolded. We were afraid you would be in danger, so we came in, Sonia said. Her answer left David speechless. Brother David, is there anything good in this cave? Xiaoru asked, staring into the darkness. Nothing. Just some broken sculptures, David said, shaking his head. Let's still go take a look, Wu Meyer said curiously. There's nothing to see, David said, not wanting to go deeper again. I want to go too. Brother Chen, let's just take a look. Xiaoru said, clinging to his arm sweetly. David could only sigh helplessly. Fine. The 4 walked deeper into the cave. So this place is called Wuya Cave? What a rustic name, Xiaoru muttered. Wu Meyer glanced up at the carved name, then quickly lowered her head, her face turning slightly red. No one noticed. David walked ahead with the spirit fire lighting the way. But behind him, Sonia's face grew flushed, her body heating up, sweat dripping from her forehead. Xiaoru shivered violently as if freezing, frost forming on her hair and brows. Wu Meyer walked last, her cheeks bright red, biting her lip as though she were seeing something inappropriate. David noticed nothing. Reaching the bottom of the cave, he said, See? Nothing but broken sculptures. I wasn't lying. You insisted on coming, now you've seen it. Just as he was about to sit down, he realized something was wrong with the 3 girls. Yuchi, what's wrong? He asked, seeing Sonia drenched in sweat. I'm fine, just suddenly really hot. Why is it so hot here? Sonia wiped her forehead. Hot? David was confused. He placed his hand on her forehead and instantly jerked back. David's body was so powerful he could stand in magma without discomfort, yet Sonia's forehead felt burning hot to him. On the other side, Xiaoru hugged herself tightly. So cold, it's so cold. Frost covered her hair. Xiaoru. David quickly removed his outer garment and wrapped it around her. Brother David, it's so cold, Xiaoru grabbed him desperately. The moment she touched him, a bone-chilling cold surged into his body. David was shocked and pushed her away. Now he was genuinely unsettled. What was happening to Sonia and Xiaoru? Was this cave dangerous after all? Chapter 2105. But when he looked at Wu Meyer, he found that Wu Meyer was blushing, biting her lips so hard that it was bleeding. Her fists were clenched, and her nails pierced deeply into her flesh. A charming tenderness flashed in her eyes. Meyer, are you all right? David stepped forward, grabbed Wu Meyer's hand, and shook it. Wu Meyer's eyes were full of seductive tenderness. When she saw David approaching, she hugged him tightly and tried to make out with him. This shocked David, but as Wu Mei embraced him, he suddenly noticed that on the stone walls around the cave were carved pictures of men and women in intimate acts, extremely explicit scenes. Even with David's strong mental discipline, he could feel heat rising in his lower abdomen at the sight. Coupled with Wu Mei's intoxicating body fragrance constantly drifting into his nose. At this moment, David's eyes slowly turned red, and the most primitive instinct in his body began to overwhelm him. He began to respond to Wu Mei, even reaching to remove her clothes with both hands. But just as David was about to go further, a golden light suddenly flashed inside his mind, jolting his brain sharply. He instantly woke up. Seeing Wu Mei in front of him, David hurriedly pulled her clothes back on. He recited the clear heart mantra, and soon his heart calmed down. But when he turned to look at Sonia and the others, David's brows furrowed deeply. "Yuchi, let's go. We need to get out of here immediately," David shouted towards Sonia. But Sonia's face was twisted in pain, as if she couldn't hear him at all. When he looked at Xiaoru, her entire body was covered in frost, and only her eyes were moving. "Ah!" David roared, golden light surging through his hands as he slammed his palm toward the cave wall. He knew everything was caused by the strange energy within this cave. Boom! Boom! Loud blasts echoed throughout the cave, but despite David's immense force striking the stone walls, they remained completely unharmed. Even the sculptures inside the cave didn't take a scratch. David was shocked. With his current strength, destroying a mountain was effortless, yet here, his power was useless. He didn't know how many punches he threw until he was gasping for breath. Only then did he stop. Yet the cave remained unchanged. Why? How is this possible? David looked around in confusion. He couldn't understand why he couldn't even crack a cave wall with his strength. Looking at Sonia and the others, a wave of helplessness washed over him. David sat down on the ground, forcing himself to calm down. The cave contained nothing except several statues that were covered in dust. Could the problem lie with the statues? David began examining them carefully, and the one in the middle felt especially strange. The statue's right hand was stretched forward, palm open, and its gaze fixed directly upon that hand. David circled around it. It looks like this statue was supposed to be holding something. He muttered to himself. Just as David stared at the statue in a daze, the wordless heavenly book he carried began to change. It glowed faintly, slowly floated into the air, and finally landed in the statue's open palm. As soon as the wordless heavenly book fell into the statue's hand, countless words appeared on its previously blank pages. David stared in astonishment, eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 2106. He couldn't understand how the wordless heavenly book flew into the statue's hand and how words suddenly appeared on it. Could this book originally belong to the owner of the statue? Seeing the glowing book, David wanted to read what was written. He took the wordless book from the statue's hand. But the moment he removed it, all the words vanished instantly. Startled, David quickly placed the book back into the statue's hand. Immediately, the densely packed characters reappeared. David had no choice but to lean physically against the statue and read from there. But just as he leaned in to study the text, a faint light began glowing from his body, and a misty phantom slowly emerged from him and drifted into the statue. David himself remained unaware, completely absorbed in the contents of the book. Each time he finished a page and flipped to the next, the previous page disappeared. David froze in shock, but before he could react, the entire wordless heavenly book began fading, as if it were about to vanish completely. Panicked, David focused his mind, forcing himself to memorize the text as quickly as possible. As he memorized the contents, the image of a book slowly formed within his consciousness. While David was fully absorbed in reading, from the bodies of Sonia and Xiaoru, translucent phantoms floated out. As soon as they left their bodies, the surrounding statues absorbed them. Each statue flashed faintly afterward, then dimmed again. Once the phantoms left their bodies, Sonia and the others recovered instantly, all the strange sensations disappearing. "Sister Yuchi." Xiaoru exhaled in relief, then rushed to Sonia. "Xiaoru, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Xiaoru shook her head. The two looked at Wu Meier, who had also returned to normal. "Sister Meier, why are your clothes such a mess?" Xiaoru stared at Wu Meier's wrinkled, disheveled clothes, as if someone had taken them off. I don't know what happened," Wu Meier said softly as she straightened her clothing. "This cave is really strange. When I first walked inside, I felt like I had stepped into a furnace. Flames everywhere, it was unbearably hot." Sonia frowned. "I felt the opposite, like entering an ice cave. Frost everywhere. It was freezing." Xiaoru added. "Meier, what did you see when you walked in?" Sonia asked. Wu Meier's face turned red. She couldn't possibly say she saw erotic scenes everywhere. Seeing Wu Meier's expression, Sonia seemed to understand. "It looks like the cave created illusions based on each of our special physiques. Xiaoru is an ice crystal body, so she saw frost and felt extreme cold. And I am a fire spirit body, so I saw flames and felt scorching heat." Sonia analyzed calmly. "What about Sister Meier? She has a naturally seductive body, so what would she see? Could it be?" Xiaoru stopped mid-sentence but looked at Wu Meier with wide eyes. Sonia also stared at Wu Meier, waiting for her to confirm. Under their gaze, Wu Meier blushed and slowly nodded. "After I walked into the cave, what I saw was exactly what you're thinking." Chapter 2107. When Xiaoru heard this, she said in disbelief. "Sister Meier, is that true? Then with how beautiful you are, no wonder your clothes are a mess. I almost froze to death, Sister Yuchi almost burned to death, and you? Sister Meier, you had it the easiest, you almost died of pleasure." "Xiaoru, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Meier blushed and glared at Xiaoru. "Hey, where's brother David?" Only then did Xiaoru realize she couldn't see David anywhere. When she said this, Sonia and Wu Meier also hurriedly looked around, trying to find him. At this moment, David was right beside the statue in the center, staring motionlessly at the wordless scripture. David looked just like one of the statues, no wonder the girls didn't notice him earlier. After a while, the wordless scripture completely disappeared, and inside David's sea of consciousness, a glowing book appeared. Shaking his dizzy head, David let out a long breath, then collapsed to the ground. This intense level of memorization made him feel even more exhausted than fighting. "David, are you okay?" Sonia rushed over and asked. "Yuchi. Xiaoru. Meier? Are you all alright?" David asked in disbelief, seeing the three of them fully recovered. "We're all fine. What about you?" Sonia asked with concern. "I'm fine." "Really?" David stood up with a faint smile. "Since everyone is fine, let's get out of here quickly. This cave is too weird," Xiaoru said nervously. David nodded and led the three of them out of the cave. "David, look at the wordless scripture Mr. Sher gave you, maybe it has more clues?" Sonia asked. Since the cave was not the exit nor a treasure vault, there must still be an exit somewhere in the secret realm. But David shook his head. "The wordless scripture is gone." He then told them everything that happened inside the cave. When they heard that the scripture suddenly showed writing and David memorized it all, Xiaoru asked excitedly. "Brother David, what exactly was written on it?" David shook his head. "I don't know." Sonia and the others were stunned. Wu Meier asked, confused. "David, didn't you say you memorized everything? You said the content is in your mind. How can you not know what it said?" "I really thought I remembered it, but I can't recall anything. Let me try again." David closed his eyes and entered his sea of consciousness, looking at the floating book. But when his consciousness approached it, a powerful force suddenly repelled him. "I really can't remember what was written," David said in frustration. When he read it earlier, he felt like he memorized everything, but now it felt like the memory never existed. He had completely forgotten the contents of the wordless scripture. What are we going to do? Are we going to be stuck here for the rest of our lives? Xiaoru sighed. No one spoke. Even David didn't know what to do. Gulyalu. At that moment, Woomeyer's stomach growled loudly. After everything that happened, Woomeyer was hungry again. Wait here. I'll go find something to eat. David stood up and went to search. Although there were no animals here, there were many plants, and David remembered where the wild fruits grew. Soon, he found a few trees full of large, fist-sized fruits. They looked fresh and tempting. David had never seen this type of fruit before and didn't know whether it was edible. So he picked one, wiped it casually, and took a bite. Since David was immune to all poisons, he wasn't worried about himself, but if the fruit was poisonous, the girls could be in danger. Just as David bit into the fruit, a name instantly appeared in his mind. Green frost fruit. Then detailed information followed right after. David stared at the fruit in shock. He had never seen this fruit before, nor heard of it. According to the information, this fruit tree survived from ancient times, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fruit was sweet, refreshing, and had beautifying effects. What the hell is going on? David frowned. Unable to figure it out, he simply picked more fruits and headed back. Woomeyer saw the juicy fruits and immediately took one to eat. After the first bite, she was stunned by the sweetness. Yuchi! Xiaoru! Try this! It's so sweet! Woomeyer shouted. Sonia and Xiaoru weren't hungry, but once they heard Woomeyer's reaction, they each grabbed one. Soon, all three were shocked by how delicious the fruit was. David, what fruit is this? It's incredible. Sonia asked. This is called green frost fruit. It only grows in secret realms and absorbs heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It also has beautifying effects. As soon as he mentioned beautifying, the girls ate even faster. Brother David, how do you know all this? You've never been in a secret realm before, right? Xiaoru asked curiously. David rubbed his head awkwardly. I don't know. I just suddenly knew the name somehow. How would he know? With such tasty fruit that also makes us prettier, even if we stay trapped here forever, I wouldn't complain. Woomeyer said happily. Watching the three women eating and laughing, David felt relieved. At least they were safe for now, and unlike the Fire Gate's secret realm, this place wasn't a barren wasteland. He lay down on the grass, wanting to rest. But just as he lay down, his hands suddenly felt sharp pain, as if pierced by something. A drop of blood appeared on his palm. His body was tougher than steel, what could pierce his skin so easily? David leaned down and searched through the grass. Soon, he found a needle-shaped blade of grass with a trace of his blood on it. It was so thin and transparent that it blended perfectly into the grass. David plucked it out. Under the sunlight, the transparent blade gleamed like glass. Golden thorn. As David examined it, the name appeared in his mind again, followed by its description. This grass was extremely hard and was the perfect material for hidden weapons, but it was so rare that almost no one had ever seen it. There was also a legend. A hedgehog immortal in the heavens once shook its body, and the thorns that fell became golden thorn grass upon reaching the mortal world. David stared blankly at the information appearing in his mind. Slowly, he began to understand something. Chapter 2109. David started to grab a handful of grass and then took a sniff. A fresh smell entered his nose. Heartbroken grass. Soon, the name of this grass appeared in David's mind, and various introductions of this grass also appeared. David looked at the heartbroken grass in his hand and suddenly threw it away. He didn't expect this green, faintly glowing grass, which looked very beautiful, to actually be a highly poisonous thing. If someone ate it, they would be finished. Immediately afterward, David excitedly began examining the various plants in the secret realm. As long as he touched a plant, information about it would instantly appear in his mind. This is great, it must be because of this wordless scripture. David muttered. His consciousness entered his sea of consciousness again, looking at the wordless scripture. This time, he could open the wordless heavenly book with ease, and inside it recorded the plants he had just inspected. Sure enough. David's face filled with excitement. He then took out many items from his storage ring. As long as David touched an item and injected a thread of spiritual power into it, he could instantly know its purpose. This is like a fucking encyclopedia. With this wordless book, what else is there that I don't know? David's face flushed with excitement. Suddenly, he looked at Sonia and the others, and an idea came to him. Since this wordless scripture could identify anything, could it identify people? Thinking of this, David ran over and hugged Sonia. Sonia was startled by David's sudden embrace. David had never been so forward, especially not in front of others. "David, what are you doing?" Sonia blushed and tried to push him away. But David held her tightly, with no intention of letting go. Seeing this, Xiaoru smiled slightly, turned her head aside, and said, "Brother David, in front of me and Sister Meyer, what exactly are you trying to do with Sister Yuchi?" Wu Meyer also turned her head slightly, her heart somewhat complicated. David injected spiritual power into Sonia's body but found that no information about her appeared in his mind. Is it because we know each other too well? David frowned slightly. After all, he already knew everything about Sonia's past, so even if no information appeared, he still knew it himself. He let go of Sonia and then looked at Wu Meyer. David didn't know much about Wu Meyer's past. Thinking of this, David rushed toward Wu Meyer and hugged her tightly. "David, what are you doing?" Wu Meyer was startled, her face turning red instantly. Sonia and Xiaoru were also stunned, not understanding what David was doing. David injected spiritual power into Wu Meyer's body, but still, no information appeared in his mind. That's strange, does it have no effect on humans? David let go of Wu Meyer, frowning, then slowly stood up and walked away. "Sister Yuchi, what's wrong with Brother David? Did he go crazy?" Xiaoru whispered when she saw his strange behavior. "I don't know either," Sonia's expression was also confused. The three of them watched David lean against a big tree, staring blankly at the sky. No one disturbed him, and David himself just stood there quietly. After an unknown amount of time, David's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, rapidly spreading everywhere. Sonia and the others felt David's aura and were startled, staring at him nervously. David's face twisted hideously, as if he were forcing all the strength in his body out at once. Chapter 21:10. When they saw David's terrifying expression, the three girls were horrified. "Sister Yuchi, Brother David, what's wrong with him? Is he going to die?" Xiaoru asked, her voice trembling. Sonia also looked at David nervously, but they couldn't get close. David's aura made it impossible to move even an inch. After more than 10 minutes, David's aura suddenly disappeared, and he collapsed to the ground. "David! Brother David!" Sonia and Xiaoru rushed over. David was lying on the ground, his forehead covered in sweat, but he was smiling. Ha 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 ha. David lay there laughing loudly, completely confusing the three girls. "Beat Brother David, did you go stupid?" Xiaoru asked cautiously. "David, are you alright?" Sonia added. David suddenly sat up and shouted excitedly, "I know! I know! We can leave here." "David, what do you know?" Wu Meyer asked. Sonia and Xiaoru were also stunned, none of them understood what David was talking about. David calmed himself and said, "I know how the exit of this secret realm opens." It turned out David had been using all his strength to sense the entire secret realm. He wanted to test whether the wordless scripture could even reveal information about the secret realm itself. Unexpectedly, it really did. According to the wordless heavenly book, this place was originally a Taoist sect secret realm. A single sect possessing such a massive secret realm showed how powerful that sect had been. However, hundreds of years ago, the entire Taoist sect suddenly vanished, and this secret realm was taken over by the Demon Heart sect. But the Demon Heart sect never really used this secret realm, and very few of their people had ever entered it. The wordless heavenly book was originally a Taoist treasure. David still didn't know how it had ended up in Mr. Shi's hands. Now that he knew its origins, he had also found the method to open the secret realm's exit. Brother David, you even know the origin of this place. What about Wuya Cave? Do you know what happened there? Xiaoru asked eagerly. After all, the strange changes to their bodies after entering that cave made them extremely curious. David entered his sea of consciousness to check the wordless book. Strangely, the introduction of the secret realm contained no information about Wuya Cave at all. That's odd. Could it be that Wuya Cave was something the Demon Heart sect created later? That would explain why it's not recorded. David, stop thinking about it. Since you know how to get out, let's go already. Sonia urged impatiently. She'd never been trapped somewhere for this long without seeing her family. All right. David nodded and then followed the instructions from the wordless book to a specific place. He formed hand seals and chanted a spell. A ray of light flashed across the void, and a door of light slowly appeared. Seeing the open exit, David and the others became excited. We can finally go out, Sonia exclaimed, her voice trembling with relief. Chapter 21:11. Let's go. David urged, afraid they would be too late. The four people passed through the gate of light one after another, and their figures slowly appeared in the backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance. The Longmen disciples patrolling the backyard were stunned when they saw the suddenly opened gate of light and the four people emerging from it. But they quickly reacted and immediately knelt down. Sect Master, you finally came out. Go inform Master Hu and tell him the Sect Master has returned. Soon, Humatsi and Long Xingshu received news that David and the others had escaped from the secret realm. They rushed to the Martial Arts Alliance, and when Humatsi saw David, his eyes were full of surprise. David, how did you get out from the entrance? We tried everything, but we couldn't open it again. It's a long story. Let's go back first and talk about it there. David brought everyone back to Longmen. Sonia looked at the huge Longmen gate and the people calling David their sect master, completely surprised. Yuchi, a lot has happened while you were gone. I'll explain it all later. Seeing Sonia's confusion, David smiled. Yuchi. Gu Linger rushed over excitedly the moment she saw Sonia and hugged her tightly. Linger. Sonia also felt emotional seeing her. Ji Rushue arrived with a group of girls. Seeing Xiaoru and Wu Meyer, she asked. Xiaoru, where have you two been? We've been searching everywhere for you. Sister Rushue, we were taken away. Xiaoru then explained the entire matter in detail. Hearing that Xiaoru and Wu Meyer had been captured and locked inside a secret realm, the girls were shocked. After Sonia finished talking with Gu Linger, her eyes swept across the many girls. And as a woman, her sixth sense instantly told her that all of these girls had a special relationship with David. Hello, my name is Ji Rushue. Ji Rushue introduced herself generously. Seeing Ji Rushue's graceful and elegant appearance, Sonia was momentarily stunned, even as a woman herself. Ji Rushue looked like a beauty who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Hello, my name is Sonia. Sonia snapped out of it and shook her hand. At this moment, David felt extremely embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain the situation to Sonia. I'm sure you're hungry after being trapped inside for so long. I've already had someone prepare a banquet. Today is a day worth celebrating, let's enjoy ourselves. Seeing David's embarrassment, Long Xingshu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Soon, Longmen became lively. Lanterns were hung everywhere, colorful lights lit up the compound, and dozens of tables were prepared for the banquet. David introduced everyone around him to Sonia one by one. Miss Sue, you don't know how many risks David took to save you. He almost lost his life several times. Humatsi said to Sonia. Sonia glanced at David with a smile filled with happiness. She knew how anxious he must have been while she was trapped. The banquet continued until late into the night. It was the happiest day Longmen had seen in a long time, and the happiest day for David. Countless fireworks bloomed in the sky above Longmen. Inside the Dharma Protector Pavilion, Mr. Sher watched the fireworks without any expression. Mr. Sher, David rescued his girlfriend, and now Longmen is celebrating, Xing Jun reported. He's celebrating too early. Mr. Shi sighed softly, then took out a letter and handed it to Xing Jun. If David comes looking for me tomorrow, tell him I'm not here and give this letter to him. Chapter 21:12. Xing Jun took the letter, confused, but nodded. As ordered. Mr. Shi waved his hand, and Xing Jun left. Mr. Shi looked up at the stars and murmured, the real contest may only be beginning. At the same time, in the Demon Heart sect's secret realm, Daning stood outside her residence, staring at the night sky. Beside her were 8 miniature statues, 4 of them glowing faintly. If David were here, he would immediately recognize that these statues were identical to those in Wuya Cave. No one can stop me. No one. Daning said slowly, glancing at the glowing statues. At that moment, the magician ran in panicked. Great One, something bad happened. David escaped from the secret realm with 3 women. They're celebrating now. But Daning's unclear face remained expressionless. They can't escape. Even if they escape, they will return. Your task now is to find people with special physiques. Remember, you have 3 months. If you cannot find others with special physiques, don't come back. Daning said coldly. This subordinate understands, the magician replied. Long men. When the banquet ended, everyone left happily. Everyone knowingly left space for David and Sonia. Sitting on the rooftop, Sonia leaned against David's shoulder. The two of them looked at the starry sky, their faces full of happiness. Those girls treated you very warmly today. You seem to have quite a way with women, Sonia asked softly. They're all just confidants. The most important person in my heart is you. David wrapped his arm around her. You're smooth with your words. With so many beautiful women around you, especially Ji Rushue, even a woman can't help being attracted to her. Can you really hold back? Have you done anything with them? Sonia looked directly into David's eyes. David's gaze was calm as he shook his head. I've never done anything with them. Seeing his sincere eyes, Sonia smiled faintly, she believed him. Actually, as long as you have me in your heart, I don't care what you have done. Sonia leaned on his shoulder again. I said before that until I rescue my mother, I will not get married. And before marriage, I won't do anything between a man and a woman. David said quietly. Is there any news about my aunt? Sonia asked. Yes, but I've been focused on rescuing you. Now that you're safe, I'll go save my mother. David's eyes burned with determination. He believed he could rescue her. It's my fault. I held you back. Sonia felt guilty. If not for her, David's mother might have been saved already. Fool, this has nothing to do with you. David gently tapped her forehead, then told her everything that had happened while she was gone. Sonia listened while leaning against him, slowly closing her eyes. Seeing her fall asleep, David held her tighter, afraid she might get cold. Before they knew it, a ray of sunlight rose from the horizon, illuminating the world. David looked at the sunrise with a smile, then glanced at Sonia sleeping on his shoulder. But in the next second, his expression changed drastically. Sonia's face had turned pale, completely drained of blood. Chapter 21:13. Yuchi. David was shocked and hurriedly examined Sonia's condition. But at this moment, Sonia's breathing was weak, her eyes were closed, and no matter how loudly he called, there was no response. David poured spiritual power into Sonia's body, but still couldn't find any reason. This time, David panicked. Sonia had been fine, why did she suddenly fall into a coma? Just as David was becoming overwhelmed, Zhao Chuang and Ji Rushue hurried over. It turned out that Xiaoru and Wu Meyer had the same symptoms as Sonia. They were unconscious, and their breathing was extremely faint. Brother Chen, what's happening? Xiaoru was perfectly fine last night. Zhao Chuang asked anxiously. Ji Rushue said, Meyer was also fine when she went back, but she wouldn't wake up this morning. David frowned and remained silent. He didn't know what was happening or why this was occurring. After thinking for a moment, David said to Ji Rushua, Rushua, take care of Yuchi. I'll go to Mr. Shi and ask whether he knows the cause. The only person David could rely on now was Mr. Shi. During this period of time, David felt that Mr. Shi was like a jack of all trades, he seemed to understand everything. Okay, hurry. I think their condition is very serious, Ji Rushua replied. David rushed to the law enforcement pavilion without stopping, but just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Xing Jun standing at the door. David was surprised. After all, Xing Jun was the captain of the law enforcement team. How could someone of such status be standing outside the door like this? When Xing Jun saw David approaching, he was stunned. He hadn't expected Mr. Shi to predict correctly that David would come. Captain Xing, You came to see Mr. Shi? Xing Jun interrupted before David finished. David nodded in surprise. Yes. Mr. Shi isn't here, but he told me to give you this letter, Xing Jun said, taking out a letter and handing it to David. David took the letter, confused. How did Mr. Shi know he would come? He opened it. After reading the contents, David's expression instantly turned extremely dark. Captain Xing, Mr. Shi must be inside. Please let me see him, David pleaded. Mr. Shi is not here, and even if he were, he wouldn't see you, Xing Jun replied, shaking his head. Don't make things difficult for me. This is his order. Captain Xing, no matter what, I must see Mr. Shi today, David said, eyes full of determination. David, what do you mean? Are you trying to force your way into the Protector Pavilion? Xing Jun frowned. If Mr. Shi refuses to see me, then yes, I'll break in. As soon as David spoke, he charged toward the Protector Pavilion. David, you! Xing Jun tried to stop him, but before he even got close, he was blasted back by David's aura. David's strength was far beyond Xing Jun's ability to resist. David, do you know the crime for trespassing into the Protector Pavilion and disturbing Mr. Shi? Don't think that because Mr. Shi protects you, you can do whatever the hell you want. This is a capital offense, you'd better think carefully. Xing Jun shouted. Captain Xing, I'm sorry. Even if I die, I must see Mr. Shi today. David said solemnly, rushing toward Mr. Shi's door. Xing Jun blocked the way, struggling to hold him back. But at that moment, Mr. Shi's door suddenly opened by itself. Captain Xing, let him come in. Mr. Shi's calm voice drifted out. Chapter 21:14. Hearing this, Xing Jun stepped aside. David walked toward Mr. Shi's room. As he reached the doorway, David saw Mr. Shi calmly drinking tea. Clearly, he wasn't not here, he simply didn't want to see him. Mr. Shi, you. If you have something to say, come inside. I don't like talking to people from such a distance, Mr. Shi interrupted before David could finish. David stepped toward the room. But the moment he crossed the threshold, he felt an overwhelming pressure. He gritted his teeth and tried to withstand it, but his body grew light and he was blasted backward, crashing into the courtyard. The hard blue stone ground split, forming a deep pit. David slowly got up and approached the room again. Staring at the short distance ahead, he released his aura, preparing himself fully, and stepped forward. But the instant he set foot inside, it was as if a speeding train slammed into him. His body flew backwards again. This time, he crashed into the same spot as before, deepening the crater even more. David stood up once more, wiping the blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Again, he stepped forward, this time more cautiously. Mr. Shi, why did you ask Xiaoru and Meyer to bring me the wordless heavenly book? Did you already know they would be captured and thrown into the secret realm? Now they're unconscious and barely breathing, what the hell is happening? David demanded. If you don't have the ability to step into this room, then you have no right to question me. Just follow the instructions I gave you in the letter, Mr. Shi replied indifferently, still sipping his tea without looking at David. David frowned and increased his aura once more. This time, he activated his golden body, golden scales covered him entirely, and the power of the dragon surged. Behind him, a golden dragon slowly materialized. But this time, the dragon behind David was dimmer than before, and its majesty had faded noticeably. David didn't realize this. He gritted his teeth and stepped in again. The moment he entered, boom! A massive pressure slammed down. David's body trembled twice, then collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. The ground cracked around him. David gritted his teeth, pressed his hands against the ground, and began crawling toward the room. But as soon as he moved, he was blasted out again. This time, he spat out a mouthful of blood midair. Yet the moment he landed, he stood up again without hesitation. Once more, he charged toward Mr. Sher's room. David didn't know how many times he rushed forward or how many times he was thrown back. By the end, his once perfect golden body had vanished completely, and his physical body was covered in wounds. His flesh was torn, blood dripping everywhere. He could no longer stand. Still, he gritted his teeth and crawled toward Mr. Sher's room. Behind him, a long smear of blood marked the ground. Xing Jun couldn't bear to watch, but he didn't dare intervene. At last, as David crawled forward, Mr. Sher sighed. The oppressive pressure vanished instantly, and David collapsed forward into the room. Inside, David gasped heavily, then forced himself to stand and face Mr. Sher with trembling legs. Mr. Sher put down his teacup, looked at the battered David, and asked calmly, "You understand, don't you? Just one more blow, and you probably would have died." Chapter 21:15. "I know," David nodded. "Is it worth dying for a few women?" Mr. Sher asked. "It's worth it," David still nodded. But suddenly, Mr. Sher exploded in anger. He slapped the table hard and shouted, "Worth it? Is your life just for a few women? Let me tell you, women can only stand at your side. Cultivators must discard emotions and desires to truly become immortals. Look at you right now, risking your damn life for a few women." David remained incredibly calm in the face of Mr. Sher's rage. "If becoming an immortal requires abandoning them, then I'd rather not become an immortal. I never wanted to be an immortal, I was forced into this path. I am willing to die to save them, and I know they would also die to save me." David spoke slowly and firmly. Hearing David's words, Mr. Sher's fury gradually faded. "Sigh, since ancient times, love brings suffering. I know you came for those 3 girls. If you want to save them, send them back into the secret realm. Only inside that secret realm can their condition stabilize. If you refuse to send them back, they won't last even a single day." Mr. Sher sat down again and spoke in a flat tone. "Why? Why is this happening? What exactly is the wordless scripture? What is Wuya Cave? What secrets are hidden inside the Asking Sect's secret realm? Why did they become like this? Why?" David grew agitated and shouted at Mr. Sher. "There are things you should know, and things you must not know. Knowing too much brings you nothing but harm," Mr. Sher said calmly. David stared at Mr. Sher, trying to read his thoughts, but he couldn't see anything. "Since you know everything, why did you make Xiaoru and Meyer bring me the wordless scripture? You knew they would end up like this in the secret realm, didn't you? Why make them do it?" David demanded again. "If they didn't give it to you, would you be standing here right now? And they were both willing to die for you. You must learn to understand the cycle, life, death, fate. This is destiny. You cannot change fate. The women around you will eventually die for you. That is their fate, and yours. The suffering you'll face in the future will be 10,000 times worse than this." Mr. Sher's words hit David's heart like a heavy hammer. David stood frozen, unable to react. "No. I don't believe in fate. I refuse to accept it. Why must I suffer? Why me? I just want to be with the woman I love. I just want to see my parents and let them enjoy peace. I just want to be an ordinary person. I just want to be an ordinary person." David's whole body trembled as he roared. "As I said, this is your destiny. You cannot change it. Maybe when you become the true master, you can finally alter your fate. But right now, you cannot. Follow the flow, or you will suffer even more. Go. Mr. Sher waved his hand lightly. A force blasted David out of the room, and the door slammed shut. Chapter 21:16. David. Seeing David covered in wounds, Xing hurried forward and helped him up. At this moment, David's eyes were empty, his entire being looked like someone who had lost his soul. Slowly, David lifted his head toward the vast sky. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. I don't believe in fate. My fate is mine to control. David suddenly roared. His voice carried surging spiritual power and echoed across all of Kyoto. Dragging his shattered body, David returned to the Longmen headquarters. Everyone had already gathered, discussing what to do. Seeing David's injuries, everyone was stunned. With David's current strength, no ordinary person could injure him like this. It was clear he had suffered not just physical damage, but a devastating blow to his heart. David, what happened to you? Humatsi asked urgently. David shook his head without speaking. Instead, he turned to Long Xingshu and said, Xingshu, bring your sister-in-law and the others. Come with me. Brother David, where are we going? Long Xingshu asked. To the Martial Arts Alliance. David replied weakly. Humatsi and the others realized David must have gone through something unbearable. This wasn't just injury. This was heartbreak, despair, and something darker. Following David into the backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance, he recited a spell. The entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. David carried Sonia and the others inside. Humatsi and the others wanted to follow, but David stopped them. He feared they might suffer the same symptoms once they entered. Inside the secret realm, Sonia and the others quickly woke up. David finally felt relieved. Brother David, why are we back here again? Xiaoru asked, confused. You three, listen carefully. David explained everything that happened. Don't worry. I'll find a way to save you. I will not let you be trapped here forever. David said firmly. Actually, it's not bad here. The environment is nice. Sonia smiled gently, knowing David was suffering. No wonder Mr. Sher tested us. He asked whether Meyer and I had special physiques, then gave us the scripture. He must have known everything. He knew we would meet you inside and hand it to you. Xiaoru finally understood. Mr. Sher asked about your special physique? David's brows tightened. He suddenly grabbed Sonia's hand. As his spiritual power entered her body, David's expression turned grim. Then he checked Xiaoru and Wu Meyer's bodies. His face darkened. Their special physiques were completely gone. You three, check yourselves. Have your special physiques disappeared? David asked in shock. The girls checked and their expressions changed. Their special constitutions were truly gone. How is this possible? Xiaoru was stunned. Her ice crystal physique had nearly killed her in the past. Later she barely survived thanks to David. Now, it had vanished completely. Along with their special physiques, Sonia and Xiaoru's strength also plummeted. It must be connected to Wuya Cave. Let's go check. David concluded. He planned to investigate the cave once more. Chapter 21:17. Kuchen Temple. After 2 days of self-cultivation, Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan, father and son, had become remarkably stronger. In the past 2 days, they had also witnessed the terrifying power of faith. Many believers traveled thousands of miles to worship devoutly. The spiritual power generated by such devotion was immense. Uncle, you have so many believers. How do you distinguish which ones are the most devout? Shi Yan asked Zhu Yuan curiously. It's not easy. Just observe the power of faith they generate. Zhu Yuan pinched a magic formation and waved his palm forward. In the main hall, dozens of believers' faith slowly manifested as visible power. The power of faith emerging from them displayed different colors, white, blue, and purple. Shi Yan was dumbfounded. He had never seen this phenomenon before. Do you see it? White represents the weakest faith, purple the strongest, Zhu Yuan said with a faint smile. Among the believers, Shi Yan noticed a beautiful girl with purple faith above her head, the most devout believer. Zhu Yuan saw Shi Yan staring and smiled. Eldest nephew, do you think that girl is beautiful? Shi Yan nodded. She really is. After 2 days in Kuchen Temple without contact with women, Shi Yan felt desire stir in him when he looked at her. Ha ha ha, a devout believer like this is like a puppet. Watch this. Zhu Yuan waved his hand, called a disciple, and whispered instructions. The disciple approached the girl and spoke softly. She followed obediently. Seeing Zhu Yuan, the girl's eyes widened in surprise and then filled with tears, crying with excitement as if meeting a deity. Female benefactor, I see your connection with Kuchen Temple. I wish to teach you joyful Zen. May I proceed? Zhu Yuan asked solemnly. The girl nodded eagerly. Master, I am willing, I am willing. Good. Now, take off your clothes. The girl complied without hesitation, leaving Shi Yan dumbfounded. Eldest nephew, go practice, Zhu Yuan instructed, patting Shi Yan on the shoulder. Only then did Shi Yan react. He carried the girl into the room. Minutes later, he emerged sweating, his face full of satisfaction. Uncle, you're incredible. How did you do this? Shi Yan asked. Believers like this would die without hesitation for the chance to serve me, Zhu Yuan said proudly. Meeting me is a blessing from their past lives. A girl like this? I want as many as I like, damn it. Hearing this, Shi Yan knelt before Zhu Yuan. Uncle, please accept me as a disciple. I want to stay in Kuchen Temple and never return to Balian Pavilion. Shi Qingpei arrived just then. Seeing his son intending to remain at Kuchen Temple, he scowled. Naughty! Your uncle has no time to care for you. Balian Pavilion expects you to inherit it. Dad, what inheritance? Balian Pavilion is in ruins. How could David have kept the magic tools and not wanted them? No magic tools. Balian Pavilion still expects you to refine the instruments. With the monkey year and horse month, Uncle's Kuchen Temple is much better, Shi Yan said. Chapter 21:18. This David. I will smash his body into 10,000 pieces. Shi Qingpei's heart ached as he spoke. Junior brother, now that you have recovered, take me to David. I will avenge you. Zhu Yuan said casually. Thank you, senior brother. Shi Qingpei's intent was clear. He wanted revenge through Zhu Yuan. Let's go now. Zhu Yuan arranged the affairs of Kuchen Temple before leaving with Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan on their path of revenge. In the secret realm, David and the others returned to Wuya Cave. This time, Sonia and the others experienced no unusual symptoms. It seemed the problems had been caused by their special physiques. With them gone, nothing abnormal occurred. David examined the statues in Wuya Cave. The statues must be at the heart of the problem. He slowly extended his hand, injecting spiritual power to probe their origins. Unfortunately, no history of the statues appeared in the wordless scripture, which annoyed David. Without knowing the origin of Wuya Cave and its statues, he could not fully heal Sonia and the others or protect the secret realm. David reached out to a statue, covering it with divine sense. Words appeared on the statue, indicating it was unique. Since the wordless heavenly book contained no record, David used his divine consciousness to explore inside the statue. The statue withstood the devastation of David's terrifying power without any damage. As David's consciousness entered, he suddenly froze, immobilized. Brother David! David! Sonia and the others shouted in alarm. David didn't respond. His pupils dilated, his expression grotesque, terrifying everyone around him. Half an hour later, David collapsed to the ground, his eyes staring at the cave's ceiling, his breath weakening. Sister Yuchi, what's happening? What's wrong with Brother David? Xiaoru almost cried in fright. I don't know, Sonia admitted helplessly. David was stunned, but all his divine consciousness remained inside the statue. What is this place? He sensed vast lands, abundant spiritual energy, more than the secret realm, and birds and beasts everywhere. 8 people approached him, dressed simply, each wearing clothing embroidered with the words, Wu Zong. They are. David was shocked. They looked exactly like the statues in Wuya Cave. He tried to stop them, but they ignored him entirely. Only the person carrying a book glanced at him with slight curiosity. Elder, what are you looking at? The sect master called our Pan Zong to ask. There must be no delay. A young man with a bun asked. Chapter 21:19. Oh, nothing. The 8 people continued moving forward. David chased after them and shouted, but the 8 remained indifferent. In the end, David could only follow slowly, determined to see where they were going. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Above it were the 3 words, Wyadong. This is Wyadong. Why does the surrounding environment look completely different? David frowned in confusion. Just as he was puzzled, the 8 had already entered the cave. David tried to follow, but the moment he reached the entrance, a massive force stopped him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not take a single step into the cave. Helpless, David stood at the entrance, listening carefully for any information about Wuya Cave. But after a long time, he heard nothing. Just as he was about to give up, several screams erupted from inside the cave. Accompanied by the screams, bursts of golden light shot forth. David was blinded by the radiance. Walking against the sky, what else can you do? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed from within the cave, followed by a figure. David tried to see who it was, but his vision suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying in Wuya Cave, with Sonia and the others anxiously watching. Seeing him awake, they were overjoyed. Brother David, you're awake. You almost scared us to death. David, what happened to you? They asked with concern. David said nothing. He stood and carefully examined the statues before him. What the hell is going on? Are these not statues, but people petrified by magic? And who was that person who came out of Wuya Cave? David's eyes were filled with confusion. Sonia and the others could only watch. None of them understood what had happened. David touched the statue again, sending his consciousness inside, but nothing appeared this time. What's going on? What is happening here? He stroked the statue repeatedly, lost in confusion. Kyoto Dragon Gate. Long Xingshu regularly arranged patrols and exercises for the members of the gate. Outside, 3 figures appeared, Zhu Yuan, Shi Qingpei, and Shi Yan. As expected of the younger generation in the martial arts world. He created such a powerful sect at such a young age. Zhu Yuan looked at the dragon gate and sighed. Humph. David's rise to this level is entirely because the martial arts world is full of mediocrity. And these so-called strong families in Kyoto have no real strength. If all the hidden families appeared, what would David even be? Shi Qingpei snorted coldly. But even so, David reached the martial saint realm at a young age. Truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Zhu Yuan waved his hand at the Dragon Gate plaque. A terrifying aura erupted, shattering the plaque into powder. Even the entire gate collapsed under his aura. Senior brother, don't make so much noise. After all, this is Kyoto, and Mr. Shi is in charge. Shi Qingpei hurriedly spoke as Zhu Yuan's attack smashed the Dragon Gate. They had come to take revenge on David. As long as they caught him, they intended to torture him to death. Chapter 21:20. If we make too much noise and disturb Mr. Shi, it'll be troublesome. If Mr. Shi gave the talisman to David, it shows he has a good relationship with him. Humph, look at your courage. As long as the hidden families or secret realms don't intervene, even if all Kyoto's martial artists arrive, I won't care. Zhu Yuan snorted coldly, ignoring Shi Qingpei's protests. The collapse of the gate drew Longmen members rushing out. Seeing Zhu Yuan and the others, they were furious and charged with swords. Longmen had long been a well-known name in the martial arts world. Even all of Daxia wouldn't dare trouble them. But now, fearless intruders had come to Longmen. The members swarmed to defend the gate. Zhu Yuan sneered, waving his sleeve. A terrifying aura surged out. Longmen members flew backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Some lost consciousness entirely. Who are you? Dare to cause chaos in Longmen? Long Xingxiu arrived, face grim, and shouted. Where's David? Bring him out to die. He robbed us, and he will pay. Shi Yan stepped forward, yelling. Our sect master is not here. Who are you? Long Xingxiu asked again. Not here. Hiding? If David doesn't come out, I'll tear this gate down myself. Shi Yan spoke stubbornly, encouraged by Zhu Yuan's support. Since you dare not show your face, don't blame me for being rude. Long Xingxiu slapped Shi Yan with a palm. Humph. A mere martial arts marquis dares to be arrogant. Zhu Yuan's eyes brimmed with contempt. He waved his palm lightly. Long Xingxiu's body was pressed down as if by a mountain. He could not move forward, even standing was a struggle. His blood vessels ruptured, and blood shot from his body. Pfft! Long Xingxiu fell, his body covered in blood. His life hung by a thread. The Longmen members were horrified. Call David out. Shi Yan roared. Our sect master really isn't here, someone admitted. Not here. Shi Yan's eyes burned. In a flash, he appeared among the Dragon Gate crowd. After a few screams, Longmen members fell to the ground. Are you there? Shi Yan shouted murderously. The Longmen members stood frozen, shocked but unwilling to flee. Quite strong. Let's see if I kill you all, will David appear? Shi Yan raised his hand, releasing countless energy waves toward the members. Although he could not defeat David, he could handle these ordinary disciples. The Longmen members' faces turned pale. At that moment, golden rays flashed in the air, forming a talisman before them. The energy was blocked, followed by a violent explosion. Shi Yan frowned. Humatzi appeared in midair, descending swiftly. Chapter 21-21. Shi Yan glared at Humatzi, and his qi and blood surged violently. Old man, David didn't dare to come out, but you actually came, and you share responsibility for destroying my Balian pavilion. Today, I will kill you first. As Shi Yan finished speaking, his aura soared. He didn't wait for Humatzi to react, and struck forward with a palm. Humatzi dared not confront Shi Yan head-on. He quickly threw several talismans. Explosions rang out as Shi Yan shattered each one. Seeing this, Humatzi stepped back and then backhanded a purple gold gourd from his arms. A flash of purple light erupted, and terrifying power surged from the gourd. Shi Yan, already close, had no time to dodge and was instantly knocked to the ground by the burst of power from the Zijing gourd. Son! Shi Qingpei rushed forward and helped Shi Yan up. What a powerful weapon, luckily. Zhu Yuan's eyes gleamed greedily as he looked at the purple gold gourd in Humatzi's hand. Senior brother, that gourd is a high-grade magical weapon. Be careful, Shi Qingpei warned Zhu Yuan. Humph, what can a mere magical weapon do to me? Zhu Yuan snorted, then grabbed at it through the void, pulling it toward himself. Humatzi felt an immense suction hit him. His face changed as the purple gold gourd burst with light again. Purple rays shot out in all directions, containing the power of the infinite Tao, heading straight for Zhu Yuan. An explosion rocked the void, the world seemed to crack under the gourd's might. Zhu Yuan frowned. This purple gold gourd is more than just a high-grade magical weapon. With a wave of his sleeve, a chaos appeared. The purple rays collided with it and vanished instantly. Humatzi froze, wanting to move the gourd, but Zhu Yuan's figure flashed before his eyes. Zhu Yuan stretched out and seized the gourd. The force shocked Humatzi, forcing him to release it and sending him flying backward. Explosions erupted across Humatzi's body. Blood shot from his mouth as his bones and tendons were shattered by the shock. After coughing up blood, Humatzi fainted instantly. Zhu Yuan casually played with the purple gold gourd, his face alight with excitement. Let David come out and die, or we start killing. Shi Qingpei was delighted. Humatzi, the one who destroyed their Balian pavilion, was now crippled. Now, once David was defeated, their revenge would be complete. Our sect master really isn't here. A dragon sect member spoke bravely. Perhaps David truly isn't here, Zhu Yuan said, exuding a terrifying aura over all of Longmen. He did not notice that a master still existed in Longmen. When David returns, tell him to go to Kuchen Temple and find me. I am Shi Qingpei, the pavilion master of Balian Pavilion. If he hides, I will come to him. Shi Qingpei feared delay might allow Mr. Shi to intervene, so he spoke sharply before leaving. After Zhu Yuan and the others departed, the Longmen members began cleaning up. With Long Xingxiu and Humatzi gravely injured, Longmen was temporarily leaderless, and no one knew how to act. Soon, Zhou Jia arrived, accompanied by Ji Ruxue and others. Seeing Long Xingxiu and Humatzi's condition, everyone's faces grew solemn. Send someone to Yaoshan Valley to invite Elder Su, Zhou Jia ordered. Keep the news secret. Don't let anyone know about Long Xingxiu and Master Hu's injuries. Repair the gate immediately, so outsiders won't exploit our weakness. And get David back as soon as possible to restore order. Ji Ruxue, calm and commanding, coordinated the efforts. As the master of the first palace, she had experience managing sections. Her age and relationship with David ensured everyone followed her orders. Chapter 21-22. Soon, some went to Yaoshan Valley to fetch Su Changsheng, others repaired the damaged gate, and some blocked news from spreading. Longmen was now the largest sect in Kyoto, and David was an idol among many sect families. Any provocation or chaos could ruin Longmen's, and David's, reputation. Under Ji Ruxue's guidance, Longmen's stability gradually returned. Su Changsheng rushed over when he received the news. Seeing Long Xingxiu and Humatzi's injuries, his expression darkened. Elder Su, how are they? Can Master Hu be saved? Zhou Jia asked anxiously. Miss Zhou, Master Hu's injuries are too severe. His muscles and bones are shattered. Even if his life can be saved, he will likely never walk again. He will be crippled, Su Changsheng sighed. Zhou Jia's eyes filled with tears. Elder Su, you must save Humatzi, she pleaded, kneeling instinctively. Miss Zhou, don't. I really can't do anything, Su Changsheng replied with helplessness. Elder Su, is there truly nothing you can do? Ji Ruxue asked. I don't know a way. The only hope is for the valley's owner to see it for himself. But David is in the secret realm now. No one knows when he will return, Su Changsheng continued. Ji Ruxue frowned. David had taken Sonia and the others into the secret realm. Their return time was uncertain, yet Humatzi's condition could not wait. I can only do my best to preserve Master Hu and the others. Beyond that, I am powerless, Su Changsheng said. I'm going to the secret realm to find Mr. Chen, Zhou Jia declared. Miss Zhou, don't be impulsive. David said the secret realm isn't dangerous, but once you enter, you may not return. Look at Xiaoru, Meyer, and the others, Ji Ruxue warned. Even if I'm trapped, I must find Mr. Chen. Zhou Jia's eyes burned with determination. Seeing her resolve, Ji Ruxue relented. Then be careful. Don't agitate David when you find him, he's already tense. Understood. Zhou Jia opened the secret realm entrance in the Martial Arts Alliance backyard and entered without hesitation. Inside, David and the others were still in Wuya Cave. David pondered the statues, trying to understand their secrets, and the identity of the person whose face he had not seen. 8 Daoist sect elders had turned to stone, and a sect as vast as Dao's sect seemed to vanish entirely. There were countless unknown secrets. David needed to uncover them to free Sonia and the others completely. David, don't worry. Even if we are trapped in the secret realm, there's no danger. The environment here is quite good. Some things take time. I believe you'll find a way for us to leave, Sonia encouraged him. Chapter 21-23. In order to study the statues and help Sonia and the others leave, David looked completely focused, almost like a fool. This worried Sonia greatly. "Brother David, Sister Yuchi is right. The three of us are together now, it's fine, you don't need to worry," Xiaoru said, trying to comfort him. "We are here, and they can teach me to practice. Maybe after a while, I can become strong enough to help you," Wu Meier added with a smile. However, David knew that they were only comforting themselves. No matter how good the environment of this secret realm was, no one wanted to be trapped here like in a cage forever. And this secret realm belonged to the Demon Heart sect. Their members could enter at any time. How was this any different from being imprisoned by the Demon Heart sect? David tried every method he could think of, but nothing worked. The strange incident he had witnessed before never happened again. Just as David was growing frustrated, he suddenly frowned and stood up abruptly. "What's wrong?" Sonia asked. Someone has entered the secret realm." Even while studying the statues, David had been emitting a spiritual consciousness outside, to prevent members of the Demon Heart sect from suddenly intruding and harming Sonia and the others. Now, he felt a fluctuation in spiritual energy. Someone had entered. Sonia and the others were curious, unaware of who it could be. Several figures emerged from Wuya Cave. David ran toward the source of the energy fluctuation and found Zhou Jie. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Jie herself looked thrilled to see David and the others. After all, the secret realm was vast. Without help, finding them could take hours. "Zhou Jie, how did you enter the secret realm?" David asked in surprise. "Mr. Chen," Zhou Jie hesitated, recalling Ji Rushue's instructions. "Mr. Chen, something happened at Longmen, so I came to find you." "What happened at Longmen? What's wrong?" David frowned. Longmen was managed by Long Xingxiu and supported by the Gu and Dong families. Normally, nothing serious could happen. Even minor issues could be handled by Long Xingxiu alone. For Zhou Jie to personally enter the secret realm, it must be something big. "No, it's not a huge problem. It's just that some things need your attention," Zhou Jie said, shaking her head. David looked at her and understood something serious had occurred. Instead of questioning further, he said to Sonia, "Yuchi, stay in Wuya Cave. Don't wander. I'll take care of this, and when it's done, I'll find a way to bring you out. Don't worry about us, handle your matter first." "We'll manage here," Sonia replied, nodding. "Let's go," David said to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie looked nervous and asked, "Mr. Chen, since I've entered the secret realm, if I leave, will I be following Miss Su and the others?" "Don't worry. You'll be fine," David reassured her. David knew that Sonia and the others were safe because their danger was tied to their special physique and the Wyadong incident. Zhou Jie, having no special physique and not entering Wuya Cave, would be fine. Zhou Jie nodded and followed David out of the secret realm. Chapter 21-24. Along the way, Zhou Jie's expression was serious, confirming for David that something major had occurred at Longmen. When they arrived, the entire sect was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. The Dragon Gate had just been repaired. The guards at the gate shouted excitedly upon seeing David, "The sect owner is back! The sect owner is back!" Some Longmen members even cried. They had lost so many comrades, and everyone was grieving deeply. Ji Rushue and Su Changsheng came out to greet David as he approached. David saw Ji Rushue leading the members, and Su Changsheng by her side, but he did not see Long Xingxiu or Humatzi. His face instantly darkened. "Rushue, what happened?" David asked coldly. Ji Rushue explained everything. David felt as if struck by lightning, his legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed. Long Xingxiu had managed Longmen diligently, and was like a younger brother to David. Even though they occasionally bickered, David trusted him completely. Humatzi, too, was highly knowledgeable and always delivered surprises in critical moments. Now David learned that Long Xingxiu and Humatzi were on the brink of death. How could he endure it? "I know the abilities of the Balian Pavilion father and son. They could seriously injure Xingqiu, but Master Hu had the purple gold gourd. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't have harmed him so severely, David said, glaring at the two injured men. It was an old monk who attacked. He stole Master Hu's purple gold gourd. Before leaving, Shi Qingpei warned that if you didn't go to Kuchin Temple, he would come to Longmen to kill. Ji Ruxue explained. Kuchin Temple? David frowned. He had never heard of it. But now was not the time to think about that. Rescuing Long Xingqiu and Hu Matsi came first. Elder Su, my subordinates have checked. The two are gravely injured. Their meridians and bones are shattered. Surviving alone would be fortunate. It's obvious Master Hu and the others were tortured intentionally, Su Chongxing said, grief and anger evident. David's eyes blazed with fury. Killing intent surged through his body. No matter who it is, I will make them die 1,000 times more painfully. He stepped forward, channeling spiritual power into Hu Matsi and Long Xingqiu. After examining them, David's face grew even grimmer. If it were just broken bones or meridians, he could fix them. But both were shattered completely, rebuilding would be like remaking flesh itself. David closed his eyes, thinking deeply. The supreme Pilu flashed through his mind. No matter what, he would save Hu Matsi and Long Xingqiu. Yet, after considering all possibilities, he could not find a way to fully restore them. Even if he saved their lives, being crippled for life would be worse than death. Zhou Jia looked at David anxiously. Only he could save Hu Matsi. Elder Su, stay here and take care of them. I'll find a way, David said. With no other options, he decided to investigate the secret realm of Human to see if Good Sangxing could heal Long Xingqiu and Hu Matsi. Chapter 21-25. After arranging everything, David found Gufuhai and went together to the Longmen's secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm and finding Good Sangxing, David explained his purpose. Mr. Chen, the meridians and bones are completely broken. This will not be easy to handle. Good Sangxing frowned slightly after hearing this. Old Gu clan, isn't there a cure in the secret realm? Surely there are powerful masters here, maybe a supreme pharmacist. David was slightly surprised. It was said that the secret realm should house some very powerful pharmacists. Mr. Chen, although there are immortal cultivators in the secret realm, they are still human. Where could there be a true immortal? In a case like this, where bones and muscles are shattered, even the Luo Jingxian would struggle to fully restore the body. It's almost like reshaping the entire body from scratch. Not only in the Dragon Gate secret realm, but also in other secret realms, I doubt anyone could completely reconstruct someone else's body. Good Sangxing shook his head. Isn't there any way? David frowned, sadness filling his face. If Long Xingqiu and Hu Matsi could only spend their lives bedridden, David would feel guilty forever. It's not that there's no way. I've heard of a divine spring in the secular world called the Rebirth Spring. If one soaks in its water for 7 days, it can reshape bones and restore the body. It's just that cultivators in our secret realm haven't been to the secular world for a long time. I've never seen the Rebirth Spring myself, and I don't know if it still exists. Good Sangxing explained to David. Rebirth Spring. David pondered, realizing he had never heard of it. At this moment, he discovered just how much of the martial arts world he did not yet know. Old Gu clan, do you know about Kuchin Temple? David asked. Good Sangxing shook his head. That belongs to the secular world. I don't know much about it. Mr. Chen, if you encounter difficulties in the secular world, you could ask the little girl to help you out of the secret realm, Good Sangxing added. David waved his hand. No. With my current strength, no one in the martial arts world can oppose me. Martial artists simply have fewer resources than our immortal practitioners. David knew that leaving the secret realm for the secular world was fine for a short time. But if he stayed too long, he could risk stagnation or even regression. He did not want to risk the Yuhan in the secular world. Moreover, David was not afraid of Shi Qingpei and his son. Killing them would be a matter of raising his hand. Mr. Chen, you misunderstand. In fact, different paths can lead to the same goal. Martial artists and cultivators alike ultimately seek immortality. It's just that for martial artists, the path is far thornier than for immortal cultivators. Gutsungsheng spoke slowly. His words stunned David. He had always thought his strength made him invincible in the martial arts world. Old Gu clan, is there a master above the martial arts world? David asked, surprised. He had assumed the martial saint was the pinnacle of the martial arts world. But after traveling to the island country and encountering several martial god spirits, he realized that above the martial saint was the martial god. And yet, according to Gutsungsheng, even the martial god was not the ultimate ceiling. Mr. Chen, above the martial god is the martial emperor. Above the martial emperor is the transformation realm. When a warrior cultivates beyond the transformation realm, they are comparable to our immortal cultivators. They must also use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to advance along the path to immortality. Gutsungsheng explained carefully. Chapter 21-26. David listened, his heart suddenly feeling complicated. He had clearly underestimated the martial arts world and overestimated his own ability. Currently, he was only at the strength of a 5th-rank martial saint. With the blessing of the Golden Dragon, he could face a martial god, but if he encountered a powerful late-stage martial god, he might only survive by running for his life. Above the martial god was the martial emperor, and above the martial emperor, the transformation realm. If he faced a master of that level, he could easily be killed. The martial arts world truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. I was far too arrogant, David thought, laughing bitterly at himself. He suddenly recalled Mr. Shi's sudden suppression of him. Ever since returning from the island country, Mr. Shi had intentionally or unintentionally restrained him. At first, David didn't understand. Now he realized Mr. Shi's intentions. After seeing David return, swollen with confidence and feeling invincible in the martial arts world, Mr. Shi suppressed him to make him confront reality. Mr. Chen, you don't need to feel inferior. Even the masters above the martial arts world cultivated for their entire lives. You are still young, and your strength far exceeds most. Gutsungsheng encouraged him. Old Gu clan, thank you. It seems I still have a long way to go, David said. He now fully recognized the reality of the martial arts world. David did not stay long in the woman's secret realm. He left with Gu Fuhai. On the way back, Gu Fuhai suddenly said, Mr. Chen, if you want to defeat him, you need to find Kuchen Temple. Perhaps an expert there can help. Kuchen Temple? David was surprised. He had never heard of it. Oh, the expert's name is Zhou Batong. His strength is not exceptional, but he knows the history of the martial arts world. I've heard he's studied it for a long time. Maybe he knows where Kuchen Temple is. David was intrigued. I think he lives on the outskirts of Kyoto, but he travels frequently. I'll take you to try your luck. Soon, they stopped in front of a very dilapidated house. Gu Fuhai looked at it and smiled. Mr. Chen, it's amazing that everything is at home here. Come on, let's go in. David walked in first. The moment he entered, the smell almost made him faint. It was extremely unpleasant. An unkempt old man sat in front of a chessboard, eyes fixed on the endgame, as if he hadn't noticed David or Gu Fuhai. David glanced around and saw stacks of ancient books everywhere, nothing but books. The old man's aura was faintly flowing. He was at the Marquis realm. Knowledge, I have a question for you, Gu Fuhai said. No time, Zhou Batong replied coldly, without raising his head. Gu Fuhai's face fell. He was about to get angry, but David waved him down. Senior Zhou, I've heard that you know a lot about the martial arts world. I've come to ask for advice, David said politely. Zhou Batong slowly raised his head, looked at David, and said, if you want information, first agree to my conditions. Senior, you speak. As long as I can do it, I will agree, David replied. Chapter 21-27. Okay, solve this chess game, and I can answer your question. Zhou Batong pointed to the chessboard in front of him. David glanced at it and was immediately dumbfounded. He didn't know how to play chess at all. How could he possibly solve it? Senior Zhou, I'm really sorry. I don't know how to play chess, so I can't solve this. But if you answer my question, I can give you any amount of money you want, David said. I don't know how to play chess, so don't bother me here. I'm not short of money at all. Get out of here, Zhou Baodong waved his hand impatiently. David felt a little overwhelmed and could only stand there, quietly staring at the chessboard. Zhou Baodong ignored both David and Gufuhai, focusing intently on the chessboard. Just as David frowned, unsure of what to do, he suddenly remembered the wordless book in his mind. Thinking of this, David asked, Senior Zhou, if I solve this chess game, will you answer my question? Of course. As long as you solve the chess game, I will answer any question you have, provided I know the answer. The world of martial arts is vast, and I don't know everything, Zhou Baodong added. David nodded, sat opposite Zhou Baodong, and lightly touched the chessboard with one hand. Spiritual energy gently penetrated it. Soon, knowledge of the chessboard's history and the solution to the endgame flashed through David's mind. David smiled slightly. Senior Zhou, this chessboard was set up by the chess sage Master Huang. To break this endgame, the center must bloom. A seemingly unsolvable endgame was effortlessly solved by David. Zhou Baodong's eyes widened, stunned. I've been thinking about this endgame for so many years, and you solve it so easily? His face was full of disbelief. You said you can't even play chess. But now you can ask me your question, David said. Excitedly, he asked, I want to know, Senior Zhou, do you know where Kuchen Temple is? Many people knew of Kuchen Temple, and Zhou Baodong was surprised. Many know of this temple. Why come to me with this question? David was embarrassed. How could he know that so many were aware of it? No one around him had known. Fine. I'll answer this question. What other questions do you want to ask? Zhou Baodong said. David thought for a moment. Senior Zhou, do you know the rebirth spring? And are there many hidden sects in the martial arts world? Though I'm called a know-it-all, I'm not an immortal, David added. There are indeed many hidden sects in the martial arts world. Among them, 3 or 6 sects are the most powerful. They can shake the entire martial arts world. Zhou Baodong replied. Senior Zhou, where are these hidden sects? Why can't people see them? David asked curiously. I promise to answer only one of your questions. You've asked too many. You'd better go back quickly, Zhou Baodong said, waving his hand. Since those hidden sects are not to be trifled with, meddling with them could get you killed, he added. Seeing this, David could only get up and say goodbye. However, he now knew the location of Kuchen Temple. He intended to seek revenge on Shi Qingpei and his son. As for the rebirth spring, David decided to start by investigating the hidden sects. He reasoned that such a rare treasure as the rebirth spring must lie within the influence of one of these hidden sects. David bid farewell to Gufuhai and went straight to Kuchen Temple, his heart burning with rage. This time, he vowed to make Shi Qingpei and his son suffer immensely. Chapter 21-28. At this moment, Shi Qingpei and his son were enjoying themselves at Kuchen Temple. They were treated almost like emperors. Many devout believers in Zhu Yuan obeyed their every command. Shi Yan looked at Shu and hesitated. Dad, do you think David will come to Kuchen Temple? He asked. It doesn't matter if he comes. If he doesn't dare, we can call your uncle and return to Kyoto. This time, I will force David out. Shi Qingpei said with a sneer. My uncle is amazing. Not only does he have countless disciples, but many believers cultivate here daily. The power of faith is far easier to harness than searching for resources everywhere. I also want to be like Uncle, Shi Yan said, envy in his eyes. Bah, my artifact refining technique will ruin your hands? Shi Qingpei asked. You can learn artifact refining from me later. I don't want to learn. Even after being beaten by David, I still have to ask my uncle for help. Artifact refining is too wasteful. Shi Yan said, shaking his head. You know this. If I can craft top-quality magical tools, treasures, and fairy weapons, I could destroy David, or even the entire martial arts world, with a wave of my hand. Even those in the secret realm would tremble. Shi Qingpei shouted. Alright, don't brag. We'll talk when you can master a fairy weapon, Shi Yan said, dismissing his father's words, and got up to leave. At that moment, Zhu Yuan walked in. Shi Yan stepped forward, flattering him, Uncle, any orders? Just call me, and I'll obey. Shi Yan's respect for Zhu Yuan was far greater than for his own father. Shi Qingpei felt uneasy but knew he had to bow to authority. Senior brother, what brings you here? Shi Qingpei asked. I'm at a breakthrough stage. I need to retreat and cultivate. You two can continue living here, I've arranged everything, Zhu Yuan said. Ah. Uncle, you're retreating. But what if David comes? We might not be able to defeat him. Shi Yan's face was full of worry. Don't worry, eldest nephew. I've arranged a friend to sit in Kuchen Temple during my retreat. If David dares to come, he won't leave unscathed. Zhu Yuan said. Uncle, how strong is your friend? David isn't weak, at least the strength of a late martial saint. Shi Yan asked anxiously. Ha ha ha, is this kid questioning my friend's strength? Zhu Yuan laughed heartily. A fat monk in a robe entered the room, and the entire space instantly radiated immense pressure. Shi Yan and Shi Qingpei were both crushed to the ground by the overwhelming aura. These two are my junior brother and senior nephew. Don't cause trouble, Zhu Yuan said to the monk. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yuan, your junior brother and nephew. Pathetic. No wonder you invited me, the monk said, then withdrew his coercion. Shi Qingpei and his son immediately blushed with embarrassment. My junior brother specializes in refining. His strength is nearly unparalleled. But his refining skill is incomparable, Zhu Yuan added to save face for Shi Qingpei. Enough talk. You know the rules, 1 woman per day. I want beautiful women, none of those crooked or cracked ones, the fat monk said, waving his hands. Don't worry, everything's ready, Zhu Yuan assured. Chapter 21-29. At the foot of the southwest cliff peak, David looked up at the steep mountain. He never thought someone would build a temple in such an impossible location. But even such a steep climb was like walking on flat ground for David. After a few jumps, he reached the top. Soon, David appeared in Kuchen Temple, looking at the majestic building and the believers kowtowing step by step. He could not comprehend how they had climbed such a steep place. The perseverance and determination it must have taken for ordinary people to reach this temple was unimaginable. Not wanting to harm them, David lightly waved his palm. The mountain gate of Kuchen Temple began to shake violently, and then started collapsing. Seeing this, the believers hurriedly fled, running far away. Dad, what's going on? Isn't that David? Shi Yan asked Shi Qingpei in panic. I don't know either. Go out and have a look, Shi Qingpei replied, stepping outside. As they emerged, they saw the mountain gate collapsing, with David standing not far away. David spotted Shi Qingpei and his son, and his murderous aura surged instantly. David, I didn't expect you to really dare to come, Shi Yan sneered. You father and son want to court death, and I won't let you down, David said, walking forward slowly. Seeing David approach, Shi Yan grew cowardly and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. At that moment, more than a dozen monks with oppressive auras ran out in a hurry. Seeing their mountain gate destroyed, all were filled with rage. It's this guy who ruined the mountain gate. Catch him! Shi Qingpei shouted to the monks. The dozen monks, aware of Shi Qingpei's relationship with Zhu Yuan, all charged toward David. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of David's mouth. Facing a dozen monks rushing at him, he remained motionless, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from his body. An incomparably powerful energy radiated from David, spreading around. The force vibrated through the temple. Before the monks could reach him, they were all crushed to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Seeing this, Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan were frightened. It must be known that the dozen monks in Kuchin Temple were not weak, they were all great marquis level, some even reaching the peak of Dahu. Yet they all fell before David. Just these trash, and you think you can threaten me in Kyoto? Who's the bastard that attacked my dragon gate? David asked Shi Qingpei, knowing that alone, Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan could never have hurt Humatsi. Their faces pale with fear, they didn't dare answer. David's aura surged again. The fallen monks felt immense pressure in their chests and vomited blood. Even from a distance, Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan felt the oppressive energy and gritted their teeth in fear. Someone's making a fuss at Kuchin Temple, and I can't even enjoy my women, a loud voice rang out. The voice carried immense breath, breaking through David's coercion. The fallen monks immediately felt lighter, scrambled to their feet and fled. Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan also heaved sighs of relief. David frowned, looking toward the source of the sound. A disheveled monk carrying an equally disheveled girl walked slowly toward him. Even in front of everyone, the monk's hand hovered around the girl possessively. Chapter 21:30. The girl was obviously shy and scared, closing her eyes tightly. Seeing this, David's frown deepened. You're a monk and yet so shameless. Damn. Ha ha ha, what's up, little monk? Lao Tzu is a Buddhist monk, and I can't go a day without a woman. You little guy, only a 5th-rank martial saint, and you dare come to Kuchin Temple to make trouble? Are you tired of living? Ha ha ha, the monk laughed, ignoring David's accusations. Master Zhengwu, stop talking nonsense and just kill him. Shi Yan hurriedly said, but his eyes kept glancing at the woman in Zhengwu's arms. Killing him won't take long, Zhengwu said lightly. He pushed the woman to the side and pressed a hand on her head. In an instant, the woman was turned into a mummified corpse. Shi Yan was terrified. Ha ha ha, women's taste is exquisite, Zhengwu laughed. His wide sleeve waved, and the void in front of them began to shake violently. From the shaking ground, several puppets slowly emerged. These puppets were terrifying, exuding an immense aura. David frowned, realizing each puppet had reached Wuxing level. He also deduced they were not made from corpses. Using corpses would result in far weaker puppets. To craft martial saint level puppets from corpses would require nearly impossible resources, especially late martial saint corpses. Thus, these puppets were cultivated in a special way. Their aura was far stronger than normal puppet corpses. Creating martial saint puppets on your own, this flower monk has some skills, David observed with interest. My ability exceeds that. Meeting me today? You're unlucky, the monk said. He waved his consciousness, and several puppets surged toward David. These puppets had no minds, no fear, only raw force. They smashed toward David with all their strength. David retreated, and the impact of several puppets hitting the ground left deep holes. Ha ha ha. David, now we'll see if you're mad enough to face these martial saint puppets alone. Shi Yan laughed. They're not only martial saints, they have no minds and fear nothing. Let's see how you handle them. Since you want to see it, then I'll show you, David said. Light flashed on his palms. He felt no pressure dealing with these martial saint level puppets. Without minds, they were nothing more than obedient robots. Clenching his fists, David surged forward like a streak of lightning, smashing into the puppets. Bang! 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 Only loud crashes were heard as the puppets were hurled away. David landed heavily, and even the enlightened monk was surprised. In the blink of an eye, several martial saint-level puppets were knocked out. Boy, I didn't expect you to hide your strength, Zhengwu said coldly. Chapter 21:31. In the eyes of consciousness, David's strength was definitely far beyond the realm of a 5th-rank martial saint. There are so many things you didn't expect, David's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Even if your strength is strong, what's the use? After speaking, consciousness waved at the puppets, and they immediately stood up again. Blood holes appeared in their chests, looking horrifying. But with the words uttered by consciousness, the blood holes began to glow and were instantly repaired. Soon, several puppets rushed at David again, and he met them head-on without showing any weakness. After a short battle, the puppets were scarred again. Some had their arms and legs severed by David, and one puppet's head was completely blown apart. David could not believe that even if the head exploded, consciousness could revive the puppet. Under David's watch, the incantation from consciousness grew louder. Puppets whose limbs were broken or heads destroyed slowly recovered. Every puppet emitted a faint light as their injuries healed rapidly. Even the puppet whose head had been blown off returned to its original form. David was dumbfounded. Normally, puppet corpses have no fear of life or death, but if a head is destroyed, survival is impossible. Ha ha ha, this puppet of mine is immortal. No matter how skilled you are, you will eventually exhaust your energy and die. Consciousness laughed. The puppets continued their attack. David furrowed his brow, and in an instant, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. The sword spirit of the dragon-slaying sword was already enlightened, and its power alone was enough to contend with a martial saint. When David infused the sword with his own dragon energy, a dragon's roar resounded. A golden dragon coiled above the blade. A fine sword, truly a fine sword, Zheng Wu's eyes gleamed greedily. Seeing the sword thrilled him even more than seeing a woman. David slashed with the dragon-slaying sword, and the sharp energy cut through the puppets. Several were shredded and some even severed. It was useless. The puppets healed instantly, and their combat power remained unaffected. Come on, kill him quickly and take that sword from me. Consciousness ordered the puppets. One puppet swung a massive fist, the size of a sandbag, and slammed it at David. David grabbed the puppet's fist with his hand, channeling powerful spiritual force into its body. The puppet exploded from within, its body blown to pieces. But even blown apart, the puppet slowly reformed into its original shape. David's mind flickered, and the wordless book appeared in his sea of knowledge, displaying all the information about the puppet. David studied the data in shock, excitement written all over his face. The wordless book could not normally identify humans, but this puppet was not a human nor a corpse. It was made of various materials, essentially a crafted item, so its data could be read. Seeing David so excited, everyone else was stunned, wondering if he had gone mad. Ha ha ha, an immortal puppet with weaknesses, David laughed wildly. Immediately, a light blue flame appeared in his palm. He waved, and the flames spread instantly, surrounding the puppets and burning them violently. Consciousness's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2132. The blue flames engulfed the puppets, reducing several to ashes beyond repair. How do you know the weakness of my puppets? Consciousness stared at David in disbelief. These puppets had been cultivated with great effort, and now all were destroyed. What's so difficult about this? I even know how you make these puppets, David said coldly. Knowing their weakness, there's nothing for you to fuss about. You bastard! This puppet refining technique was handed down from my master. How could you know? Consciousness shouted. You discovered it by chance. But you destroyed my puppets, I will not forgive you. You wait, Consciousness finished and leapt to the side, attempting to escape. Humph, the one who hurt my dragon gate? You think I'll let you go easily? David snorted, launching himself forward. His right hand extended, pulling Consciousness with a tremendous suction force. I think you've misunderstood. I wasn't killed by you at Longmen. It was someone from Jueyuan. If you want revenge, I am here to help, Consciousness pleaded. Jueyuan? David asked, startled. Yes. Jueyuan is the host of this Kuchin temple. I was just called to assist. I have no grievances against you, so let me go. Consciousness continued. Is what he says true? David asked Shi Qingpei and his son. Seeing the intensity in David's gaze, Shi Qingpei nodded. It's true. I swear, we have no grudge. We haven't killed anyone from Longmen, so please let me go. Otherwise, if you kill me, my master won't forgive you. We are of the same lineage. Killing me would sever the puppet temple's development. Consciousness even threatened David. As a monk, you mutilate girls at will and practice what kind of joy meditation? If a person like you won't die, then who will? David said, slapping consciousness on the head. Consciousness's eyes widened, instinctively screaming. But David's palm didn't merely hit, it created a massive suction force, draining the monk's strength rapidly. Consciousness panicked, struggling in vain, and his body weakened until he was completely dead. Countless girls had been absorbed by this consciousness. Now, with him reduced to a mummified corpse, it was retribution. Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan watched in terror as David absorbed consciousness into a mummified corpse. Now it's your turn, David said coldly, staring at Shi Qingpei and his son. Uncle! Save us! Save us! Shi Yan shouted, but Zhu Yuan was retreating and couldn't hear him. David's coercion surged, forcing Shi Qingpei and Shi Yan to kneel. Today, I will make the two of you suffer to death. David's bloodthirsty aura spread across the entire Kuchin temple. Just as he was about to act, a thunderbolt struck a hall in the temple. From the hall, a powerful breath shot into the sky, and a faint Buddha statue appeared in the air. David looked up, his expression instantly turning solemn. Chapter 21:33. Uncle broke through. Uncle broke through. Looking at the scene before him, Shi Yan shouted excitedly. Shi Qingpei's face was also full of excitement. His senior brother had made a breakthrough, they might not have to die. Soon, Zhu Yuan's body slowly rose from the ruins of the main hall, finally hovering in the air and merging with the Buddha statue. God is obviously spiritual. Seeing this, many believers knelt down and worshipped, their faith gathering into a concentrated power. Bold madman! Dare to run wild in my Kuchin temple. This is a place of pure cultivation, yet you have committed murder. My Buddha is merciful. If you kowtow, admit your mistakes, and take refuge in my Buddha, I may spare your life. Zhu Yuan hovered in the air, looking down at David. His voice was as loud as a Hongzhong bell. Humph! Pretending to be righteous, let me ask you. You were a disciple of Longmen, yet you killed my brother and friend, and even injured them? David looked at Zhu Yuan coldly and asked. Yes, it is the poor monk. If you persist, I will send you to hell. After speaking, Zhu Yuan's figure fell slowly, a golden light surging behind him and surrounding his body. At this moment, Zhu Yuan looked like a god. I think it's you, the old monk who will go to hell. David's eyes condensed, his breath circulating. His undamaged golden body began to activate, covered in golden scales like a golden armored war god. For a moment, the golden light on David collided with the golden light behind Zhu Yuan, shining brighter than the sun. I originally saved you, but it's a pity you lack the root of wisdom. You will now go to reincarnation to find it. Zhu Yuan said, holding his palm lightly and shouting the Buddha's name. Suddenly, the entire Kuchin temple was bathed in golden light. Golden rays descended from the sky, followed by a massive palm. A vast force emanated from it, instantly pressing down on David. David felt as if a mountain were crushing him. His body sank suddenly, and his feet sank into the ground. Boy, you are only a 5th-rank martial saint. Why do you resist? You must understand that gods are irreversible. I have broken through to the martial god realm, the will of heaven. If you defy me, you defy the will of God. Zhu Yuan's palm descended slowly, pressing David into the ground. God's will? David snorted coldly. You are only a newly promoted martial god, yet you dare call yourself a god? I can kill an old martial artist at will, how could I die at the hands of a new martial god like you? Bah! You brag, claiming to kill old martial artists? Do you even understand what martial arts is? You kid is stubborn now. I'll see how you are crushed to death. Shi Yan spat proudly at David, then looked at Zhu Yuan. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Just kill him. Since you persist, then go to death. The golden light on Zhu Yuan's body intensified, pressing David further into the ground. Boom! A deafening noise shook the entire mountain. The massive palm struck David, pushing him 10 meters underground. This Is this the power of the martial god? It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Shi Qingpei was stunned. Just moments ago, David had begged Awakening for mercy. Now, he had been buried by Zhu Yuan. This was the gap between a martial god and a martial saint. Even at the peak of the martial saint realm, one was still far from stepping into the martial god realm. The 5th rank martial saint was like an ant before a martial god. Chapter 2134. Uncle is awesome. With this strength, he could sweep the martial arts world. Shi Yan looked at Zhu Yuan, full of admiration. Haha, sweeping the martial arts world is exaggerated, but if you want to destroy this little martial saint, it's just a matter of one palm. Zhu Yuan laughed. Uncle, don't be modest. In the future, the entire martial arts world will respect you. Shi Yan kept flattering him. A newly promoted martial god who dares to sweep the world. How shameless. Just as Shi Yan finished speaking, David's voice echoed from the deep pit. Everyone froze, then saw David's body emitting golden light as he slowly rose from the pit. Shi Yan was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe David had survived intact under such overwhelming power. Even Zhu Yuan frowned, feeling incredulous. You didn't die? Zhu Yuan asked, his eyes narrowing. As I said, I can kill an old martial artist at will. How could I die at the hands of a newly promoted martial god like you? And you, a monk, are deviant. You are the one who should be damned. David brandished the dragon-slaying sword, exuding overwhelming righteousness. Then give it a try. Zhu Yuan snorted. Immediately, the massive golden palm appeared from thin air, pressing toward David. David gripped the dragon-slaying sword. Countless sword chi emanated, instantly slicing the enormous palm into nothingness. Zhu Yuan took out a string of glowing Buddha beads. Twisting them, Sanskrit chants burst from his mouth. Slowly, a massive Buddha appeared behind Zhu Yuan, shrouding the entire Kuchen temple in radiant light. David channeled his dragon power. A golden dragon flashed behind him, circling continuously. Everyone was stunned. The golden dragon and the Buddha, two symbols of respect and reverence, were now facing off. Beneath the Buddha's light in the sky, the golden dragon and Buddha clashed. Zhu Yuan recited Sanskrit continuously, his body bathed in Buddha light. The battle between the golden dragon and the Buddha shook the void like thunder, threatening to tear apart time and space. Both David and Zhu Yuan were consuming their full strength to maintain the clash. Time stretched with every passing second. Zhu Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had not expected a 5th-rank martial saint like David to have such power, let alone last so long. The Buddha's light began to wane. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Yuan refused to yield. He hung the Buddha beads on his chest and raised his hands high. My Buddha is merciful. Save all beings. Let your devout faith protect you. Accompanied by his shout, many believers fell to the ground. The power of their faith, along with all the Buddha statues in Kuchen Temple, poured into Zhu Yuan. At this moment, Zhu Yuan seemed to swim in an ocean of faith power. The Buddha, once dimly luminous, grew radiant, swelling in size. Chapter 2135. The golden dragon of David was instantly suppressed. Ha ha ha. I have thousands of believers, and an inexhaustible power of faith. If you fight me, the final result will be exhaustion and death. Zhu Yuan laughed wildly, his endless power of faith making him rampant. David looked at the rampaging Zhu Yuan, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You have the power of faith, and so do I. I'll show you the power of my faith. David said lightly. You talk nonsense. You have no believers. How could you have the power of faith? It's just nonsense. Zhu Yuan didn't believe that David could possess any power of faith. There are more than 1 million followers of mine. How can a little host like you compare? After David finished speaking, he clenched his hands in a magic formation. Suddenly, a ray of light shot straight into the sky. At that moment, thousands of statues across his island country began to glow faintly. Tens of thousands of statues radiated devout faith, gathering together and rushing quickly toward David. This was the power of faith of the entire island country, countless times stronger than Zhu Yuan's. The overwhelming power of faith surged across the sky at high speed, heading straight for David. "Stop bragging. Who the hell are you? How can you have the power of faith?" Shi Yan sneered at David. But David ignored him, waiting calmly. In midair, the golden dragon and the Buddha were still locked in a fierce battle. The golden dragon began to feel helpless, but David remained unshaken. The overwhelming power of faith swept across the vast seas and alpine jungles. Somewhere in a primitive mountain, an old man sat on a boulder, teaching his disciple a spiritual method. As the power of faith surged through the sky, the old man raised his head. How can such a huge power of faith exist? It's strange, truly strange. The old man frowned slightly, then spoke to a man and a woman. "Xinger, Ruyer, follow this power of faith. Let's see who possesses such a massive power of faith." The man and woman nodded. "As per your orders." Soon, they stepped onto their swords and flew toward the power of faith. At the same time, in uninhabited regions of Daxia, several figures also rushed toward the source of this overwhelming faith. David didn't know that his random activation of faith had drawn the attention of hidden sects and martial arts gangs. Roar! In midair, the golden dragon roared and clashed against the Buddha's palm. The golden dragon's body turned into a streak of golden light and dissipated instantly. In the end, the golden dragon David transformed into was defeated. Seeing this, Shi Yan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! You lost! What about your so-called power of faith? Why didn't I see your power of faith for so long?" Shi Yan stepped forward provocatively. "Don't worry, it will arrive soon." David replied calmly. "Stop pretending. Your power of faith is in the sky, yet it takes so long. You can't delay time this way. Today, you're going to die." Shi Yan sneered. But as he spoke, he noticed a sudden change in the sky. The aura rushing toward them was not ordinary, this was the presence of a true expert. Chapter 2136. Zhu Yuan looked at the distant sky, his face changing with shock. His body trembled slightly as he finally spoke. "The power of faith, this is the power of faith." Zhu Yuan stared incredulously at the overwhelming energy approaching. "What? How is that possible?" Shi Yan also looked at David in shock. David only sneered, then jumped into the air, suspending himself effortlessly. The overwhelming power of faith wrapped around David, a massive amount flowing directly into his body. David, whose spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, was instantly replenished. His dantian filled with faith energy, all stored and ready for refinement. After absorbing all the power of faith, David slowly descended to the ground, radiating a reborn aura. Zhu Yuan was stunned, completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such an enormous power of faith. He had no idea where David had obtained it. "You, who the hell are you? How do you possess such a huge power of faith?" Zhu Yuan asked incredulously. "I told you, I am the god of a country. Do you believe me?" David said with a faint smile. "You're talking nonsense. You're only a mere martial saint. How could you be a god?" Zhu Yuan simply did not believe it. How could a fifth-rank martial saint be the god of a nation? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Now, it's time for you to experience the power of my faith. David jumped, dragon-slaying sword in hand. The dazzling sword light shot into the sky, slamming directly toward the Buddha. The mountain-like sword light cut fiercely, and the Buddha did not resist in the slightest, instantly reduced to nothingness. A few hundred meters from Kuchin Temple, a man and a woman on flying swords observed the scene below. "Senior brother, who is this man? He's clearly not a fifth-rank martial saint, yet his strength seems to surpass even a martial god. I doubt either of us could have blocked that sword just now, right?" The girl spoke, incredulous. "Humph. That was a feint. I could have easily blocked it. His martial saint cultivation cannot show the strength of a martial god." The man snorted coldly, pride in his eyes, clearly looking down on David. Lu Xing, this man can absorb so much faith energy and even strike with martial god-level power. There must be something special about him. I wonder when your arrogance will be challenged? At that moment, several figures appeared before them. The leader was a handsome young man dressed in white. Tong Yugong, why has the Fenglei faction come here? Lu Xing asked coldly. This is not the territory of your Pure Yang sect. Why shouldn't I come? You're after the power of faith, and naturally I am too. Tong Yugong said with a playful smile. Brother, don't say another word, the girl grabbed Lu Xing, trying to distance him from Tong Yugong. I haven't seen you for a long time. Miss Lu Rui, you've become even more beautiful. It's a pity that if you join the Pure Yang sect, you won't be able to marry or enjoy the pleasures of being a woman. Looking at the girl, Tong Yugong wore a lewd smile. Tong Yugong, you're fu ***ing courting death. Lu Xing frowned, ready to attack. However, Lu Rui held him back, pulling him away from Tong Yugong. Chapter 2137. At this time, David, holding the dragon-slaying sword, looked at Zhu Yuan coldly. I said, even if you are an old martial artist, I could kill you. But you are just a new martial god, how could you be my opponent? David's face showed no arrogance, his expression calm, as if stating a simple fact. Zhu Yuan did not believe it at all. He could not accept that David, a fifth-rank martial saint, could defeat a martial god. It was beyond his comprehension. This was impossible. Unless David had deliberately concealed his strength, it was almost impossible for a martial saint to hide martial god-level power. Boy, don't be foolish. Zhu Yuan finished speaking, then suddenly extended his hands toward the void. In an instant, countless streams of faith energy appeared between heaven and earth. Many were purple streams of concentrated faith, directed toward the void before Zhu Yuan. Nearby, the kneeling believers were being forcefully absorbed. Their aura and the power of faith in their bodies were all being taken by Zhu Yuan. Even so, some believers continued to perish, while others remained kneeling, reciting scriptures in their hearts. David's brows furrowed tightly as he roared. Why don't you leave quickly? Why are you still kneeling and worshipping this devil? These people are doomed if they don't leave, yet you fail to see that. Are all of you blind? David shouted, hoping the ordinary believers would retreat before they all died. Ha ha ha. They won't listen to you. These are my most devout believers. Even if I let them die, they will not hesitate. Zhu Yuan laughed as the faith energy in front of him condensed into a single form, a purple long sword infused with the most devoted believers' faith. If my believers are here, my power is inexhaustible. Today, I will make you taste it. Zhu Yuan grasped the purple long sword and charged straight at David. David also unleashed his breath to the extreme. His indestructible golden body shone with dazzling golden light as he jumped, dragon-slaying sword in hand. Shi Qingpei and his son hid far away, watching in shock. The aura from either David or Zhu Yuan could easily kill them. Zhu Yuan hovered in the air, shaking the purple long sword. A terrifying aura radiated instantly, enveloping the Kuchen temple. The entire temple trembled, and even the Buddha statues began to stir. There were 12 Buddha statues in total. At this moment, all of them seemed to come alive, soaring into the sky and heading directly for David. Huh. Boy, you've been tricked. I really intend to hit you hard. Zhu Yuan laughed, his body falling back to the ground. The 12 Buddha statues now surrounded David, their combined power striking toward him. David snorted coldly, full of disdain. No matter how many Buddhas came, it would be useless. But just as he was about to swing his sword, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. His spiritual power dissipated instantly, unable to condense. Boom! David had no time to dodge and was directly struck by the 12 Buddhas' combined force. His indestructible golden body shattered in an instant, the golden scales vanishing. David's body crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. He lay motionless, his body still racked with discomfort. Qi sank into his dantian. After a week of attempting to refine his spiritual power, David realized his body was overwhelmed. He had absorbed so much faith energy too quickly, without time to refine it, hence his weakness. Chapter 21:38. At this moment, David remained motionless, concentrating his mind to slowly refine his body. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Yuan saw David motionless and looked up at the sky, laughing proudly. Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. This kid, in the martial saint realm, actually forced Zhu Yuan, this old bald donkey, to use the 12 Buddhas of Kuchin Temple. He has real skill. Once the 12 Buddhas move, the Kuchin Temple won't last. They'll have to relocate. At this moment, Lu Xing had a newfound respect for David's strength. After all, David was only a 5th-rank martial saint, and Zhu Yuan was a martial god. Yet Zhu Yuan had to use the unique trick of the 12 Buddhas to attempt to kill him. Brother, Master asked us to investigate the power of faith. Now that this man is dead, how can we study it? Lu Rui asked. Then take the body back for Master to study. Lu Xing replied. Lu Rui nodded. Okay. The two floated down toward Kuchin Temple. Master, what should we do? The Tianlai faction members asked Tong Yugong. Of course, we retrieve it. Even if I die, I must take that kid's body. To attract such a huge power of faith, his body must be special. At this moment, Zhu Yuan stood on the edge of the deep pit, staring at David motionless below. His eyes burned with desire. David possessed too many treasures. Even if dead, those treasures would not disappear. The most precious was the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, a top-grade spirit sword. Uncle, is this guy dead? Shi Yan came over, looking into the deep pit, and asked Zhu Yuan. Of course he's dead. Under the attack of the 12 Buddhas, no one could survive. I've already used the 12 Buddhas twice today. Kuchin Temple will no longer exist after this. We'll have to find another place. Zhu Yuan sighed. Senior brother, hurry and retrieve this kid's body. He has a secret order from our Balian pavilion, and many magical tools have been stolen by him. His storage ring must contain valuable items. Shi Qingpei urged Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan nodded, about to jump into the pit, when a terrifying aura attacked him, forcing him to stop. Master Zhu Yuan, stay safe. Lu Xing and Lu Rui had already landed in front of him, speaking calmly. Zhu Yuan frowned. Lu Gongzi of Qinyang's sect, Miss Lu, I wonder why you have come to my Kuchin Temple. We are here for him. Lu Xing pointed toward the deep pit where David lay. Zhu Yuan felt uneasy and asked carefully, this David, does he have a connection with your Pure Yang sect? Even facing the man, the woman, and the 2 young disciples, Zhu Yuan could not afford to offend them. They were all martial gods, and he had just been promoted to martial god status. Yet he could not understand why the Hidden World sect suddenly took an interest in David. If David really posed a threat, killing him would seem like the end, but apparently, it was not. There's no special origin. We don't know him personally. It's just that this kid attracted a lot of faith energy, which caught our master's attention. We were sent to investigate. Now we are taking this kid's body back to our master for study. Lu Xing said lightly. Chapter 21:39. Zhu Yuan felt relieved when he heard that there was no connection, and then said politely. Young Master Lu, please, but this kid stole some magical tools from my junior brother, so... It's just some broken copper and iron. Take it away, I only want this kid's corpse. Lu Xing waved his hand casually. In the eyes of the Pure Yang sect, any magic weapon was merely broken copper and iron. Thank you, young Master Lu, thank you, young Master Lu. Zhu Yuan thanked him repeatedly. At this moment, Shi Yan felt displeased. The man and woman before him, around his age, were so arrogant as to call his family's instruments broken copper and iron. Many secret realm families refine magical tools in their 100 Refinements Pavilion. Moreover, Shi Yan looked at Lu Rui, who was slender, with an ethereal and seductive aura, like a fairy descending to earth. Shi Yan wanted to get close to her. Who are you? Dare to say that our Balian Pavilion's magical weapons are broken copper and iron? In addition, this David was killed by my uncle, so you can't take his corpse. I have to whip this guy to vent my anger. What? If you insist on taking David's body, then let this girl accompany me. Shi Yan looked at Lu Rui with lustful eyes. Shi Yan's words directly shocked Zhu Yuan, who was at the edge of the deep pit. On the other hand, Lu Xing frowned, his anger rising, and Lu Rui looked at Shi Yan with disgust. You shameless person! Lu Rui cursed angrily and waved her palm suddenly. A tremendous force surged toward Shi Yan. As Lu Rui moved, Shi Yan regretted it immediately. The young woman before him, roughly his age, possessed strength surpassing Zhu Yuan. That terrifying aura made Shi Yan unable to resist, his entire body frozen as if it were about to be torn apart. The severe pain contorted Shi Yan's face, and he could not even scream. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan quickly extended a palm to counter Lu Rui's force, giving Shi Yan a little relief. Lu Gongzi, Miss Lu, my nephew is so reckless, he deserves to die. But for my sake, I beg you to spare his life. Then we don't want anything on David's body. You may take it. Zhu Yuan desperately followed Lu Xing and Lu Rui in apology. Shi Yan, at this moment, dared not speak. The pain he had just endured still terrified him. Humph, humiliating my junior sister. You apologize and think it's enough? What about our pure Yang sect? Lu Xing snorted coldly, a murderous aura radiating from him. Zhu Yuan slapped Shi Yan and then began punching and kicking him. Shi Yan cried and called for his mother. Shi Qingpei felt distressed but dared not stop it. He knew Zhu Yuan was doing this to discipline his son, and who could blame him? Shi Yan was a scumbag with no vision. Even with Zhu Yuan being polite, Shi Yan still provoked him. Soon, Shi Yan was beaten beyond recognition, barely left with one breath. Lu Gongzi, I hope you spare him. I have taught him a lesson. Zhu Yuan prayed. Senior brother, forget it. Let's return quickly, or we'll be scolded by master. Lu Rui said to Lu Xing. Lu Xing nodded and jumped down into the deep pit to retrieve David's body. But just as he jumped, he was blocked by Tong Yugong. Tong Yugong, what are you doing? Lu Xing frowned. Lu Xing, I also want this kid's body for the Tianlei faction, to study it. Tong Yugong said with a faint smile. Chapter 2140. Zhu Yuan saw Tong Yugong and couldn't help but swallow nervously. So, it's the son of the Tianlei faction. I wonder if Ling Zun is aware of this. Zhu Yuan didn't understand why, for David's corpse, another hidden sect had suddenly intervened. The Tianlei faction in the Hidden World sect was stronger than the Pure Yang sect. Yet Tong Yugong didn't even glance at Zhu Yuan, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Shi Qingpei dared not speak, knowing little about Hidden World sects. Judging by Zhu Yuan's reaction, it was obvious that Tong Yugong was someone not to offend. Tong Yugong, everything is on a first-come first-served basis. We arrived first, so we should take this corpse. Lu Rui said to Tong Yugong. You didn't kill him. What's the point of arriving first? Today, I will take this corpse. No one can stop me. Tong Yugong laughed, refusing to yield. David, lying in the deep pit, listened to the commotion above with mixed feelings. He hoped they would fight longer, buying him more time. Tong Yugong, we didn't kill him, and neither did you. Why should you take him away? This person was killed by Master Zhu Yuan. Let him decide who takes the corpse. Lu Xing passed the responsibility to Zhu Yuan. Fine, Tong Yugong looked at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was terrified. He couldn't afford to offend either side. I have no objection to whoever takes the corpse. Zhu Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. Although he had killed David, he still retained the right to make the decision. He did not want to offend anyone, he wanted to live longer, having just broken through to martial God. Lu Xing, if we both want this corpse, let's fight. Whoever loses leaves immediately. Fair? Tong Yugong sneered. Senior brother, don't compare yourself to him, you're not his match. Lu Rui gently pulled Lu Xing back. But Lu Xing's cold, arrogant expression refused to yield. Afraid? If you're afraid, step aside. Tong Yugong provoked him. Who's afraid of you? Let's compare. If I lose, I'll leave immediately and give you the body. Lu Xing was fired up. No matter how Lu Rui tried to persuade him, he refused to listen. Fine, then let's compare. Neither of us has moved yet. My hands are itching. Tong Yugong said, and a powerful aura burst from him. Everyone hurriedly avoided the energy. Junior sister, dodge first. Lu Xing instructed Lu Rui, then exuded his own aura. Soon, their energies clashed, spreading like waves in all directions. The wind howled, rocks flew. At that moment, the entire Kuchen temple vanished, not a single structure remained. Only the 12 Buddha statues stood, frozen in place. Shi Qingpei and Zhu Yuan, even far away, still felt the terrifying pressure. The kneeling believers, unable to rise, were completely obliterated, no corpses remained. When David had let them go, they were indifferent. At this moment, not even scum remained. David, in the deep pit, felt the terrifying pressure. Golden light protected him as he remained still, using the time to absorb the faith energy within his body. Chapter 2141. Soon, the breaths of Tong Yugong and Lu Xing collided. In an instant, the sky and the earth darkened, the sun and moon dimmed, as if the world had reached its end. Tong Yugong and Lu Xing's bodies collided fiercely, followed by lightning bolts continuously crackling around them. The two fought so fast and powerfully that no one could see their movements clearly. The universe shook, chaos erupted. Shi Qingpei stared in shock, mouth agape. Is this the duel between gods of war? Zhu Yuan looked on, his face full of astonishment. Although he had been promoted to martial god, his power was trivial compared to the scale of this battle. If he joined, he would be crushed instantly. Lu Rui clenched her fists nervously, staring at the two combatants. She knew Lu Xing's strength was weaker than Tong Yugong's. The higher the realm, the greater the unbridgeable gap between cultivators. The martial god realm and above became increasingly difficult to surpass. Bang! A deafening sound rang out, and a figure flew backward at incredible speed. It slammed into a boulder over 10 meters long, instantly reducing it to powder. The sheer power was unimaginable. Senior brother. Lu Rui hurried over to help Lu Xing up. Lu Xing's face was pale, clearly injured, but his eyes still burned with pride and dissatisfaction. What? You don't agree? Tong Yugong said with a cold smile. Tong Yugong, I will surpass you sooner or later. Lu Xing gritted his teeth and said. Stop talking. Get out now, the body is mine. After speaking, Tong Yugong waved at his subordinates. Two Tianlai faction members jumped into the deep pit, planning to lift David's body. Brother, let's go. We need to return and explain to Master. Lu Rui called Lu Xing to leave. But suddenly, the entire peak shook. Golden light surged from the deep pit, and a terrifying aura erupted. The two Tianlai faction members in the pit were thrown violently out by a massive force. What's happening? Tong Yugong frowned. Master, that person isn't dead? One of the faction members stammered. Lu Xing and Lu Rui stopped in disbelief, staring at the pit. The golden light in the deep pit grew stronger and stronger. David's body slowly floated up, wrapped entirely in golden light, holding the dragon-slaying sword, standing solemnly like a golden-armored god of war. How is this possible? Zhu Yuan stared in shock. His face was full of disbelief. The power of the 12 Buddhas had not killed David, a 5th-rank martial saint. This was simply incredible. David's aura now seemed far stronger. 8th-rank martial saint, it's still only a start. David felt his own power, a trace of loss flashing in his eyes. He had hoped that by absorbing the power of faith and consciousness, he could break through to martial god. As his strength increased, The resources needed for cultivation grew exponentially. Even at the 8th rank martial saint, however, David could face a 5th rank martial god without fear. This was the special feature of his concentration art. Though his cultivation required many more resources than others, at equal rank, he was invincible. David glanced at Tong Yugong, Lu Xing, and the others, then fixed his eyes on Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan's body trembled involuntarily. Chapter 2142. Old bald donkey, didn't expect me to be alive? David sneered. Humph, what can you do now that you're alive? I can smash you once, and smash you again. Zhu Yuan's breath burst out as he chanted a spell, causing light to shine on the beads. The Buddha statues, previously immobile, began moving again. The 12 Buddhas slowly advanced toward David. David sneered and raised the dragon-slaying sword. A golden dragon hovered above the sword, and a wave of energy followed, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Countless terrifying sword chi shot outward instantly, piercing the 12 Buddhas. Boom! With explosive sounds, all 12 Buddhas were reduced to powder. Above the mountain peak, there was no trace of Kuchen Temple, and the last 12 Buddha statues were reduced to ashes. Zhu Yuan's face turned pale with shock. These 12 Buddhas were his secret weapons, yet David had destroyed them effortlessly. Even Lu Xing and Tong Yugong frowned slightly. Their abilities could break the 12 Buddhas, but David seemed only at martial saint strength. The feat was incredible. Do you have any other skills besides these 12 Buddha statues? David asked coldly. Zhu Yuan opened his mouth but could not respond. His trump card had been easily destroyed, his believers were dead, and there was no faith to absorb. I think you misunderstood. The person you seek is him, it has nothing to do with me. Zhu Yuan pushed Shi Qingpei in front of David and continued. And Shi Yan, who barely survived my beating, is the one you should seek revenge against. Senior brother, you. Shi Qingpei looked at Zhu Yuan in disbelief. Shut up. Who is your senior brother? It's your actions that ruined my Kuchen Temple. Senior brother, how can you ignore propriety, go to Longmen to kill, injure others? Shi Qingpei spoke anxiously, but Zhu Yuan glared at him. Seeing the brothers bickering, David's expression darkened. You two stop fighting. You are all going to die today. David's voice fell, and the dragon-slaying sword slashed out. Jin Mong. Zhu Yuan jumped, but Shi Qingpei could not dodge. The sword cut him in two. Seeing Shi Qingpei's body split, Zhu Yuan broke into cold sweat and tried to flee down the mountain. But David intercepted him instantly. He stopped in front of Zhu Yuan, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Zhu Yuan realized escape was impossible. He turned to Lu Xing and Tong Yugong. Lu Gongzi, Tong Gongzi, please help me. I will serve as a cow and horse for the rest of my life. Chapter 2143. Lu Xing remained silent, but Tong Yugong laughed. Zhu Yuan, you are only a new martial god. Even if you serve as a cow and horse for our Tianlei faction, we won't look down on you. Ah, what a waste of resources. Zhu Yuan heard this, panting heavily, yet powerless. He could not contend with David, and he dared not offend Tong Yugong. Boy, since you're pressing forward step by step, don't blame me for perishing with you. Zhu Yuan suddenly crushed the Buddha beads in his hand. Buddha light slowly rose from the beads. As the light glowed, Zhu Yuan recited scriptures, and blood began to seep from his forehead. You want to burn blood essence? David realized Zhu Yuan was sacrificing his blood essence to fight. But David would not allow it. If Zhu Yuan succeeded, David would not be able to absorb his strength. David suddenly reached for Zhu Yuan with a claw. A ray of Buddha light slammed into his hand, trying to stop him. But David did not hesitate. He grabbed Zhu Yuan's head, activated concentration art, and the enormous suction force began absorbing Zhu Yuan's strength. The rising Buddha lights blazed toward David, but he remained unfazed. They struck him like a tickle. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in horror as David drained all his strength, leaving him a mummified corpse. Everyone watching frowned tightly, especially Lu Xing, whose eyes flashed with murderous intent. This kid is an evil cultivator. No wonder his martial saint realm is so powerful. Lu Xing said through gritted teeth, his hatred clear. Lu Rui's face was gloomy, her gaze fixed on David. They had no idea why the Pure Yang sect should hate this evil cultivator so intensely. Tong Yugong frowned, his expression complicated. David's absorption of Zhu Yuan's strength exceeded his expectations. David felt the gazes of the onlookers but ignored them. He turned and left. Although young, these people were all martial gods. Reaching the martial god realm at such an age while remaining unknown in the martial world meant they were from the Hidden World sect. David knew little about the Hidden World sect and did not want to provoke them. Stop! Just as David was leaving, Tong Yugong spoke. Several men brought by Tong Yugong immediately surrounded David. What are you doing? David asked. Nothing. I just want to befriend you. You absorbed the strength of the old bald donkey Zhu Yuan. Did you use an evil cultivation technique? Tong Yugong asked with a smile. No comment. David said vigilantly. Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. Even if you use an evil cultivation method, so what? Cultivation is to increase your strength. As long as you have power, who cares what technique you use? Tong Yugong laughed, stepping forward to pat David on the shoulder, trying to get closer. David dodged gently, avoiding him. Tong Yugong was momentarily stunned but continued. I admire you greatly. You could be sent back to the Tianlei faction. Someone like you cannot develop alone. Tianlei faction? David frowned. He had never heard of them in the martial world. Chapter 2144. Seeing David's expression, Tong Yugong smiled. You haven't heard of our Tianlei faction, but you surely know the Hidden World sect. Your current strength is one of the best in the martial world, so many are watching you. But your martial saint strength, in our Tianlei faction, only ranks as the worst disciple. Look at them, none are weaker than you. Tong Yugong gestured to the disciples surrounding David. The disciples' strength was indeed formidable. Even the weakest peak wuxing level was higher than David. But don't be discouraged. You killed Zhu Yuan, the newly promoted martial god, using martial saint strength. This proves your capability. Our Tianlei faction welcomes a talent like you. Tong Yugong extended an olive branch. I'm sorry. I have other matters and don't wish to join any faction. David shook his head and turned to leave. Several Tianlei disciples blocked his way. This isn't your choice. No one refuses our Tianlei faction. This is an order. Tong Yugong's tone was domineering. David frowned. What if I refuse? Then I will break your legs and carry you away. Tong Yugong said without hesitation. Just because you can't. David's eyes narrowed, his body radiating fighting intent. Ha ha ha, you frog at the bottom of the well. You think killing Zhu Yuan makes you invincible? That's far from a real martial god. Today, I'll show you what martial god power really is. Tong Yugong raised his arm. A powerful aura instantly burst out, rolling toward David like an unstoppable wave. David felt the surrounding air condense, even the void seemed to warp. His face changed. It felt like several mountains were pressing on him. Pfft! David gritted his teeth, kneeling on one knee. His bones clacked, his skin reddened, and the immense pressure made his blood seep through his skin. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Tong Yugong raised a corner of his mouth, eyes full of disdain. A martial saint is a martial saint. No matter how talented, they cannot fight a true martial god. Remember, no matter your status or reputation in the martial world, in the Hidden World sect, you are trash. David said nothing, lowering his head as sweat dripped. How about it? Obey me or I break your legs? You can choose the second option. Tong Yugong said. What if I don't choose? David suddenly raised his head. A powerful aura burst from his body. Tong Yugong was stunned, He had not expected such power under David's suppression. But before he could react, David delivered a holy light fist, sending a Tianlai disciple flying. David had been pretending to show weakness, letting Tong Yugong relax his guard, seeking an opportunity to escape. Although David could confront Tong Yugong, the faction disciples made the fight dangerous. Moreover, Lu Xing and Lu Rui were watching him with murderous intent. David had no choice but to find an escape route. Chapter 21:45. Damn, chase me! Tong Yugong shouted angrily and led his men in pursuit of David. Brother, what should we do? Lu Rui asked Lu Xing. We're catching up as well. We can't let the Tianlai faction take this guy away. He's an evil cultivator. If they capture him, they'll definitely exploit him. We cannot allow the evil cultivator to revive. After speaking, Lu Xing flew forward with his sword, chasing David. David condensed his spiritual power in his dantian and on his feet. His body moved like lightning, surging forward at incredible speed. David's speed was fast, but Tong Yugong was no slower. He soon caught up from behind. Boy, the one my Tianlai faction wants is your creation. What are you running for? As long as you obey, my Tianlai faction will never embarrass you. Tong Yugong shouted from behind, attempting to persuade him. The reason he wanted David was to study him, to understand the method David used to attract such immense faith power. David's evil cultivation technique, which absorbed the strength of others to improve himself, was also highly coveted by Tong Yugong. I said it, I don't care at all. David surged forward with all his strength, ignoring Tong Yugong's words. Humph. As a martial god, it would be a joke if I were escaped by your little martial saint. Tong Yugong leaped and landed directly in front of David, blocking his path. Seeing this, David stopped and stared at him vigilantly. The other Tianlai faction disciples caught up and surrounded him. David glanced at them and knew he couldn't escape. He said coldly, "As a hidden world sect, would you bully the weak? If you have guts, fight me alone." David knew there was no other choice. He had to provoke Tong Yugong to fight one-on-one. If the faction attacked together, he would have no chance. Humph, to deal with you, why should I bully the weak? I am enough. Tong Yugong snorted and said to his subordinates. Step back. Let me subdue this kid. The disciples nodded and moved aside. David drew the dragon-slaying sword, activated his undamaged golden body, and pushed his power to the extreme. The dragon-slaying sword buzzed as a phantom appeared. The sword spirit also awakened, summoned by David. Facing Tong Yugong, David knew he had to go all out. If possible, he hoped to defeat him in one strike. Tong Yugong's eyes glimmered greedily as he looked at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hands. You kid isn't very strong, but you have many treasures on you. Soon, they'll be mine. Tong Yugong lunged toward David at lightning speed. David's instincts kicked in. He swung the sword, golden dragon chant sounding, and a terrifying sword light shot out instantly. Tong Yugong didn't dodge. He kicked with tremendous force. A condensed energy sphere formed, slamming into the sword light. Boom! A violent explosion shook the ground, scattering rubble in all directions. David took a few steps back, his hand gripping the dragon-slaying sword trembling slightly. Tong Yugong landed before him, sneering. David frowned. Even wielding the dragon-slaying sword and sacrificing the sword spirit, he had fallen behind. Tong Yugong's strength was extraordinary. Chapter 21:46. Today, I will show you the strength of a real martial god. Tong Yugong leaped again, his feet leaving after images. Countless energy balls shot toward David like cannonballs. 9 Shadow Sword Technique. David raised the dragon-slaying sword. Countless sword shadows exuded golden light across the sky. 1, 2, 3, 6 figures of David appeared. Each exuded terrifying aura and swung their swords in unison, blocking the oncoming energy. Bang! 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 The void trembled as explosions rang out, and the mountainside shook violently. Rocks flew, and parts of the mountainside collapsed into a deep pit. Tong Yogong's attacks rained down endlessly, while David relied on the Nine Shadows sword technique to deflect countless sword beams. Collisions of sword light and energy created massive explosions mid-air. Lu Xing, observing from a distance, frowned. I didn't expect this kid, relying on Wuxing's strength, to fight so fiercely with Tong Yugong. He had assumed David, a Wuxing, could not contend with Tong Yugong. Yet now, David's strength seemed on par. Lu Xing recalled his own fight with Tong Yugong. It had been intense but far less extreme. David's power at his level was astonishing. This kid's sword technique is strange. Those figures aren't illusions, each one has aura, Lu Rui said, watching closely. This kid is unusual. I don't know how he's this strong at such a young age, Lu Xing said. And the sword in his hand isn't ordinary. The sword spirit has awakened. I still don't understand, when did such a person appear in the martial world? Lu Rui said. Senior brother, could he have come from the secret realm? Lu Rui asked. Impossible. Even the strongest from the secret realm cannot exert their full power in the mundane world, it suppresses them. Otherwise, do you think hidden martial families would have such easy cultivation conditions? Lu Xing explained. Many resources have already been taken by families in the secret realm, so cultivation wouldn't progress this quickly. Master said we would eventually return to the ordinary world, to cultivate along our own path, Lu Rui added. Ha, if it were that easy, Master wouldn't be unhappy every day, Lu Xing sighed. Just then, the deafening roar stopped, and smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Tong Yugong glared coldly at David. David looked slightly embarrassed. Though he had used the Nine Shadows sword technique, he had still suffered some kicks. Interesting, a martial saint actually blocked my blow, Tong Yugong muttered. What sword technique transforms into 5 identical versions instantly? Yes, not illusions, the figures have offensive power. You have secrets. It seems I must bring you back to Tianlei school. Tong Yogong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He wanted to understand David thoroughly. David's gaze sharpened. He knew he had to use strategy to survive and find a way to escape or win. Chapter 2147. David waved his hand gently, and the dragon-slaying sword disappeared along with several afterimages of himself. Seeing that David had put the sword away, Tong Yugong smiled lightly. What? I understand. You want to follow me? It's impossible to follow you unless you carry me. David said, and a light flashed from his right hand. Ha ha ha, even if you use a weapon, you are no match for me. Do you still want to defeat me with your bare hands? Tong Yugong laughed, unconcerned. Holy light fist! David shouted, and the light in his hand blazed as bright as the sun. Immediately, a punch struck Tong Yugong, and the overwhelming force distorted the surrounding void. Tong Yugong casually raised his hand. Surging energy condensed within it, and he grabbed David's fist. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. David's punch was caught by Tong Yugong. Just this little skill? Don't resist. Tong Yugong smirked contemptuously at David. David, however, remained unfazed. He had never expected this punch to bring down Tong Yugong. Just as Tong Yugong focused on David, a flash of light appeared from the side. The dragon-slaying sword reappeared and slashed at Tong Yugong's arm. Tong Yugong frowned and instinctively pulled back, but the sword still cut into his arm, blood flowing instantly. David's expression darkened. He had hoped the sword would sever Tong Yugong's arm, but the sword spirit's strength was insufficient. Tong Yugong glared at his injured arm, anger burning. Boy, I don't have patience to play with you anymore. Bursts of green light radiated from the wound, and it healed rapidly. David stared in disbelief. He could not comprehend the power of Tong Yugong's body. I heard the Tianlei faction violated laws and secretly used genetic technology. Now it seems it's true, Lu Xing muttered, gloomily watching Tong Yugong heal. Senior brother, I must report this to Master. I heard that anyone who violates the rules will face a catastrophe. Perhaps the entire martial world will suffer, Lu Rui added, worried. Lu Xing nodded, eyes fixed on Tong Yugong. At this moment, Tong Yugong's aura flared, his hands curling like eagle claws, shining with silver light. A sharp breath rose around him. I will make you pay the price. His voice fell, and in an instant, Tong Yugong vanished from David's sight. David frowned and waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Dang! The sword struck something hard, shaking David's hand until it went numb. Before he could see clearly, a strong wind hit him. David's body flipped through the air. His indestructible golden body shattered across his chest, and blood gushed out immediately. Looking at the wound, David's face grew solemn. His indestructible golden body was extremely tough, even without protection, no one could have broken it. Yet Tong Yugong had done it. What a tough body, just a scratch. Tong Yugong stepped forward, moving rapidly toward David. To deal with a martial saint, Tong Yugong had already used several tricks and grown impatient. Chapter 2148. Tong Yugong's speed was so fast that a hurricane-like air current swept everything in its path. One terrifying attack after another surged toward David. 9 Shadow Sword Technique. David performed the technique again. Dragon energy coursed wildly through his body, and the dragon crystal on his chest emitted dazzling light. Countless sword beams shot from the dragon-slaying sword. Mid-air, sword light and energy collided continuously, occasionally breaking through and striking David ruthlessly. David gritted his teeth, enduring it. At the same time, other sword beams pierced the energy and struck Tong Yugong. What Tong Yugong had expected to be a one-sided fight became a life-threatening battle. Soon, smoke dissipated. David and Tong Yugong stood side by side. David's body was scarred, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Tong Yugong's clothes were tattered, and some of his scars glowed faint green, quickly repairing themselves. Clearly, Tong Yugong wasn't seriously injured, but facing a martial saint had brought him to this state, a humiliating outcome. Boy, I'm more curious about you now. You're the first to force me into this state, and you're only a martial saint. Tong Yugong advanced, exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped David and immobilized him. Senior brother, this guy is about to be taken by Tong Yugong. What should we do? Seeing this, Lu Rui asked Lu Xing. Go. I'll hold Tong Yugong for a while. You take that kid and leave quickly. We cannot let this evil cultivator fall into the Tianlei faction's hands. If he does, even we Hidden World sect members will never have peace. Lu Xing said to Lu Rui. Senior brother, you. Lu Rui began to speak but stopped as she noticed David, suppressed by Tong Yugong, igniting crimson flames. Under the flames, David slowly raised the dragon-slaying sword. Sword energy erupted skyward. Tong Yugong's expression changed, surprise evident. He hadn't expected David, so badly injured, to resist his suppression and radiate such terrifying sword energy. How is this possible? This kid still has the strength to fight back. Lu Xing's eyes widened. He could not believe it. David had endured Tong Yugong's hold and his injuries and still retained the ability to resist. From Lu Xing's perspective, David should have been far weaker, yet he was obviously stronger than a normal martial saint. Lu Xing's previous assumptions were shattered. He had looked down on David, but now he had to admit that David's strength surpassed his own. The power displayed by a martial saint was even greater than that of a martial god. Lu Xing was utterly confused. I didn't expect you to have the ability to resist. This time, I will force you to surrender completely. Tong Yugong's hands moved through the void. A faint light appeared, growing brighter and spinning rapidly. The terrifying power accelerated with a strong wind. In front of David, it looked like a spinning sun, with endless force swallowing everything. Senior brother, is Tong Yugong intending to kill him? How can he use such a powerful technique? Lu Rui asked, bewildered. Chapter 2149. You must know that what Tong Yugong wants is to bring David back to the Tianlei faction alive, because only a living David is valuable to them. It shouldn't kill him, but that move is really powerful. I don't know if this kid will survive. Lu Xing said slowly. David felt that vast power and gripped the dragon-slaying sword with both hands. A surge of divine dragon power continuously poured into the sword. A dragon roar echoed, and a golden dragon circled behind David. All the spiritual power in his dantian was released at once. After this strike, whether he won or lost, David would have no strength left to resist. With David's low roar, the sword light on the dragon-slaying sword surged. A golden sword beam shot out, forming a huge golden greatsword. Boom! The greatsword slashed down, and the ball of light in Tong Yogong's hand was instantly thrown forward. With an explosive crash, the two forces collided fiercely. A massive wave of energy spread out. The surrounding Tianlai sect disciples clenched their teeth in pain, struggling to withstand the aura. Even Lu Xing and Lu Rui in the distance were affected by the shockwave, their bodies trembled, and they nearly fell off their flying swords. David's body dropped to the ground like a fallen leaf, slamming down ruthlessly as the wounds on his body bled continuously. Tong Yugong was not much better. At this moment he looked like a beggar, kneeling on one knee with green blood dripping from multiple wounds. This time, the speed of his recovery was noticeably slower. Master! After the shockwave faded, the Tianlai sect disciples rushed to Tong Yugong. Tong Yugong took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He looked at David lying on the ground with disbelief in his eyes. How could this be? This kid definitely has a secret. I want to extract every ability he has. Go capture him and bring him back to the Tianlai faction. Tong Yugong commanded the disciples. David's body was extremely weak, but he still propped himself up with the sword and slowly stood. He glared at Tong Yugong and said, "As someone from the Hidden World sect, you didn't keep your promise. You said you wouldn't bully the weak. If you have the ability, then let the two of us continue." David tried to raise the dragon-slaying sword, but he didn't even have the strength to lift it. "Humph, you're barely breathing now. Even an ordinary person could kill you easily. When I take you back to the Tianlai faction, I will study you thoroughly. How could a martial saint embarrass me like this?" Tong Yugong finished speaking, waved his hand, and several Tianlai disciples stepped forward to arrest David. David did not resist, he had no strength left. "Stop!" Lu Xing and Lu Rui flew over on their swords and jumped down. Seeing them, Tong Yogong's expression instantly darkened. He had forgotten about these two. "Lu Xing, what are you trying to do?" Tong Yugong asked calmly, though anger simmered beneath the surface. "Tong Yugong, you can't take him. We must bring him back to the Chunying sect." Lu Xing said bluntly. "I caught him. Why should I hand him over to you?" Tong Yugong asked coldly. "No reason. I'm taking him." Lu Xing replied icily. Tong Yogong's anger erupted. His face twisted, and he gritted his teeth. "Lu Xing, are you trying to rob me? I'm telling you, you're not my opponent." Lu Xing sneered. "Don't brag. You're injured now. I can destroy you with one hand." The so-called genius of the Tianlai faction, beaten like this by a fucking martial saint, and you still dare talk big? Chapter 2150. Lu Xing's words cut Tong Yugong deeply. Tong Yogong's aura erupted as he glared at him. "Lu Xing, if you dare rob this person, believe it or not, the Tianlai faction will wipe out your Chunying sect. With your strength, it would only take a few minutes. If you want to research evil cultivation methods, fine. But if word spreads, do you think the other Hidden World sects will sit still?" Lu Xing said impatiently. Tong Yugong frowned at him. "Aren't you afraid of conflict between our two sects?" "Afraid? You Tianlai bastards are the ones messing around with wicked techniques. If we don't take this cultivator today, it will be the greatest shame of the Chunying sect. Bah, stop pretending. You only dared jump out because I was injured. How are you any different from a shameless villain? Don't try to make yourself look noble." Tong Yugong spat coldly. Lu Xing suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Tong Yugong. Hand him over and get lost. Save your life while you still can. If you don't give him up, don't blame me for being rude. In your current injured state, you're no match for the two of us." Lu Xing was filled with murderous intent. He was ready to strike. Tong Yugong could tell that he would definitely suffer if he continued. He glared venomously at Lu Xing. "Lu Xing, just wait. This matter isn't over. The Chunyang sect has officially offended the Tianlei faction." After speaking, he waved his hand. "Let's go." Soon, Tong Yugong left with his people. David suddenly spat blood, his expression dimming as he collapsed unconscious. "Senior brother, will he die?" Lu Rui asked anxiously. Lu Xing examined him briefly. "He won't die, he just fainted. Let's go back." He picked David up with one hand and flew toward Chunyang's sect with his sword. "Senior brother, he's seriously injured again. If you carry him like that, won't he die halfway?" Lu Rui asked nervously, watching him hold David like a chicken. "Junior sister, he's an evil cultivator. Why are you sympathizing with him? Even if he dies, he fucking deserves it." Lu Xing hated evil cultivators. If it weren't for official business, he would have killed David already. "Senior brother, that's not what I meant. I just think if he dies, it'll be hard to explain to Master." Lu Rui quickly explained. At the Chunyang sect, Yu Buchuan, the sect master, was teaching cultivation methods to the disciples. Two figures descended. It was Lu Xing and Lu Rui. "Master, the power of faith earlier came from this kid." Lu Xing threw the unconscious David in front of Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan frowned at David's heavily injured state. "You did this to him?" "Master, it wasn't senior brother. It was Tong Yugong." Lu Rui explained quickly. As a hidden world sect, Chunyang disciples were forbidden to fight outside and cause trouble. Tong Yugong injured him. "Is this person connected to the Tianlei faction?" Yu Buchuan asked in confusion. Lu Xing hurriedly retold everything, exaggerating and painting David as a heinous evil cultivator. After hearing it, Yu Buchuan looked at David in disbelief.